This man is a true aura farmer. He once served in the army's special forces and entered the tower in search of his brother, who had disappeared. Inside the tower, he manages to do everything with mastery, humiliating his opponents as if it were nothing. On top of having cold blood, not sparing anyone who dares to stand in his way, and taking rank 1 in every test created by the tower's administrators. To give you an idea of how Sigma Chad he is, the rank 2 girl named Adora falls in love with him and wants to marry him at all costs. The problem is that his future father-in-law is fierce and extremely powerful, being capable of obliterating an entire guild with a single strike. Will he have to beat up his father-in-law to marry the hot demon girl? But our protagonist is not intimidated by that. He will enter the vault of the gods and obtain the strongest powers in all of history. I have only just mentioned a fraction of what will happen in this video. So now let's go back to the beginning so you can see how he became so powerful, what tactics he used, and how he won the heart of the hot demon girl. Now he only wants revenge on the people who made his brother suffer. This is the story of John, a man who became a demon to get revenge. It begins with the main character staring at a photo of someone who looks just like him, thinking that the first news he has heard about him in 5 years is that he died. That takes us back 3 years to his mother's funeral, where we learn that, and he explains that the man in the photo was his brother, who had disappeared. Even so, their mother never stopped looking for him. After that, the main character says he stopped searching for his brother and was sent to Africa, so he saw no reason to return to Korea. Back in the present, he holds a box with a photo and a watch, remembering he was told they belonged to his brother. He looks closely at the pocket watch and says it was a gift he gave his brother to wish him luck for college. Then we get a flashback of the two of them on the couch talking and remembering a warm moment together. We also learn the main character's name is Cha Yun-woo. After that, he notices the watch moving. He thought it was broken, so he's shocked it still works. Then he hears a voice speaking to him. He says it is not a hallucination and not some recorder inside the watch, so he starts getting nervous and scared. It is his brother's voice. He says he tried to find medicine to cure their mother, but he could not come back. Then flashbacks of the brother of Cha Yun-woo appear. One day he got a strange text that simply asked whether he wanted to participate or not, and in the end he answered yes. From that day on, he started having strange dreams. It felt like he was in a fantasy world filled with spirits, orcs, trolls, and dragons. At the center of it stood the Tower of the Sun God. People said that if you cleared it, you would become a god. But that was not what mattered to him. What he wanted was the magic medicine inside the tower, the one that could heal anything. A few days later, the brother says he formed a team with people who shared his goals, and they began climbing the tower. He talks about their journey and how progress kept slowing down as they climbed. Then they ran into trouble with a high-ranking clan, so they tried to make a deal. It failed, and war broke out. He briefly mentions what happened after that. An allied enemy clan was wiped out. He met someone who loved him in that world, and then the war started again. Months later, it was still going. Everyone was worn out. Then they found a traitor in their clan, and nobody trusted anyone. His diary says he kept getting worse. His body slowly broke down. The woman he loved stabbed him in the heart and left him, and his body began to rot. Then we see him surrounded by enemies. He believes he finally got the elixir, but in his condition he could not deliver it. So he left behind all those messages, explaining the whole situation to Hume, so he could recover the elixir and give it to their mother. Suddenly the voice stops and a status window appears, saying his session has started. The main character starts feeling something flowing inside him. It is mana, the power used in that other world. His brother's flashbacks return and end with one last message. The mark of his awakening was complete. Another message says his body's ability had improved a little, and because his nature had been identified, he was given skills. After that, he is told he can register and oblige. Now the main character finally understands what happened to his brother, and that is when he decides to begin his revenge. In the next scene, he checks his skills. His nature is cold-blooded, so he can stay unrealistically logical in any situation. No one can brainwash him. His second skill is Dragon Eyes, which can see through even the truth, and helps him analyze things more deeply. Clairvoyance lets him hear the memories his brother recorded in the watch. After that, he settles all his affairs by speaking with the sergeant, puts his house up for sale, and burns his military uniform and backpack. He buys what he needs for the trip: first aid supplies, military knives, and rations. Then he arrives at the location and presses a button on his watch. A door suddenly appears in front of him. From now on, he will be known as the Demon Masked. He enters Floor 0, where the tutorial begins. It is an entrance test for players who are being given a chance to become gods and climb the tower. They have to prove they are worthy. Beyond this place are the people who hurt his brother, and their scores are insanely high. He cannot do anything unless he raises his level, because that will strengthen his body. He has to raise his flawed state into something better. Then the guide arrives. His name is Ibel Korra. He is friendly and explains that the tutorial is split into 7 blocks from A to G. The higher the score, the better the reward. The time limit is 30 days. He is also advised to gather a group of 3 to 5 people to keep clearing levels. Going alone brings bigger rewards, but it is much riskier. Most people die if they stay alone. Then the next stage begins. To clear it, he must prove he has what it takes. He has to disable or destroy the traps in the block, and something is already coming. He barely dodges the first attacks thanks to the warning from the arrows in his brother's diary. Some arrows miss him, but others do not. He quickly uses his backpack and the wall to lower his exposure, but arrows still pierce into him. After a while, his cold-blooded skill helps him calm down. He knows the place is deadly, but if he keeps panicking, he will go insane. Using his army training, he treats his wounds. His pain resistance also starts rising. Then he notices the arrows are fired on a timer, and a signal comes right before they launch. He needs to find that point, but it is too dark, so he has to rely on sound. His sense stat keeps going up, and once he hears the gears, he throws his knife and disables the first trap. After that, he keeps dodging arrows and realizes something useful. Depending on how he handles them, he can raise different stats. Dodging a blue arrow from the side raises agility, a red arrow raises strength, and getting hit by a yellow arrow raises endurance. This floor is really just a bonus stage. He can raise most of his stats, but not MP. The administrator starts enjoying the show, which makes him curious. The main character is pleased because in just 34 hours he has improved his skills a lot, so he reaches the safe zone. But before he enters the next area, his bones and wounds are treated. After entering, he is completely exhausted and passes out. A while later, when the masked fighter opens his eyes, he finds someone standing in front of him. He had not sensed the person at all, so he assumes it is a mysterious merchant. The merchant introduces himself. His name is A, and he says he can sell all kinds of items: skill books, potion books, food, and even all sorts of artifacts. One thing catches the young man's eye. It is a reset ticket. With it, he can return to a point he chooses, but the price is his stats. He also notices a bottle of mineral water costing 2 strength points and thinks the prices are a total scam. Then he asks to buy the reset ticket, and the merchant wonders why, since nobody has ever used one. Still, he hands it over. To use it, all he has to do is break it, and it will send him back to the starting zone. He buys 10 tickets using every stat point he has, so now he has nothing left. No strength, no agility, nothing. But he is ready to farm everything again, and his skill points start rising once more, along with new abilities like visual projection that lets him see the whole area around him without color, and his brother had advised him to make full use of it. Soon he reaches the endpoint again. The first time it took 34 hours. Now it only takes 4. He has gained plenty of levels, though the best players are probably already in Block A. Still, now is the time to really begin, and he enters the boss room of Block A. The moment he steps in, fire arrows start appearing. Traps trigger too, but thanks to his stats and reflexes, Yamu survives. Then a giant flame appears, but he cuts through it and pushes forward through the fire, until one hit knocks him back. His enemies are copper scarecrows. His brother had warned him about them. They are objects that can copy a user's skills, and if he beats them, he can enter the boss room. The way to win is to destroy them head-on, or stab them. He activates his dragon eyes, and that lets him see the weak point to strike. He also remembers the advice to attack when he sees their mana sensors. He hears it clearly, dodges around, and stabs one. She cannot understand it. She has no idea how he knew about the sensors. He presses her, but she keeps denying it. Youngwoo only wants to know how she knew, and she finally explains that she could see the magic around them. He realizes how valuable that is, because a skill like that is incredibly rare. He wants her to teach him, but she refuses. To her, beating those scarecrows without magic sounds insane. After she understands the situation, she agrees to teach him, if he helps her clear the stage. Youngwoo says yes, though he stays cautious, since her skin hides what she really looks like. Just like that, they teamed up for that stage. As the protagonist kept taking down one enemy after another, she taught him the basics of magic. Here he also learns more about his brother's nature, which helps explain why he was so strong. When they finally reach the door, MC earns a huge amount of karma, the reward currency for clearing stages and beating enemies. The more you have, the better the items you can buy or sell for. MC thinks about hiding his karma, since the amount would shock everyone. Wanting to stay unnoticed, he enters Block A. It's like a coliseum packed with people who cleared the level. A lot of them are badly injured. People start whispering about him, calling him mysterious, and they tell her to go in. She's almost in tears, overjoyed that she finally made it. But when she spots a group of men, she gets furious. They ask what is wrong, but she ignores them and follows Yeonwoo instead, still sharing everything she knows about magic. Then, after giving him all the help she can, they part ways to follow their own paths. People call her Yule. It turns out those men had been recruited by Arandon, a well-known player whose group had completely dominated the tutorial. He told them that after clearing the level, they should join him. But a problem came up. The enemies were far too strong for their team, and their chances of surviving were almost zero. Out of all of them, Yule was the weakest, because her only skill was analyzing magic. So they grabbed her and threw her out as bait to distract the monsters while they ran from the trial. Yule could only watch their backs as they left her there to die. Seeing their faces now, she makes it clear she wants nothing to do with them. To her, they were nothing but trash. They try to apologize, but Yule rejects it and starts to leave. The real reason they apologize is simple. They already told their leader that Yule had sacrificed herself. If he found out she was still alive and told the truth, Arandon would throw them out of the group. Luckily for them, they were in a spot with no witnesses, and since they had already gotten rid of her once, they figured they could do it again. One of them draws his sword to stab her in the back, but Yeonwoo calls them pathetic and slices off his hand. He had figured out that Yule was betrayed, so he stepped in, but his real reason was that her story reminded him of his brother. The man curses at him, furious that Yeonwoo cut off his hand. He coldly tells him to try again. Then he orders the others to drop their weapons or else he'll break their leader's arm. The moment they hear his desperate scream, they let them go. But Yeonwoo thinks they're fools, and breaks the arm anyway. They start to protest, but their leader drops to the ground. The other two rush in for revenge, but Yeonwoo deals with them easily. After that, he just tells Yeol to be more careful about who she trusts, and walks away. Hearing her thank him, he also tells her to visit the flower garden in Prisia since it could help her a lot. After that, they truly go their separate ways. From afar, the protagonist catches the attention of two people. He was clearly strong, even if he had picked a fight with Arandan's men. Still, they decide to keep watching him closely. For Yanwu, Block B begins next. There are 4 doors, and he only has to pick one. The farther right they are, the harder they get. He chooses the black door because he knows the vampiric dagger of Ursabet Bathory is inside. Once he enters the room, he finds a huge chamber. The mission is to cross to the other side of the water. But when he throws a stone, it melts away instantly. Using dragon eyes, he spots a small tile filled with mana. The moment he touches it, a tunnel opens. He's found a hidden dungeon. As he moves forward, he finds white moss, something harmful to humans. Still, insects and animals treat this white moss as food, because moonlight gives it special power. It creates heat from the heart and grants fire traits. And Yanwu knows a very useful recipe with it, one that strengthens bones and muscles. The human body is fragile. It gets sick, breaks, and tears easily. A stronger frame would make future battles much easier for him. To make it though, he needs the heart of an insect. So he throws his dagger at a giant centipede. The moment it feels the hit, it charges straight at him. Yanwu realizes the dagger did nothing. Its shell is too tough. But after activating his dragon eyes, he finds the weak spot. He just has to stab it at the right moment. As he senses the attack, he dodges and moves in, driving his blade with both hands into the creature's shell. But it doesn't work. He takes a hit that sends him flying into the wall. He's dazed and badly hurt. Worse, the centipede's pain response poisoned him. He now has 4 broken ribs and 2 fractures in his neck, but his nature keeps him calm. He's even starting to build resistance to poison. Cornered, new skills appear. Iron will, fighting spirit, and survival instinct. By forcing the centipede's head back, he finally finds the one place without protection. That's how he kills the red centipede. Once he calms down, he eats the moss and then consumes the monster's heart. Meanwhile, in room B, Arandan is furious at his men for being so weak, and also angry at the protagonist because he attacked people under his command, so he decides to find him. At the same time, inside Yeonwoo's body, the things he ate start working together. His broken bones and muscles are healed and strengthened. Now, thanks to that fight, his stats are 60 strength, 65 dexterity, 62 endurance, and 21 MP with a D-rank combat skill. For now, he thinks that's pretty good, but he still needs to grow stronger. As he continues through the dungeon, he defeats some bats. Mixed with the moss and heart, they create a compound that turns into explosives. Deeper inside, an army of ants and eggs blocks his path. These blue ants range from about half a meter to a full meter, and they're led by a queen. They would die for her, so if he attacks one, the whole swarm will come. He knows he can't beat them all at once, but beyond them lies the cave holding the vampiric sword. Evatori. It's said to be one of the rarest weapons in the game, ranked 352 among the best, a weapon that carries death. Even though he doesn't want to fight the ants, he can't give up this chance. So he throws a bag of powder at them, then right away tosses in a lighter from his bag, causing a massive blast through the tunnel. A total of 217 blue ants are hit, 87 are burned, and he finishes off the survivors one by one with his blade. But he points out that these were only worker ants or eggs that hadn't hatched yet. Then something huge appears, the blue ant queen. He doesn't think he can beat her, so he looks for the tunnel door to escape. He throws his knives, then at full speed manages to cut off a couple of her legs. That gives him just enough time to slip through the door. He has entered the sanctuary of the vampire monarch. He found it, the rank 352 unique grade weapon. When he pulls it out, black magic rushes through his body, especially his arm. He remembers that the dagger chooses its owner. If it rejects someone, their mind is said to be devoured by it. But he uses the dagger itself to stab his other hand, forcing the dagger to pierce through its own power and break the true seal. That reveals its real rank, number 66. In its true form, the vampiric dagger is said to drain an enemy's life force and devour their soul, giving both to its wielder. Yanwu wants to test his new weapon, so the second he steps out, he goes after the queen ant. He moves to the high ground and activates the dagger. The target's strength and vitality are drained. The dagger's skill rises by 1, and he earns 300 karma for killing the queen. Meanwhile, they had been following him the whole time and never imagined a place like this existed. On top of that, the bodies around them leave them stunned. The energy drain is incredible. Not only did he clear the block alone, he also claimed an artifact they had never seen before. He was amazing. If he keeps this up, countless clans will try to recruit him, but they plan to get to him first. Then they hear something. Yanwu has now hunted a total of 1,000 monsters, meeting the requirement for the next mission. His body starts to change, and he gains a reinforced physique. His strength rises to 81, agility to 83, endurance to 89, while MP stays at 21. He also gains a new nature that lets him become a vessel for the resting place of ascension, now 21% complete and immature dragon body. He also refuses to register his name on the rankings because he doesn't want to attract attention. Then we see the leaderboard, Adora in first, Fante in second, and Khan in third. Yeonwoo has climbed to rank 281, but he still feels far behind. What were those people doing to rise so fast? Then his instincts warn him that someone is coming, probably to kill him. He throws his dagger at the first sign of movement, but the redhead barely stops it. Yeonwoo asks if they're from Arandan's group. After the confusion and argument, they apologize and explain they were looking for him because they want him as their ally. Doyle turns away in embarrassment. Even after hearing their repeated offers, Yeonwoo refuses. He doesn't see any benefit in joining them. They're shocked. Does he really not know who Khan is? He's the biggest star of the tutorial. Doyle tells him not to mind Khan since he's full of himself, and starts over properly. Their names are Khan and Doyle. Yanwu remembers it once. They were third and second on the rankings. He believes them because he's using a skill that makes the pigments shine brighter when someone tells the truth. Even so, he still doesn't get why they wanted him on their team. Then he remembers the Colosseum and figures that must be when he caught their attention. They also explain they're after an artifact they couldn't obtain, so they need his help. The item is Aragon's crown, guarded by the Lizard King Aragon, a brutal and difficult enemy. The reward is a crown that boosts the wearer's presence. It sounds useful, but the protagonist doesn't really care. Still, it's another dungeon, which means more chances to level up, so he agrees. But on one condition: he wants every item they find except for the crown. After thinking it over, they accept. They introduce themselves, and Yongwu gives the name Kane to keep his identity hidden. A goblin says he needs to report this to his general, but he gets killed first. The redhead is confused. Wasn't he in Block B just a little while ago? How did he grow this much and already clear Block D? All his stats had also been restored. It was daytime there. For the first time, he saw real sunlight. They explain that the tower has an inner and outer area. The inner side covers blocks A through D, while the outer side is blocks E through G, and now Block E had begun. He also received a token. More tokens were hidden across Block E, and he had to collect 99 to prove himself. In simple terms, players can steal them or kill for them. Finding 99 on your own is really hard, so taking them from other players is much easier. Looking at the others, he doesn't seem very interested in the tokens, but he still keeps an eye on them. They say this area is huge. There's an eastern region full of mountains, and the west has a river. The south is lined with more mountains, while the north holds a dense forest that serves as their path. At the end of that forest, there's a swamp. The strange part of this test is that it has all kinds of monsters based on their surroundings. Meanwhile, Arangan is furious because they still hadn't gathered enough information on the masked man. Then he's told that recently the man was seen with two others in Block B, and they were Doyle and Khan. They were planning to capture them, but his companions were far too strong in the rankings. So he raises his voice and declares they'll take their strongest soldiers to crush that masked bastard. As for the protagonist, he had already made great progress on the road, but he still doesn't get the bond between Khan and Doyle. Along the way, they showed perfect teamwork in battle. That kind of sync doesn't come from training alone. On top of that, they were always laughing together. It reminded him of the bond between him and his brother. Seeing the moon, he figures he's getting emotional. Then they wake up and he still thinks it's too early to head out. They say they couldn't sleep because of all the noise around them, so it was time to stretch their muscles for fun. When he draws his sword, he figures the men hiding nearby are already dead. They can't understand how he noticed them and think they should scatter, but Khan won't let them. Then Doyle attacks with his nature swarms of insects. They scream that their skin is being eaten away. They try to run, and when two of them charge toward the protagonist, he laughs. They pick the worst possible target. These were thieves trying to gather as many tokens as possible, so they went for a backstab. But they have no idea what just happened. He killed their boss in a blink. Now they think they need to kill him. After he shows how strong he is, everyone runs, but none of them gets away. After 21 kills, Che Yanwu now has 81 tokens. The next day, they run into some lizards, but they go down without much trouble. He also takes their eyes, since those could be used to get a very rare item. Then they notice tracks from something dangerous. They report that the blood is fresh, about 5 or 6 hours old, and it leads that way. From the marks, it looks like the lizard dragged off some players. They explain that their mission is to steal the crown from the Lizard King, since beating it is nearly impossible. Even with all three of them, it would be rough. And there weren't just one boss but two, because the male stayed outside on guard while the female remained inside. Khan would fight the guard, Che Yanwu would distract the queen, and Doyle would steal the crown. Then they'd escape. They warn the protagonist that he can't kill her, he just has to keep her busy. The protagonist thinks he used to carry out plans like this in the army, and this felt very similar. Soon they reach the hidden section, the lair of Aragon. The lizards react at once to the human's presence, and the Lizard King appears when his followers call him. He roars that it's unforgivable for humans to enter his territory, and he'll kill them all. They had never felt such pressure from a beast roar alone. When he spots Che Yanwu, he picks him as his target and attacks, but Khan jumps in. He tells him not to interfere because he isn't worth his time. Even so, Khan dodges every strike, and those attacks end up hitting his own subordinates, while Doyle and Wu enter the lair. After killing the first two guards, they find humans locked in cages like animals, begging over and over to be saved. Chai MC realizes this is where captured players ended up, most likely meant to feed their young. He just tells Doyle to keep moving. They can't waste time. She snaps at him, asking how he can stay calm after seeing this. He reminds her that Khan is still fighting outside alone. The longer this takes, the worse it gets for him. They have to stick to the plan. If she lets emotion take over, he'll leave the mission. That makes her stop, slap herself, and apologize. She wasn't thinking straight. They move on, but Wu keeps thinking. It's obvious the humans were being kept for the young, but why not use that against them instead? Now he has a plan, and if it works, they might even save the humans. They'll need the firebugs Doyle used the night before. Meanwhile, the queen punishes one of her guards for letting humans enter her lair. She has to protect her babies since that's clearly why the humans came. Then Wu appears in front of her, asking if she likes fireworks. He says now's the time. Doyle releases his fire insects. Once the smoke clears, she sees that Wu is holding one of her babies with its throat cut. She curses them as filthy humans. How dare they? Wu tells her that she treated humans like livestock, so she should know the same thing could happen to her. She's told to stay back from her young, but when she rushes forward, the insects react to the pressure and burn her to death. They had killed the boss monster. Cha Yun-woo sums it up, human or monster, it's always the same. Kill or be killed. As he takes the crown, someone starts screaming. It was that bastard, shouting and crying. He tells his beloved that he'll avenge her and their children, then starts eating her, creating a proper mutation, his second phase. The protagonist curses. This is bad. Before he was a boss, just a weaker one, but he had the heatwave skill. And after transforming, that power got so strong that getting even a centimeter close would mean being erased. He had to do something fast or he'd die. Then through one of the insects, Doyle tells him to stick to the plan. The Lizard King roars that they shouldn't hide, and when the protagonist steps out, he rushes to attack. After pushing him back, they say it's time. The king says he won't hold back anymore. His revenge will show no mercy. He's about to use Heatwave, but Cha Yun-woo stops the attack. Khan knocks back its return strike, and Doyle burns him from behind. After several exchanges, the monster is exhausted, and Cha Yun-woo thinks this is the perfect moment. Using his power, he gains Heatwave, and with his skills, it changes into Flame Infusion. One look at the stats nearly makes him pass out, and the other two catch him. They're both worried, but he calms them. He has regeneration, so he'll be fine. More importantly, they need to go save the people. The captives cry as they thank them for everything. They had saved everyone. When they see them, they recognize them as famous players, but he says they shouldn't be thanking them. They should thank him, pointing at Chen Young-woo. But the captives are angry at the protagonist because they remember Doyle finding them and him ordering Doyle to leave them behind. He clearly had no humanity. Still, he's told to stop talking. It doesn't matter what was said before. He needs to realize he saved them, and even ended up badly hurt doing it. After hearing that, the man lowers his head and apologizes. He didn't know what he was saying. He also gives Cha Yun-woo a personal apology, but the protagonist thinks they're all filthy traitors. Back then, he risked himself to get them everything they needed, yet when he needed help, they all turned away from him. Then one of the chief's disciples shows up and says not to worry, he has a plan. The Lizard King had taken all their things, so if they left with nothing, they wouldn't survive even one night outside. So they should grab what they need and run. If they get caught, it won't matter, they'd be dead either way, whether they act or not. And he had a solid idea since one of his friends had the trait called Fast Hand. Meanwhile, the protagonist is dividing the rewards as promised. They would keep the crown and he was fine with that. Doyle is happy because he always knew Cha Yun-woo would keep his word. He jokes that Doyle sounds like he's asking to get hit. Even though he was odd, the protagonist couldn't hate him. Then he collects his share, the Lizard King's weapon, a red helmet, a battle cry axe, 3 hard crystals, and a Karchina dagger. Then looking upward, he tells them to come out. They ask if he knew the mysterious merchant. When he denies it, the merchant doesn't get it. He thought they had something special. After a long round of bargaining, Cha Yun-woo finally manages to sell all the blue crystals from the dungeon for 400 tokens, bringing his total to 698. The merchant grumbles that this would wipe out all his money. Then the protagonist asks for one more thing, a mask. The merchant offers one in exchange for 5 strength, but Cha Yun-woo refuses. If he doesn't hand it over, the whole deal is off. The merchant gets mad but says it's a gift for him. He walks off in a huff, telling him to enjoy it. Before leaving, he says Cha Yun-woo bargained way too confidently, so he must have heard what happened on the other side. When MC denies it, the merchant tells him to forget it and leaves. Going over what might be happening, he reaches the conclusion that high-grade artifacts weren't being mass-produced because there must be a war between the clans and the rankers. They ask Cha Yun-woo what he'll do next. Seeing that he's still far from the top of the rankings, sitting at number 51, he thinks he still has one card left to play. But they ask to keep following him because working with him had gone really well, and they made a strong team. He turns them down, though. He still has things to do. Still, he finds them strange. Sometimes they're harsh, other times way too soft. Being that friendly only attracts snakes, and to make it worse, this place was full of them. After hearing no again, they say fine. He figures the swamp is huge, so it'll take time to get out. On top of that, there were plenty of lizards roaming around, along with weak players. They depended on them. He asks Khan what to do, and Khan says they can only escort them out. The others say they did all they could, and he just laughs. To him, they were all pathetic lackeys. Even their leader. Robbing them wasn't enough. The 3rd and 11th ranked players had to die. If he killed them, he'd get closer to first place. He still knew nothing about the man in the mask, but one look at him sent a chill through his body. He felt more like a monster than a person. Then the man asked them to help his friends who were badly sick. They were exhausted too, so they asked to stop and rest for a bit. He thought it was time to hand over some tokens so they could survive on their own, but he figured being prisoners for so long had crushed their spirit, so letting them rest a little made sense. He laughs. They only needed a little more time because his friends were waiting nearby, and they were the scavengers. The moment those fools led them into the trap, Khan would die at their hands, but Jahan was right behind him and killed him at once. No one understood what was happening. When he turned around, he realized the attackers had to be their lackeys. After activating his skills, he could sense even the slightest change nearby. Once he watched Khan and Doyle, everything clicked. The way they ordered people around, the way they spoke. They thought it was hidden, but he sharpened his senses to find out what was really going on and uncovered the whole plan. He also sensed strangers waiting to ambush them, and he was sure they were the scavengers. So he moved to strike first, but Khan stops him. What was he doing? But Jane tells him he still had a long way to go before becoming a real player. As he looks around, he finally realizes it, but he never noticed the others had already surrounded them. Their boss asks what was going on, but they stun her because she was still just livestock to them. There were too many. They had no idea who these people were. The protagonist figures it out. They had to be the ones running human farms. Some made deals with monsters and pretended to be hurt or in danger to lure victims into trap zones. Then they took their tokens and artifacts while sending them off to the farms. He believes the real victims from the farm had already been killed and replaced. They celebrate their new stolen artifacts and feel sure their plan worked. But while trying to communicate, one of them stops answering. He gets it right away. His brother went silent because of an ambush. He yells for the bastard who did it to show himself, but when he looks beside him, his brother has already bled out, using his last bit of strength to tell him to run. But behind him was Gion. Khan couldn't understand what was happening to a random. He was supposed to rule these floors, yet human farms had been running right under his nose. Then the protagonist appears. Desperate screams close the scene. The scavengers were wiped out as fast as they attacked. They're crushed. Jian says they thought they had saved those people, but the victims had already been murdered. This would probably scar them for life. No one could comfort them right then. Khan asks how he can stay so calm after all this. He doesn't know what kind of life he lived, but was everyone where he came from like this? Jian simply says that if everyone were like that, the world would be pure chaos. Khan rubs his head, unable to understand how he stays calm. He also can't stop thinking that Gion had always suspected them, but that wasn't true. Jiun had simply believed they were good people. He says nothing else and says goodbye since it's time to part ways. Doyle tries to stop him, but Khan doesn't let her. Jiun just thinks he can't stay with them any longer because he couldn't waste his only chance. In Arendon's room, they report that Squad 2 had been wiped out. He thought Squad 2 would be enough, but it clearly wasn't. So now Squad 1 had to be prepared. They were elite members trained personally by the Blue Sword Guild. He would move out too. He couldn't believe this was happening before they had gathered all the sacrifices. Still, the people behind Bloodsword and Foxtail were dangerous. They had to be eliminated fast because a war was about to break out. They needed to save as much strength as possible. Then a loud crash shook the base. They report that they were here, Bloodsword and Foxtail. Arandan asks why they don't have some fun. In the Orc Plains domain, Gion appears and slashes the first guard's throat. He puts a dagger to the next one's neck and asks just one thing. Had anyone seen a hunter around there? Then he explains that person knew where the hidden piece was, the Akasa serpent, which only appeared at a certain time, so he couldn't find it without that person's help. In the past, his brother met that man while trying to catch the serpent. He saved his brother and became his first master. Galliard. When he tries to knock, someone asks what the hell he's doing. Galliard was a dark elf. Darren introduces himself as Kane. He says a friend told him about him, so he came to buy an item, the Undyne Mirror. He curses at him, but still lets him in. We learn the Undine Mirror is an artifact holding an incredible amount of Akasa spirit energy, which was exactly what the Akasa serpent liked to feed on. He asks if Kane even knows why he came. When Kane says yes, he gives him the mission. Over time, only 5 people had cleared it. A game of hide-and-seek with him. If Kane could catch him, he could learn Galliard's technique, Fleeting Steps, a unique Dark Elf skill. Confident because of the gap in skill, he says he'll use only his feet and only the Quick Steps technique, then vanishes like the wind. But Jion activates Dragon Eyes. He could see aura trails. On top of that, Fleeting Steps had a weakness. It always needed a surface to move across. As long as that was true, he could always read its movement pattern. The test had been cleared. He laughs, amazed he was beaten so easily, and hands over the reward. The Undyne Mirror, A rank. He warns him not to break it. If the mana leaked out, it would be a disaster. Something like that barely belonged in the physical world. If released, it could cause a massive explosion. He also gives him the book that taught the Fleeting Steps technique. His body felt unbelievably light, but now that the prep was done, it was time for the main act. At last, he could hunt the Akasa serpent and take its core. He wishes him luck. Then he mentions that 2 twins had passed the test not long ago. Gaon already knew who they were, the number 1 and number 2 players in the rankings. When he hears the protagonist wants to catch the Akasa serpent with the mirror, he gives him bad news. The serpent was already dead. The twins he mentioned had killed it. Jium couldn't understand it. How did they know that information about the serpent? Looking at the corpse, he could tell they only took the most important parts. He couldn't understand how they killed it. Not even a group of experienced players should have been able to bring it down. That meant those 2 were absurdly strong. Pulling off his mask, he wonders what he can do now. He needed first place to keep moving with his revenge. There was almost no time left before the tutorial tower ended. Most likely he wouldn't make it. Only 7 days remained, and he was in 40th place. There were too many obstacles, and the biggest was not having the serpent's core. Then he notices its brain was gone, and there were many tracks around it. They weren't human, they were orc tracks. Then we cut to Bahin, ranked 6th. He didn't want to answer his leader's call to join the hunt for Jion, because he wanted to level up instead. But they convince him when they say the reward would be all the tokens collected by Arendon's group. Jion had reached the place where the tracks ended, the Akasa serpent's lair. None of it made sense. The place looked built up like it had a hidden shelter, and drums were beating. The orc shaman speaks with anger about the death of his god at the hands of 2 tiny humans, but now it was time to revive it with the souls of their warriors. He's shocked so the Akasa serpent could come back. He never expected that. He could kill it now, but the more prey it consumed, the stronger its heart would become. Since it had been revived through souls that fed on magic, the mirror alone wouldn't be enough to raise its power. The best idea he had was to feed it more living sacrifices. So in the lizard village, Jion kills the general in charge and leaves an orc there so the lizards would think he died in battle. Then he uses his fire flame technique. The lizards shout that the hut was burning and an orc had broken in. His next targets were the goblins, then the werewolves. stirring all the monsters into a riot against the orcs, all hungry for revenge for the death of each of their leaders. Cha Yanwu thinks it turned out even better than he expected. If everything went to plan, the Akasa serpent would become the biggest ever seen in the tutorial. On the cliffs, Arandine's army argued over who was stronger, but they needed to focus on the mission. Then hundreds of footsteps made the ground shake, and a stampede of monsters rushed toward them, screaming for them to get out of their way. They report what happened to the orc chief. He curses. How could they do this to him? Especially right in the middle of his god's resurrection ritual. The orc army tried to hold the line, but they were outnumbered. Cha Yanwu thinks the battle should have started already. The two bosses had to be fighting by now. They were about as strong as the lizard kings, so the fight would last a few minutes, but he needed to draw out the serpent. When he entered, it had already fully revived and started devouring everything in front of it. Driven by hunger, it burst out of the cave. Cha Yanwu thinks that's perfect. At this rate, it would head straight to the battlefield. He was also sure that place was hiding something. Fighting the serpent was so hard it shouldn't even exist in the tutorial, so there had to be a reason it was there. Even his brother never figured it out, but if it chose to rest there, something had to be hidden. After searching for a while, he found a place completely frozen over, and there it was, a mythical humanoid root. Don't get confused, it's a plant. He never thought he'd find it there. It was around 300 years old, even though 500 years was the best time to eat it, so the snake had to stay there guarding it. But his plan changed, because he was going to eat the plant himself. It tries to get away, but in the end, Cha Yanwu devours it. All his skills start rising, especially his magic. On top of that, his body's growth starts again and reaches 42.9%. Now his body had become a young dragon body, and now he could use magic by putting it into his feet to move even faster. Still, it was time to hunt. On the battlefield, everyone was covered in blood after the brutal fight when something appeared. They wonder what the hell it was, as it started devouring everything in its path, eating non-stop and spraying poison. Cha Yanwu thinks the whole thing turned into chaos, and even better than he hoped. Only a tenth of the monsters were still alive, and because of that, the snake had grown nearly twice its normal size. The two kings were at the front, but they were already close to dying. It was time to set up the big finish. He jumps at the snake with his new powers and lands on its back, activating Devour. His stats start rising again, while it also gives him 3,000 tokens for killing it. Then he pulls out the core. It was originally the size of his fist, but after feeding on all those monsters, it had grown that huge, which he also devours with the Devour ability, and his body's growth activates again. But this time, the full process would take at least 15 hours. When the monsters see Cha Yanwu, they can't believe it. Those were the eyes of a predator. After hearing what happened, they thank him for everything. They always knew he'd be great. He reminded them of someone they once knew. They also hand him a weapon before leaving. It was part of his big win, taken from one of their enemies, a good sword. The master asks how the hell he ended up on bad terms with Eridan, since their base was in Block F, and they came all the way there to fight him. It was almost like they hated him. Cha Yanwu asks what he means, and when he learns that the sword's mark belonged to Eridan's group, he's confused. Did they really come all the way there too? That meant the scavenger groups weren't just thieves, they also belonged to the Blue Sword clan. If that was true, then Eridan's real goal was hiding the fact that he ran the farms and the scavengers. And if so, Khan and Doyle must have found out and gone to confront him. He knows those two are strong, but if they were up against all of Eridan's group, that changed everything. The Blue Sword clan had countless players and ranked among the tower's top 8 clans. If they really went, they were in danger. Still, he wonders why he even cared. Then he remembers his brother's words. "You've always been my hero. I hope my pain doesn't change the kind of person you are." He thanks his master, but it was time to go. He had decided to save his teammates, though he still didn't get why they were building human farms. Something felt very suspicious, but if he learned the truth, he could use it against them. The 8 clans were the reason his brother died, especially the Blue Sword clan, because one member of that group had driven one of the swords into his brother's heart. Things were moving a little earlier than he expected. He only had 4 days left in the tutorial, and would have to start his revenge sooner than planned. His plan would take at least 3 days, leaving only 1 day to clear the tutorial. He would drive them into panic, wait for them to wear themselves out, then hit them where it hurt most and leave no one alive. Back in Block F, where Eridan's group was based, they report that they still can't find the masked man. He thinks that guy was a curse. He had already wiped out Group 1, Group 2, and even possible recruits at the start. He destroyed 2 years of work. Even so, they had to restore their strength before the people on the island noticed. Only about 3 days remained before the tutorial ended. Rebuilding the group in that time was almost impossible, and he wouldn't escape punishment. But there was one option to complete that. They were missing materials, though the masked man might help with that. He asks about Bloodsword and Foxtail. They say those two will soon become materials for the stone. Here we learn why Eridan's group worked together to kill players. They were trying to create a product through experimentation, something that never should have existed. Khan lowers his head, ashamed that Doyle got dragged into this and feeling like there was no hope left. Then a huge tremor hits. The leader doesn't understand. That building was made to survive earthquakes, so what was happening? Then he's told there's an intruder outside. The guards are terrified and don't know who's attacking them. Cha Yanwu uses his fast steps powered by mana. The Eye of the Goblin King warns him of danger. Death count 118. Everyone starts running. It was a damn monster. The guards are frozen in fear because it's coming for them. Then a voice tells them not to move. They light up with relief. Lord Bild had arrived. They were saved. He wonders where a rat like that had been hiding. and how he dared come straight to his base. Cheon-woo feels an immense pressure. That man's presence felt familiar, even though he had never seen him before. Then a dark memory surfaces. 5 swords pierced his brother's heart. 3 came from 3 kings, 1 from his beloved, and the last from the person who called himself a friend and watched his back. A thirst for blood rises from the protagonist. He tells a man named Grand to send a message to the island, but his head explodes. There was no point wasting time anymore. He had to attack directly. He shouldn't even think about running, because he wouldn't be allowed to. Drawing his swords, he thinks the man is way too confident, but he'll show him how useless his power is against him. Cheon-woo realizes Will was far too strong to still be in the tutorial. He also knew there was someone else, the one who stabbed his brother with that sword. Aradan's group had to be just a cover for their real plan. Will can't understand why he's so strong. He should only have beginner skills. Cheon-woo thinks he gets it now. Will was fighting badly even though he must have been good once, but after running with those filthy dogs, he'd lost his claws. Will asks if they knew each other. Who the hell was he? He uses his magic at full power. As they watch their lord nearly dying, his soldiers try to protect him, but Blackblade cuts them down. Their leader screams at them to defend him, and when he sees them refuse, he activates mind control. They think he'd never use that technique in a moment like this. He runs because he needs the stone. That was his only chance to beat him. After taking everyone down, Cheon-woo thinks this was basically the end of Aradan's group, but one was still left. As they argue over who was the bigger fool, they wonder what Khan was doing. If they had known things would end like this, they would have told him where the hidden piece was, so at least he could use it. Cheon-woo, the protagonist, says they can still tell him. As he opens the door, Doyle asks why he's there. He casually says he was passing by and found them. Khan says their last meeting didn't go so well, but he's really grateful. Cheon-woo says Khan can still tell him where the hidden piece is. Khan thinks he's always trying to get something out of every situation. They were still badly hurt and didn't think they could just walk out alive, but he calms them down by saying Aradan's whole group was dead. They're shocked. Really? He says yes, but Doyle points out there's still something below. Khan says there's something down there, and he doesn't know exactly what it is, but it's the reason they did all this. Cheon-woo finds the human farm. The smell of rotting corpses was overwhelming. He knows the best materials for alchemy are human bodies and souls, but doing this was a crime. Build really was a rat who only cared about results, no matter what it took. Then ghosts appear around him. They were the souls of the players and they wanted his help. He says he can do it, but only on one condition. Build reaches his lab. He doesn't know how much time he wasted making that stone. His old companions kept climbing the rankings while he stayed behind, waiting for the king's orders. Now all he cared about was surviving. But the stone wasn't finished. If he swallowed it, only 2 things could happen. Either his body would explode from all that energy, or his power would rise like crazy. But after taking it, nothing happened, and the faint figure of Cheon-woo was standing behind him. He demands to know why Build did all this. Why did he kill them all? What the hell had they done? Why was he sticking his nose into their business? Cheon-woo removes his mask and asks if that answers his question. Build shouts that it's impossible. How could Cheon-woo be standing in front of him? Cheon-woo still wanted to believe they might feel at least a little guilty for what they did to his brother. But to them, it had all been normal. Lying there, bloody, toothless, and barely alive, Build begs him to just kill him. He says he can't do that because his own enemies are looking for him. With a snap of his fingers, he explains that the souls had been strengthened by his black bracelet. They swore to serve him to avenge their unfair deaths. Build screams that he already told him everything he wanted to know. He should just let him die in peace. But the protagonist doesn't even look back. After burning everything, he thinks his job is done. As Build's body falls apart, he spots the stone they talked about, but the game can't identify it as an item. He can't understand how they killed so many people for a failed product. But when he picks up the stone, it moves next to his heart. Not even his magic could remove it. It had no description, no magic, no rank. But after studying it closely, he realizes it isn't a failed product, just an incomplete one. It needed more steps to be finished, so he keeps it just in case. As he leaves, he tells them to get out. It was safe now. They thank him and give him a gift. He has to take it. It was everything they had collected so far. Cheon-woo says if they're trying to repay him for saving their lives, he doesn't want it. But they shake their heads. That wasn't it. They were going to quit the tutorial. While trapped in the dungeon, they talked about giving up. They also couldn't go to Block G, because the players there would beat them since they were the weakest, and they had no time left to recover or rank up, so they wanted to try again next time. John pushed himself to the limit to take first place in the rankings, the only reward that really mattered. That was why he had worked so hard every day. But when he learned the tutorial could be retried as many times as you wanted, he was stunned. All this time, he thought he only had one shot to clear it. His brother's journal never mentioned that. He had been stressing for nothing. Still, since the tutorial gate rarely appears in the real world, he figures he didn't waste that much time. And honestly, he had fun. He also beat Will and met a few decent players. Khan tells him that if he takes those items, he has to crush those idiots Fante and Adora. John feels like he's heard those names a lot. Their names were always near the top of the rankings. He asks what they're like, and they just call them monsters. Khan tried to beat them again and again, but never could. Then he steps up beside John and gives him all the support he can, like a real bro, since he can't do it himself. John also needed to check the secret place they mentioned in the dungeon. To do that, he had to wear the crown, and everyone thought he looked ridiculous. After that, he only had 28 hours left to finish the tutorial. 8 hours later, Conan Doyle's hidden piece was underground, inside the thorn mole's nest. In the last room, after cutting through dozens of monsters, he faced the mole boss. It was stronger than the house serpent, If he hadn't gotten the attack skill from Aragon's crown, he never would have won. And once it fell, there it was. Vigrid, Khan and Doyle's trump card. The Overseer laughs. That player was seriously talented. He took care of the Serpent Group's loot in Aragon's area, and now he had Vigrid in his hands. For someone who started the tutorial a week late, it was unbelievable. He wonders what John will do with the last 12 hours, since he was still low in the rankings. At last, John reached the tutorial's final block, Block G. There were no monsters there, and no levels either, just players. That meant the only way to earn ranking points was through player challenges. It was where the tutorial's best fighters gathered, so the rankings could change fast. Then he felt a huge energy coming from ahead. People mutter that they're monsters. How could anyone like that still be in the tutorial? He laughs. It was funny seeing everyone struggle just to stay standing. Cha Yanwu recognizes them right away. They were Fante and Adora from the Horn tribe. He asks why no one was going near them. When nobody moved, he decided to go himself. The players try to stop his attack, but after seeing his power, they freeze. He tells them again not to stand there like idiots. Then he tears through them like lightning. James Fu thinks he's insanely strong. No wonder they beat the serpent. That much was obvious, and Adora should be even stronger since she ranked first. He couldn't tell how strong she really was. She felt like a living ocean, calm on the surface with no clue how deep her power went. Something was hidden inside her, something terrifying. When he noticed she looked his way, he thought he'd been found. Still, there was no point staying quiet. So he decided to introduce himself, taking the bag they gave him and dumping it right at his feet. No one understood why he threw them out. What was he doing? And how many were there? 1,000? 2,000? 10,000? Then James Fu used the combine skill, merging all his tokens into the serpent's heart. Just like that, first place became his with 109,000 points. The players couldn't believe it. It was the first time anyone had stolen first place from the siblings. James Fu was ready for whatever came next, pulling out his new sword, Vigrid, a unique rank blade. No one knew what that weapon was. Why was it giving off so much power? Still, the one holding it was alone, and nobody had seen him before. They assumed he couldn't be that strong. Even Fante and Adora would have to go after him. No matter how tough he was, there was no way he could fight everyone. This was everyone's chance to take first place. That sword had once been wielded by legendary heroes. It wasn't at full power now because it was sealed, but it still held a lot of strength. First, he used the sword's blessing. That skill worked best against strong enemies. The stronger the opponent, the more power the sword gained. Then he used the sword's souls to boost its force. Some of the other players were relieved. The attack hadn't hit them. Chayanwu realizes he had unlocked a new skill, Blessing Contagion. Anyone killed by it became a poison carrier, slowing players nearby. Using that edge, the protagonist wipes out the weaker fighters. But now the real fun started. He was about to strike when Fante jumped in. He never expected to meet a player this strong so early. He was crazy excited to fight him. After asking his sister, she agrees, but tells him to hand over the tokens first. And now the tutorial ranking shifted again. Those two beast hearts held over 60,000 tokens. Fante finally felt like he could use his full power. His tribe also had a special skill passed down for generations, Lightning Fist. He admits John was pretty good, since he blocked the first attack, but now he wanted to see if he could do it again. When Cheon-Woo saw him move, he launched his own strike. Fante couldn't believe it. He was born into royalty and had even boosted his magic with the serpent, yet he was getting pushed back. That only fired him up. If he wanted to become king, he had to show everyone his power. He never thought he'd meet an opponent this worthy. He couldn't see anything through the dust. It looked like the protagonist had lost. But before the game even started, the watch he inherited had a special power. It could show future events for a few seconds, though it burned through at least 3/4 of his mana. Even so, from past experience, he knew seeing events even a few seconds ahead could decide a battle. Back in the fight, they were still clashing, the same exchange repeating, but this time he used Dragon Eyes and quick steps to dodge the blow. Fante smiles. Catching him wouldn't mean victory. He throws a punch, but Chaeyeon-Woo slips past it instantly. After that strike, he knows from his foresight that she would attack next, so he rushes her before it can happen. In the last second of foresight he had left, he saw that she would dodge and he could kill her, but she blocked the attack. He didn't get it. He made no mistake, so why didn't things happen the way they should have? Adora was that strong. She reveals her eyes just like her brother. She had inherited an ability too, vision, an incredible power. It helped them hold first and second place by letting them read what moves an enemy would use. That's why his foresight got cancelled. His 5 seconds were already gone, so he sheathed his sword. He couldn't keep fighting. Adora says that was a smart choice. He was still very strong. The first person like this she'd ever met. If it were only up to her, she'd give him first place. But she had her own goals, so she apologized. But John tells her he hadn't given up, then shows the tokens. She had no idea how he pulled that off. He explains that her eyes could only read moves used against her, so he made another plan. John took first place again. Then activating quick steps, he vanished from the scene. Adora calls it an obvious loss and ends up loving that mysterious guy even more. Only 4 seconds remained before the tutorial ended, and every player was called to a waiting area. Everyone was shocked. It was finally over. The tutorial number 1's ranking notice started popping up everywhere. He figured he had drawn a lot of attention, but that was the best way to get Zeus's key. There were 2 places to visit after reaching the tower. First, the Ardea clan house, and the other was Olympus's treasury, where the old gods stored their relics. Zeus's key was one of the 12 materials needed to open that vault. Then someone called out to him. He knew who it was, the masked rookie who beat everyone. Thanks to him, after hearing about the garden, she found a chance to make a contract with elemental spirits in Frisia's garden, and even found a master nothing like her old teammates. Bowing her head, she thanked him for everything he had done. Everything she had become was because of him. Still, one day she would come find him. Then she disappeared. Next, the goblin arrived. He was excited to see so many players gathered there. A lot of them had made a strong impression on him, and he hoped they would keep working hard like they did in the tutorial. Now he was going to announce the test results. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe anyone had really passed 500,000 karma. Was that even possible? They'd heard top players usually only got around 50,000 to 100,000 points. Fante congratulates him. The goblin laughs. That was the highest score not only in this tutorial but across all tutorials. So his reward matched his achievements, and the goblin handed over a mysterious box. Inside were an iblis embryo, a lion beast helmet, and the Zeus key he had been waiting for, the item that opened Zeus's treasury. Many players threw it away because it was only F rank, but once they reached the higher floors they realized how bad that choice was. It was one of the 12. Finding the others wouldn't be easy, but he was already one step closer. With that, the tutorial round officially ended. Those qualified for the tower would receive a message. Those who failed just had to try harder in the next tutorial round. Jungwoo got the message asking if he wanted to enter the tower, but Fante stopped him. He wanted to fight him again, man to man, but Jungwoo says he gives up and walks away. Fante thinks he wasn't even done talking and curses him out. What the hell was wrong with that guy? And just like that, a super rookie entered the tower right after the tutorial ended. Rumors spread from player to player. The rookie who completely took over first place had collected over 500,000 points. He had also beaten the royal siblings of the Horn tribe, and people called him Jugurdur. Because of that, many clans started looking for him. Countless people wanted to know everything about this rookie, but no one found any real information, only that he wore a mask. He was still a total mystery, since he hadn't even officially registered. Then Jongwoo arrived. It felt like a movie scene, or a dream, but the tower was overwhelming. It stood in the center, its top impossible to see, like it pierced the sky. The Tower of the God. The people tied to his brother's death had to be here. They saw his brother as a threat, but this time would be different. He would make them pay for everything they did. This was where it began. Looking at the paper, he thinks the place should be around here somewhere. Based on the photo, it had to be this spot. He walks in and finds a shop that looks ready to collapse, but the weapons are spotless. Every item there is high grade. When he looks at the weapon, he can't tell its stats. It could be completely ruined or something amazing. Either way, it's tempting. Then someone asks who the hell he is. Jungwoo is sure this is the dwarf smiling beside his brother in the photo. His brother mentioned him more than once. A loyal man, maybe even more than that, almost like a father. He remembers they barely knew their real father. Their father died in an accident when they were very young. All Jungwoo remembers is one warm hug and happy laughter. So what made this man someone his brother treated like a father? When he says he came to buy a weapon, the dwarf snaps at him. Can't he see the state of the shop? Was he insane? Stop messing around and leave. But when Jungwoo keeps talking seriously, he's told to get moving. The dwarf says he isn't selling anything. Jungwoo asks if it's because Artia fell apart. That instantly changes the mood, and the dwarf warns him not to bring that up. He was Artia's official blacksmith. He wasn't a player, so he never joined, but he stayed by their side. And with the incredible weapons he made, Artia won battle after battle. Seeing Jungwoo won't back down, he finally agrees to hear what he wants to buy. He hands over the dagger, then asks if Jungwoo even has money. Jungwoo asks if credits will work. The blacksmith laughs it off as a joke, but after seeing the dark elf bag, he figures this kid must be strong if he cleared the tutorial. So he agrees to look at the items. Still, he warns him, these things won't come cheap. Tutorial gear is usually worthless. Once he sees them, he says they may look like junk on their own, but they're all materials needed to forge that artifact. Now that he checks Jungwoo's gear closely, it's clear this isn't rookie equipment. The only thing he can't identify is the bracelet, and after seeing everything else, he thinks Jungwoo has to be messing with him. Those are items from famous beasts, a demon egg, and even something from the Lord of Beasts. Just having things like that is basically a guaranteed ticket to becoming a top player. He trusts his own work, but Jungwoo's gear is way beyond normal. He's sure the kid is toying with him, until Jungwoo asks for the gypsy eyes. That makes him curse. So that was the real reason. Only 5 blacksmiths can make something like that. Did he even understand what he was asking for? But Jungwoo calms him down. He says not to worry, he'll handle the other clans, and if the blacksmith is scared, he can walk away. That only makes the dwarf shout that he'll do it. As he studies the dagger, he realizes it's better than he thought. It feels like he's already held it before. He wonders if it once belonged to someone precious to Jungwoo's brother. Later, while walking alone at night, Jungwoo senses plenty of people following him around. 17. Maybe they were after his artifacts, but he doesn't want to fight. He slips into an alley and hides, then stays at a place his brother used to visit often. He spends time going through places his brother wrote about in his diary. The places his brother recommended always turn out good. He wonders what his brother was thinking there, how he sat there, and how he laughed with his friends. Over the next few days, he keeps visiting the blacksmith and stays nearby to make sure nothing goes wrong while the gypsy eyes are being made. Using his dragon eyes, he can tell the man is a true master. Thanks to those hands, his brother earned the name Wings of the Sky. The blacksmith asks if he's falling asleep. How could he nod off while watching real art being made? If he was bored, he should leave. Instead, he gets ordered to hammer metal for being lazy. Since Jungwoo knows nothing, he keeps asking what everything means. Hearing all the yelling, he figures the dwarf really doesn't like him. But from the other side, the dwarf thinks this kid is a mess, even worse than the report said. On top of that, the materials they gathered vanished in a single day. They had to figure out what happened, checking every rock and every corner. They needed proof from everywhere. The one leading that search was Leonte, one of the 5 clan leaders and a former Ardia member. After a lot of arguing, the dwarf finally starts teaching the protagonist blacksmithing, at least the basics. Through trial and error, he learns faster than the dwarf expected. The old man wonders if he's getting too old and thinking nonsense, then throws a tool at him because that wasn't the angle he was told to use. A month had already passed since Jungwoo arrived. He feels grateful. The dwarf complains non-stop, but he always teaches him the right way. He feels grateful. The dwarf complains non-stop, but he always teaches him the right way. Now he understands how much he cared about his brother. He was a strange but good person, and Jungwoo is glad there was at least one person who never betrayed his brother. That's why he couldn't drag him into danger. Once the gypsy eyes were done, he would disappear and climb the tower. He had to meet the high rankers and grow strong enough to face them. Then a crowd suddenly surrounds him. From what they say, they found the idiot who ignored the warning about going near Hinova's forge. Jungwoo gets it now. These were the ones harassing Hinova. They explain that the 8 clans don't handle outside business themselves, so they hire groups to do it for them, like pressuring Hinova. The protagonist tells them to leave Hinova alone and get lost. The moment he draws his sword, he wipes out the group. They can't understand how a rookie could be this strong. One of them begs for mercy, but Jungwoo shows none. Then they shout, asking how he dares cross them. He has no idea who's backing them, and he'll end up just like the old blacksmith. Jungwoo grabs him by the neck and tells him to say that again. The rest are terrified. Once they realize he wants all the details, one of them talks. Jungwoo really only needed one person to break. The man says their clan bosses ordered one team to get rid of Jungwoo and another to finish off Hinova, because if Hinova stayed alive, their clan would lose face. When Jungwoo arrives, he sees Hinova and asks if he's okay. Hinova apologizes. They took all the materials, including the item Jungwoo asked him to make. He's crushed over losing everything. Even then, Jungwoo calms him down and says he should rest. At least he's still alive. Jungwoo will handle the rest. Hinova asks what he plans to do, and Jungwoo says he'll take back everything they stole and make them pay for all of it. Night Watch was a powerful clan in the underworld of the tower's outer district, and rumors said they were tied to Red Dragon, one of the 8 clans. That's why nobody dared mess with them. Hinova grabs him, saying he can't go alone. But when Jungwoo calms him, Hinova freezes and clenches his fist. Why the hell did that kid keep reminding him of that boy from the past? Thanks to a traitor, the protagonist reaches their hideout. Judging by the setup, there are traps everywhere. This had to be the right place. He tells the guide he'll go in from here alone. As he steps inside, they ask why the man is so quiet, but then Jungwoo grabs his arm and throws him away. They start cursing Willet. He was a damn traitor. Now they had to kill the intruder. Soon, screams fill the place. They shout that he's just one player fresh out of the tutorial, so they should crush him, but one look in his eyes shakes them. They send their men at him anyway. Then he hears the sound of a trap and looks down, noticing someone trying to escape. He isn't about to let that happen. Once the man realizes he's cornered, he pulls out the hideout sword and attacks. He can't understand what just happened, and Jungwoo warns that if they want to live, they'd better come down. After tormenting them for a while, he demands compensation for everything they stole from Hinova and all the damage they caused. For now, he wants everything inside that safe. He doesn't care if they report what happened because the group backing them won't be able to help. When he returns to the dwarf, Hinova asks where he's been. The moment he sees the bag, he says Jungwoo is crazy. He's going to get himself into serious trouble. But at least he came back alive. They should get some sleep. The next day, Cha Yongwoo shows him the work. Hinova has to say something because it really does look better than before. Still, he sighs. Jung Yoo-woo was the one who wanted the eyes, so this was the least he could do. The attitude reminds him a lot of someone else. Then he pulls out the new weapon he made and says it turned out pretty well. Thanks to the progress, a lot of MC's skills improved, and now he can even see other people's information. It's unexpected, but a huge advantage. Even the very shy part of the description fits surprisingly well. When Cha Yeon-woo asks more about how the sword was made, Hinova gets mad again and refuses to explain. But once he notices the sword is finished, he grabs it and can't believe it. He knew the kid learned fast, but what was this? Quietly, he admits he couldn't have made it any better himself. Cha Yeon-woo thinks it really is that hard for him to give one simple compliment. Instead, Hinova starts cursing him out, and then an explosion goes off. Someone shouts, asking where he's been. They searched every damn rock looking for him. Cha Yeon-woo just tightens his fist. Hinova asks if he's really going to let that bastard slide. Then he also realizes he knows her. He made that weapon for her when she was little. And now that he thinks about it, there was another kid who never understood words either. Days pass and Fonte keeps challenging him to fight all the time while eating on the way to the bathroom, even while working. In the end, Cha Yeon-woo agrees, but only with a bet. Right after that, Fante comes back with both eyes bruised. He curses under his breath. Back in the tutorial, their levels were close, but now the gap is huge. As Cha Yeon-woo keeps working, he thinks he finally has a reason to stay here. We learn that his brother cleared the first 10 floors in 10 days and earned the key of Hades for breaking the record for clearing the beginner floors that fast. Cha Yeon-woo is just waiting for the gypsy eyes so he can do the same. The dwarf still can't stop thinking about that damn kid from the past. Then someone walks in. He says the shop is closed and to come back tomorrow. but a huge red figure answers, "It's been a long time, master." After that, the three of them are sharing a moment when someone else arrives. He stands out right away. Who was he? Then they recognize him. The rumors were true, it was the brothers and him. This should be Mr. Khan. The man introduced himself as Taham from the Red Zephyr clan. He came to persuade him to join. After that, invitation after invitation kept coming in. None of them caught his interest. Then someone else showed up. So this guy was Hoarder. Yanwu couldn't understand why that man was here. It was Bahal, the Flame Fist, a ranker, and one of the top leaders of Red Dragon, plus a former student of Hinova. He wanted the same thing as the others. He was here to recruit him into his clan and help him climb the tower. Yanwu figured the offer came from their need for more power, especially since a war between the 8 clans was probably coming. The man looked calm, but he was really a monster. So he said he wasn't interested in joining for now. After hearing that, Bahal asked him to think it over. He also told him to watch over the dwarf. He'd grown pretty attached to him even if he was grumpy, so he wanted him protected. Yanwu rushed out to where Hinova was, but he was fine and said it was a good thing Bahal had come. His item was ready. When Yanwu opened the chest, he was confused. The eyes were supposed to be an amulet, so what was this? Hinova calmed him down. It was a gift he made himself. When the protagonist checked it with his dragon eyes, he saw armor made of Gaius. It raised perception by 20 and reduced physical damage, including elemental attacks like fire, ice, lightning, and holy power. It also resisted curses, poison, and arcane power. It could even repair itself by 50%, though only once a day. He was amazed. Hinova's talent was unbelievable. He had made something incredible. The coat was already amazing, but there was still the mask. It boosted his power by 30, and had a fear effect for 15 to 20 seconds. It was a one-of-a-kind artifact. There was nothing else like it in the tower. Yanwu felt it was worth far more than what he'd paid. Hinova said of course he didn't have enough money right now, but since he'd already said so, he could pay the rest with credits over time. Now Yanwu understood why his brother cared so much about him. Then MC put on his full armor. He didn't know how long he'd stay in the tower, so if this was their last goodbye, he gave Hinova his most sincere thanks for everything he had done. After that, Yanwu arrived at the tower. He was about to open the door when Fante stopped him. Why hadn't he told them he was leaving? They should have talked a little longer. But Yanwu shot back that he didn't have time to mess around like they did. He had to go in. But the two of them made up their minds to come with him. They said they wouldn't get in his way, so he didn't need to worry. Yanwu told them to do what they wanted, but if they fell behind, he'd leave them. Once they entered the waiting area, the place where people rested before taking on the tower's tasks, there looked to be around 50 people there. A lot of them were complaining about why they'd been brought in. But Yanwu realized they were talking about the siblings. Then they started talking about him too. Still, he stayed focused on clearing the first 10 floors in 9 days. Easy to say, hard to do, but he needed the keys. He already had the tutorial key. Another waited on the next floor, and the rest were hidden across the first 10 floors. Some were in unexpected places, and others came from hidden quests. Then a voice welcomed them. His name was Aaron, the guardian of the tower's first floor. He knew many of them had been here before and wanted another try, but there were also newcomers, so he needed to explain the rules. Everyone had to listen carefully. He moved them all, and the first stage was the cliff. There were 2 teams, one on each side, with 100 players per team. The goal was to protect your team's crystals and steal or destroy the enemies. Whichever team had more left when time ran out would win. Each side had 5 crystals. How they handled the test didn't matter. They could hide them or let the strongest players carry them. Yanwu thought the test was insane. 100 strangers had to work together. And to get the key, he needed all 10 crystals, 5 red and 5 blue. The problem was that players could choose to destroy the crystals, and if even one was lost, his goal would become impossible. So he decided to crush anyone in his way. First, he needed all 5 crystals from his own team in his hands. When they asked who would be the blue team's leader, someone stepped forward, but one of the siblings didn't agree. He said he'd take charge of all 5 crystals himself. Was there anyone better than him at protecting them? People yelled at him to quit acting stupid. Last time, because of his ego, every crystal got destroyed. Everyone agreed with that. Yanwu finally learned what had happened before. It sounded exactly like something that guy would do. But then he threatened them, and no one argued. He just laughed, saying this time would be different. Still, Yanwu held out his hand, which confused everyone there. Later in the room, he told the goblin he didn't get why his lord cared so much about that rookie. Even if he was strong, he was still new. But Aaron just laughed and proposed a bet. If they didn't trust the rookie, he'd wager the boy would do something extraordinary. Aaron took the opposite side and bet he wouldn't. Meanwhile, people couldn't understand why that sibling had handed the crystals to such a mysterious person. They asked what his plan was. He told them to guard the area for a while. 30 minutes, maybe an hour at most. They agreed, and he told them to come back safe. Yanwu broke down the test. It was so hard because each team had to build a plan around the enemy and find the hidden crystals. But the biggest problem was the bridge. It looked like it could break from the slightest strain, so fighting there was unavoidable. Even so, there was another way. He drew his sword, then activated his power. The best way to beat them was to cut off their only escape route. Everyone thought he was completely crazy. They had to stop him, but instead he managed to gather all 10 crystals. After fusing them, he got the hidden piece, the key of Hera. The trial was over, and the enemy team had been wiped out. It took only 30 minutes for the round to end, the shortest round in tower history. It was the shortest ever. Yaowu earned the highest score, and he was the only one. They offered him his rewards, but he refused. He wanted to delay all his prizes until he cleared every beginner area. That surprised them, so he really did know the trick of the game. If he saved the rewards, he could combine them into something much better. Since that was his choice, they asked if anyone wanted to continue to the next floor. None of the other players had the karma for it, and they gave up after that test. They said they'd wait for the next round. With only 3 people left, the next round was ready to begin. Yaowu told the other 2 to go back, since staying wouldn't earn them any points. But they wanted to see how far he could go. When he asked to start, he also requested to be separated from the group. He wanted to do it alone. Aaron warned him it was dangerous, but if that was what he wanted, he wished him luck. Then the test began. The goal of the second trial was to become the king of the forest by subduing countless monsters. Yaowu thought it was the perfect place to measure his strength. He started by taking out one group at a time. That's how he got the key of Demeter, and then he moved to the next level. When he found himself surrounded, he remembered that Archia's group had taken 10 days to clear the beginner zones, so if that was their time, he decided to finish in 5 days. In the monitor room, they couldn't believe it. He had cleared the 7th floor in just 12 hours and 27 minutes. It felt impossible. Archia's group had done things like this too, but Yaowu was doing it alone. It was absurd. Then he cleared the 8th floor in only 7 hours and 45 minutes, getting that key too. Everyone started panicking. The goblin said he was going to get rich at this rate. When Yaowu was on the 9th stage, lava and fire, a voice shouted, asking how he dared stand before the Fire King. He knew it was still too soon to subdue it, so for the first time he asked for help. He told Fante to handle the ogre. Then Adora had to take over. Jumping down with both daggers in his hands, he stabbed it through the skull. With that monster down, the key of Hepahosta was obtained. Now he had 10 keys. He only needed 2 more to open the treasure of Olympus. One came from setting the record for clearing the beginner zone, and the other was on the 10th floor. Since he had reached the last floor, the others said goodbye. They only came to see how he would do, and he had now reached the white stage of the 10th floor. It was a place cut off from both the living and the dead, where time itself didn't exist. This was the stage where players failed the most. His brother and his group had acted like kings when they got there. Because of all the records they'd broken, they thought this floor would be easy too. But the tower knew exactly how to crush hope. This was a solo battle. Artia's group suffered badly here because they had always fought as a team, but for Yaowu it was different. That weakness wouldn't work on him. He had to find a door somewhere on the 10th floor. As he moved on, he smashed one fake door after another, but then he chose the real one. At last, he did it. He got the 11th key. His time beat the old record by 83 hours. When he saw his brother's name, nostalgia hit him, and he refused the honor of putting his own name on the ranking. He also received several items for clearing the floor, along with the final key. Together, they unlocked a new power. They had formed the key of Olympus. When he reached the door, he inserted the key, and someone was there to greet him. So he was the one who had thrown the Guardians into panic. It was Hermes, who said he had never met anyone like him. But Yaowu only demanded entry to the treasury. Hermes laughed. He really was impatient, but he'd grant his wish and told him to follow. As they walked, Hermes seemed almost embarrassed, but he still offered him an artifact. It was one of the best of its kind, and if Yaowu accepted it, Hermes would take him as an apostle. That meant he'd be trained by him and could influence his followers. Hermes was one of the 12 gods of Olympus, so becoming his apostle would be something truly rare. Tempting as it was, he couldn't accept. As they kept walking, even the weapons started talking. They tried to convince him to take them, but Yaowu was looking for one thing in particular. When he saw the painting, he knew he'd found it. The shield that can turn enemies to stone. He grabbed it, then wondered where Zeus's items and his were. His watch suddenly lit up, and he had no idea why. A second later, it started acting like a compass. That's when he realized it was leading him to a hidden door. Behind it was something everyone knew by name, Zeus's thunderbolt. But the moment he grabbed it, it shattered into countless pieces. He had no clue what that meant. Then a bright light burst out, and a chain bracelet wrapped itself around his arm. Not knowing what it was, he used his eye to check what had happened. The item details were unreadable, except for one name, the Black King. Even his brother had never written about this in his journal. All he learns here is that the Black King once ruled the serpent, and that's about it. So he can only guess how to use the artifact well. Since he had already picked his items, he was kicked out of the treasury. When he opened his eyes, Hermes congratulated him. He had truly left an impression. When Hermes asked why the thunderbolt disappeared, he just laughed. That part would stay secret. Besides, the tower gives rewards however it wants. Now that things had settled down, Hermes moved on to the rest of the rewards. There were 12 items total, but he asked to turn them into a single reward. What he wanted was the thunderbolt. When Hermes said that was impossible, he made it clear he was serious. He really wanted the thunderbolt, but since he couldn't get it, Hermes gave him a different item along with the shield. After that, they said goodbye. That should have been the end. But Hermes laughed. Something very interesting was happening elsewhere. In another area, people were talking about the protagonist. One of them was glad, even though the record he helped set had been broken. Still, their real focus was bringing him into their group. Not forever, though. If by any chance he refused to join, they would crush him, just like they had done to other players. The same thing happened to Arya's group. They kept breaking record after record, which stirred up jealousy and anger in the 8 great clans, so they all agreed to wipe them out. Looking down, he figured this was the place he had been told about. There wasn't much time. They had to strike now. When he came down, he said it had been a long time. Leonte snapped back, asking if he understood what he had just done. He did. This was how a war began, wasn't it? Beating one of the 5 war gods of the Blue Sword clan was a fine way to start. They used to be friends, so he should hand over the mana organ. Maybe then his life would be spared, but he refused. As for the protagonist, he meets a rabbit who explains that the 11th floor is completely different. On earlier floors, if a player failed, they could keep trying as many times as needed, then recover in the waiting area. But the 11th floor had no waiting area at all. If he failed, he stayed there. If he got hurt, he had to treat himself there. In short, a player was trapped until clearing the test, and if there were no questions, then the next stage would begin. It was the world of dreams. His job was to hatch his own mystical beast from the egg in his hand. No one knew what kind of creature would come out, because it changed based on the dreams and devotion fed to it. On top of that, it needed real care. The more effort he gave it, the stronger his partner would become. Then the rabbit left. He sighed. This was going to be hard. For his brother, it wasn't. He treated it like the first stage where he could live a normal life, giving it lots of love and attention. That helped him hatch one of the best species in the game. But the protagonist wasn't good at that stuff at all. Unlike his warm-hearted brother, he was terrible at taking care of anything, though his brother had left him a few tips. Even so, the beast would awaken with flame abilities, so the best place to raise it was a phoenix key. Because of his fire and wind affinity, he figured his friends would take a while, so he left them a coded message to find him. Soon he reached the land of the phoenix, and it was already watching him from far away. He didn't get it. Had it always been like this? The killing intent was incredibly strong. As he looked toward the nest, the phoenix moved, but he was told to stop. One more step and he'd die. He said he had come a long way and only wanted a mission to earn its flame, but the phoenix wanted nothing to do with him. He had to leave. Yonmu felt something was off. He thought it might be because of the mana in the stones. As he moved closer, he apologized for coming this far. They yelled at him to back off. Just as he suspected, he said he could see she was sitting on her eggs. At that, the shouting stopped. He could tell one of them was missing. She didn't understand what he meant and told him to get lost. To her, he was just a human. Yanwu lowered his gaze and said that if he got the egg back, would she give him a mission? Even though her answer was full of hate, he took it as a yes. Once the quest appeared, he saw the mana trail ended there. Not far away, some men were bragging about their big score. They had found the egg while the phoenix was gone and planned to sell it, but then blood suddenly spilled. He wondered when that happened. One of them said the water from before worked great, so there was no need to worry. He would handle the egg himself. He was thrilled and never thought he'd get something like this, but a sword pierced his heart. Yanwu thought this was the easiest mission he'd had so far. The phoenix cried when she got her child back, and the protagonist was glad. The feeling was strange, but she thanked him and kept her promise, giving him the life flame skill as his reward. Still, to be a proper vessel, he had to make the right container and come back. He needed 5 albatross eggs, 80 snake apples, and a lesser dragon heart. He cursed. It was harder than he expected. That night, he built a warm, calm space. Looking at the egg, he guessed it was in a good mood. He followed the instructions, but still wasn't sure if he was doing it right. He couldn't believe he was actually doing this, petting it. He was literally petting an egg. By the next day, everything seemed fine so far. He also checked the reward from the Phoenix quest, and when he shook an earring, a soul came out. Using his skill, he ordered it to obey. After plenty of failed tries and whining from the soul, he finally succeeded. It was the witch doctor. It followed every command, and it could even use lower-level magic without trouble. After more testing, he found it was a bit slow, and the farther away it got, the less he felt connected to it. That wrapped up his tests. He also wanted to know what the bracelet did, but nothing made sense. Even his eyes couldn't identify it. Then the Phoenix came over and asked about it. He could see many kinds of objects, but he still couldn't tell what this one was. Most likely, it was an opposite force. The Phoenix was a being that burned with life and was reborn through fire, but this thing brought life through death. The bird also noticed he had been blessed by the goddess of war because he carried that shield. It protects against dark magic and can petrify enemies across a wide area. It also boosts allies and weakens enemies in battle, which meant the spirits the protagonist controlled would get those benefits too. But there was a problem. His allies were afraid of something. The shield and the black bracelet didn't work together. Then he came up with a plan. Merge the divine sword with the bracelet's curse, creating a cursed but divine sword. That way he could use both the shield and the curses. The Phoenix was stunned. It had never seen anyone wield both powers at once. Before leaving, it asked him for one more favor, to name the baby he had saved. Back in the Phoenix's nest, he held the chick. He laughed. Even someone like him could get nervous. Now he had to choose a name. After thinking, he called it Jian. When asked if something was wrong, the Phoenix coughed awkwardly and said it guessed the chick would like that name when it grew up. Once he gave it a blessing and a name, Jian felt something strange spreading through his body. Now he only needed 0.5 more to complete his body growth. After that, he left and tried to control the shield, which we learned could split into 9 pieces. But it was far harder than he expected, like drawing a circle with one hand and a square with the other. That night, after all his skills had gone up, we finally get an update on his stats. Strength 253 plus 23 from armor. Agility 245 plus 29 from armor. Health 239 plus 14 from armor. Magic 320 plus 22 from armor, along with all his skills and their percentages. Then, when he checked the rankings, Idora had passed him, but he still hadn't found them. Something must have happened, and he wondered what it was. 5 days passed, and Fante and Idora still never appeared on the 11th floor. On his own, Jian kept training and learned to control 3 shields. His spirits had grown too, to the point that they could now think for themselves. Then it was time to make a vessel for the life flame. He arrived at a dry wasteland, where the quest waited. Kill that creature and its eggs because they were damaging the area's ecosystem. When it came closer, Jian told his spirits to come out. He used Devour, and gave each of them a reward for the job. Honestly, it was amazing to sit back while they did all the work for him. The next quest was to gather the apples, and a few hours later, it was done. Seriously, those poor spirits were being worked like day laborers. Later in town, he heard people saying someone was draining materials from every area and slowing everyone down. Jian felt a little guilty, but he needed them to make a proper vessel. Still, the city was supposed to be full of life, so he doubted the mood had changed just because of him. He started to wonder if something else had happened. Then someone shouted for everyone to move aside, unless they wanted to get hurt. They were from the Giant Clan, allies of the Blue Sword Clan. If they were moving through here, then something serious must have happened. Wanting answers, he followed them to a shop. Handing over a pouch, he said he wanted to buy something. Evasive wings. He wanted as many as possible, and while buying them, he also asked for information, adding more money. He wanted to know what had happened on the 11th floor. After thinking it over, the seller agreed to tell him. First, he asked if Jian knew that the Red Dragon Clan and the Blue Sword Clan, they were at war. Yaomu's killing intent flared up. He asked what he meant and cursed himself for getting careless. He apologized and asked him to keep telling the story. After a clash between Bahal and the Red Dragon outside, Leonte made it out alive, and that led both clans to openly declare war. Most likely the fighting would happen on floor 11, because it had plenty of resources they could use to strengthen their magic beasts. Now Yeonwoo got why they hated him so much. He'd been taking those resources. He figured he needed to leave floor 11 fast. While walking through the forest, he told them to come out. They said so. He was the hoarder. They knew someone had been stealing everyone's resources, and they suspected him, so they wanted his help with their investigation. Yeonwoo shot back that they should just come for him instead of making excuses to fight. Once he admitted he was the one taking the resources, they moved to attack, but their captain's head rolled across the ground. He'd been beheaded. They had to run, but Yeonwoo's dark beast pierced the soldiers. Others tried to flee with everything they had, but between the dark beast and MC, none of them were getting away. Then another group watched from behind. This one was weaker, but they thought things would go differently if they surrounded him, so he couldn't catch them off guard. As they moved, they wondered why it was so cloudy, and tried to regroup, but their soldiers were already gone. What was happening? The general told them to run, but the captain refused to abandon the mission. The mission didn't matter. Ghosts were hunting them. They had to run. These things were worse than monsters. Then he saw a shadow and someone told him to look behind him. Here we learn that the mist powers confused enemies and split soldiers apart. Because it ruined their vision, the enemy couldn't set up an ambush. The fear players felt after 10 seconds hit everyone nearby, throwing them into panic. That made his curses over 200% more effective. A brutal combo. Even his spirits now had minds of their own, and they chose to support him, calling him their master, especially the healer, who wanted to grow stronger to help him. Now only 3 people were left out of the 150 there had been. Yeonwoo asked if any of them wanted to live. After killing the other 2, that last survivor had to go tell the people who sent him that if this happened one more time, he would wipe every one of them out. Then he was free to leave. After that, he told his dark hound to follow him. The bartender thought they were tearing each other apart pretty badly. Many clans had gathered to take down that man. If they beat him, he could have valuable information, and if he won, they'd learn more about how strong Joe Arter was and sell that knowledge for a good price. When the soldiers showed up, they realized the group must have lost. He cursed the man for giving him that mission, then ordered them to get rid of him. But the hound appeared. It wasn't going to leave behind any information about its master. Later, he returned to the nest and everything was ready. The materials were high quality, so something very special could come from them. Cha Seon-woo had earned the highest score again, and memories of his childhood with his brother came back, days full of laughter and fun. All those warm memories had one thing in common: his brother was in every single one. Then he suddenly started crying. The man who never showed affection, who always seemed perfect and emotionless, finally broke. The bird calmed him down. That power was life itself. It burned away things like hatred, and from the ashes came memories like the ones he saw. It also felt like her daughter had grown attached to him, so when he left he should come visit her. He agreed, and since everything was ready, they could begin. The hatching of his egg was starting. He was shocked. He'd never seen one that big before, but nothing happened. The egg didn't hatch. The phoenix tried to give him encouraging words, saying that sometimes that happened and they just had to wait a little longer. But when nothing changed, she said it needed motivation. Since that floor was the world of dreams, the beasts fed on them. So he had to give the egg a dream, tell it what his own dream was. Thinking back to the cliff, he felt his dream wasn't anything good. He only wanted revenge. But that wasn't a dream, it was just a goal. He couldn't think of any dream at all. It felt too small. Then Shirtby came over and said his friend was only sleeping. That gave him an idea, so if it was sleeping, he'd feed it the best flames. And if that wasn't enough, he'd pour in the power of the 3 legendary beasts and see if it still wanted to stay inside such a tiny space. He'd keep feeding it until its belly burst. Yeah, that was bad news for the poor little egg. Then someone stopped him and handed him a letter from Fante and Adora. It said their tribe had important business, so they'd been called back as royalty. They apologized for not going with him, but said they followed after handling those matters. It also said they'd sent someone because he might need help. Even if he looked weak, he was an heir of the psychics. Yeonwoo was surprised. They were the prophets, the forerunners who could speak with the gods serving the one-horned tribe. But the boy calmed him down. He knew what he was thinking, but he wasn't as important as that sounded. There had been another successor before him, which meant he was the weakest one. Still, he asked to come along and wanted a chance. Since they needed his sister's foresight ability, Yeonwoo said he should go back to the village. Then he remembered they were busy, but the elders also wanted to meet him, so visiting would be best. Yeonwoo thought it over. Since that tribe was one of the oldest in the game, they probably knew many secrets. When he saw the egg, he was amazed, but this wasn't the time to stand there stunned. He'd heard the tribe didn't welcome outsiders, and their location was unknown, so how would they get there? But the boy said that wasn't true. They even had traveling merchants who traded with them. Still, the village was hidden by a barrier, so the protagonist had to stay close. He handed over a ticket that would let him leave the tower. Looking back at the nest, Yeonwoo figured he'd return soon. He crushed the ticket, and from then on he had to copy every step the boy took exactly. As they moved, he didn't fully get it. He had no idea what kind of skill this was, but he felt like he was starting to understand. Step by step, he was glad he'd managed it. He still didn't completely understand, because the path had no clear pattern. The guide was just walking along the flow of energy he left behind. Yeonwoo studied each step so he wouldn't get lost. 45 degrees to the left, then 16 degrees to the right. Now he got it. So this was the place. Then a voice said it never expected an outsider to cross the cloud of Hojo and Mystic Jin. The horned man demanded to know where he had gone. He was lucky to make it through. If he'd missed even one step, he would have been trapped forever. Yeonwoo stayed calm and said he saw the path, so there was nothing to worry about. Was he some kind of monster? That seemed impossible. Then the village appeared. It was a civilization like any other. Everyone was shocked to see a human. Was that the person Lady Adora had mentioned? Yeonwoo couldn't understand what they were muttering. And then Adora showed up. She apologized for not warning them. They just never believed the princess could smile like that because of someone. Then someone else appeared. So this was the human his daughter had talked about. It was the martial king. He felt like a monster, dark and overwhelming. No wonder Yeonwoo got through their mist field. And now that everyone was here, when was he going to marry his daughter? Adora just shouted at him to let go. She said she'd beat him up. He replied that it had been a long time since they'd had a guest, so they should at least serve tea. He apologized for the wait. He had to dress properly. Now they could talk. Yeonwoo was the top rookie to clear the tutorial. Blood brother of the fox and the one who defeated Arandon, right? The protagonist stood up. How did he know that? But then the man pressed down with his presence. Yeonwoo felt it and couldn't move. Once he sat back down, the elders started talking about the egg. Long ago, there had been someone with something similar. Originally a being from outside. They said that case happened before the tower even existed. That egg must have been warped by unknown causes, and to hatch it they had to fix that with moon seeds. Seeds passed down through their clan for generations. Yeonwoo asked how to get those seeds. They couldn't just give them away, because they were too valuable. They took 15 years to grow. He offered money, but they refused. Then he offered rare items, and they still said no, but his body looked promising. Had he heard about the war between the Red Dragon and King Dao? Sooner or later they would go there as merchants, and they wanted an ally. What did he think? That's how his mission was decided. For the first time in decades, the one-horn group would join the war as merchants on King Dao's side. Yeonwoo had to become one of them and enter the war. He didn't want to get involved, but he accepted. They congratulated him. Taking part in that war would help a lot, since the experience he gained there would be useful for climbing the tower later. And unless there was an objection, Khan would join his side. But then someone raised a hand. Since Yeonwoo was only from floor 11, he was far too weak to join their ranks. Seeing the brothers argue, the others stepped in. But if he distrusted the human that much, he could test him. After they went outside, they apologized and explained that things were a little messy, because their clan had 51 families, and he was the strongest candidate among them all. His brother denied it, but it was obvious he was stronger. Seeing Adora worried, Yeonwoo calmed her. She only had to watch and stay still. He wasn't going to worry them. The Horn tribe moved to their arena, and as they said earlier, this test was meant to prove his strength. Killing was forbidden, and if everything was clear, they could begin. The other guy called him an arrogant brat and said he'd cut off all his fingers with his sword skill. Yeonwoo only moved his arm. The man wondered where he was, and Cha MC told him not to stick his nose into his business again. But the match still wasn't over. The brothers shouted for him to stop the fight. That sword shouldn't be able to do that. He told Cha Yim-woo he would never walk again. Then came sword dance. Everyone got excited. This was even better than they expected. His skills were incredibly strong. They asked if everyone agreed now that he was qualified to become one of them. Later that afternoon, they asked him directly how he knew about Arandon. He admitted a spirit told him, but he calmed them, saying it was never. He says he won't tell anyone, though 3 others have the same gift. One of them is all for one, someone far stronger than him. He needs to be careful around that guy. The diary mentioned him too, a being at the top of the tower who knows everything like the back of his hand. They also tell him the Horn tribe will join King Dao in 5 days, so they need to work together and act friendly with everyone else. That night, the tribe chief asks the woman beside him if this is really the boy they should accept as their disciple after the war. Later, the tribe holds a small celebration for their new disciple. Cha Yangwoo thinks they're way too cheerful. This kind of mood just isn't for him. Then someone notices him. If he's the new one, he should come greet them, not make them walk over first. A fight is about to break out, but the princess steps in and stops it. She tells him his egg was moved to the elders. She thanks him too. The whole village is happy with their deal. They even want him to stay so they can study the egg more closely. Then he notices the chains. Cha Yangwoo asks for her help. He needs her eyes to figure out what they are, and she says they're ancient restraints made from divine iron, a very rare material. But the set isn't complete. From the bracelet, she can tell it's missing a leg shackle and a pillory. If he finds them, he might uncover their secret. Then he asks one more favor. After that, they meet with her father, who wants to teach his tribe's Mugong technique to Chow Yan Wu. After talking for a while, he agrees, but only if he proves he's worthy. As he walks, the protagonist remembers his brother's death. The sword in his brother's body had been made of divine iron. The next day, he asks the princess how things went. She gets annoyed. He didn't even say hello, but she still says it went well. He got permission to enter the archives. That gave him a new trial. He could learn the technique only if he reached enlightenment, and no one was allowed to help him. He only had 4 days, something no one had managed before. Then they show him the archives. There are thousands of books. His first job is finding the right ones. On top of that, he also has to figure out what the words mean. So he grabs whatever book he can and starts reading, memorizing the letters so he can understand the writing. He keeps going, book after book, and learns a lot about the cycle of magic, even about the gods and demons of the 98th floor. Now people are starting to watch him with curiosity. He keeps studying, learning how to better use his own abilities, and he goes on like that for hours and hours over 4 days. The princess ends up falling asleep. She asks if he's okay, and one look at his eyes tells her he's mentally drained. But no, those are the eyes of someone right before enlightenment. That should have been impossible. His mana vein and all 12 meridians had opened. Edora looks at him with love. She spent 4 days beside him, and now he feels like a completely different person. Still, Leon tells him he's starving and asks if there's anything to eat. Even so, he still hasn't fully completed the skill, and with just 1 day left, he needs to learn how to bring that power out as a technique. The next day is the test. He thinks Leon doesn't look ready, and Leon complains to his daughter for not feeding him properly. He's all skin and bones. Then Leon asks him to start the evaluation. It's shocking. Leon sprouts Wings of Fire, which inspires the name of his skill made to honor his brother, Wings of the Sky. They're impressed. It's a very strong technique. He focused on balancing attack and destructive power, and that balance lets him pass the test. He had reached control over his abilities, so that became his reward. Now the focus will be training him in martial arts. But the war is about to begin. He has to follow and bring him along. He agrees, though it's hard to believe he can keep up with the king in war. Still, if he studies him with his eyes, he'll gain wisdom. Then the king offers him a first lesson, one of the secrets of supreme power, the Dantian. Leon thinks it's happening way too fast. He can clearly see the king's hidden potential, and now the beast has opened its eyes. This is ridiculous. Was what he just did even possible? After removing it, he tells him to get ready. It's time for war, and Leon now only wants to surpass that man. When he gets back to his room, he says he nearly died. They ask why he acts so cool. The truth is, he used up all his strength. But in front of that boy, he couldn't show weakness. He had to seem like an impossible wall. Then the night of war arrives. They shout that nobody better wet their pants. They'll check each one if they have to. Everyone laughs, but they're also told not to die. If anyone does, they'll be chased in hell and dragged back. Got it? Then it's time to play. Everyone's fired up and tears their entrance ticket to go inside. Leon says the day has finally come as he tears his ticket. Right before the war, they call him over. They're going to teach him the 8 points. He'll only be shown once, so he has to watch carefully. First comes Gum, then Teika. He's stunned. The movements are exact, flowing together like a stream. And with that, the first 32 steps are done. Closing his eyes, he thinks there were more, but maybe he shouldn't have noticed. Not wanting to crush his spirit, he's ready to admit he can't do it. But Leon says he memorized it and wants to try. Just like that, Leon begins. First Gum, then Teika, then Leon. That's right, isn't it? He's proud. If Leon couldn't do that, he wouldn't be his disciple. And that's how he starts mastering the 8 fists. His children can clearly tell he's frustrated. Leon feels his mana flow growing stronger, but it's still only the basics. Even so, he really wants to test it. With full confidence, Leon asks if he can take care of the war, but he knows he can't just do that. Still, he wants to see his new skills in action, so he comes up with an idea. In the city of Karam, people are running around, not knowing what's happening. They wonder if it's the Sword Aura clan, but no, it's the Horn tribe. They can't believe it, since that tribe never joined wars before. Someone tells their general to look up. It's the martial king. He freezes, then he's asked if he wants to live. He'll be given one chance. Fante says someone is flying this way. He complains, was he kidnapping people now? He's shut down, they were brought here for a reason. He orders them to fight this guy. If they win, they'll be freed. There are already 5 generals. They can use any method they want. The only rule is one-on-one. One of them volunteers to fight first, even though he's angry. He can't believe he has to face a rookie, so he even gives him the first move. Then the match begins. He can't believe that speed. That brat was dangerous. Then it was time for the next one, and the next. He never thought he'd really have to fight. But looking at Jahan, he knows the boy is at his limit. Someone warns him to be careful. Even at full strength, Jahan would still be dangerous. Rankers are titles given to the strongest players climbing the tower. Most of them have reached the 50th floor, but that floor is known as the barrier. So people who stop at floor 49 are called semi-rankers. Jahan believes that someday he'll face the 8 clans, defeat the high rankers, and even the 9 kings. So fighting a semi-ranker is the best way to break past his limits. As their swords clash, he asks for one favor. No matter how this ends, his men must be set free. Hearing that, he realizes this man is ready to die. So he has to face him the same way. Seriously, using all his power, he's completely different from the other four. No matter how much he attacks, he can't find an opening until he spots one on the upper left forearm. But he misses. Damn, it's too late to avoid it. He won't dodge in time. He has no idea what just happened. He was sure the hit landed, so there's no way he was mistaken. Right now there are two openings, but once again he's the one who gets hurt. He wonders what happened. His instincts scream not to trust what he sees or he's dead. The man says he gets it. Now he doesn't know what focal points are, right? One look at his face, and he knows he'll be the one who survives. He rushes in fast, completely unlike a moment ago. He tries to think of a way out, but the more he thinks, the only answer is death. So he activates his foresight skill. He has no idea what's going on. He was sure he killed John. John decides he doesn't need to explain. As he dies, the man thinks at least he saved his subordinates. They ask if he wasn't afraid of death. He says of course he was. When he first got there, he was shaking, but he was also a leader. As he fades, he thinks that if his brother had someone like this beside him, maybe he wouldn't have met such a tragic end. Barely alive, John asks him to teach him about focal points. Basically, they're feints. One possibility can be turned into a lie. Put simply, focal points are the power to choose the possibilities in a fight. But only players who have trained their mana to the limit can do that, and he has only just started learning the fists. And with that, the first battle between the Red Dragon clan and the Azure clan ends in that city. On the 11th floor, this man tells them to move. Mama Phoenix thinks something is coming. It looks like John has returned. Later, the protagonist is recovering so he can get back to full strength. But something is wrong. Chirpy looks terrified. The siblings are talking, and then the door is blown open. John rushes out at full speed. He thinks he can feel her fear. What the hell happened? When he reaches the nest, everything is destroyed. He panics. He can't sense any traces of Phoenix magic. While digging through the wreckage, he sees something shine. It's Chirpy. When he picks her up, she's very weak, and he can see her memories. Someone tells her mother she's not as impressive as expected. They apologize, then pull out the god saber. We learn that Changhua Island is one of the 8 main clans, even though it has fewer members. What makes it so feared is its 5 martial gods, and every one of them is a high ranker. The one in Chirpy's memory is the god of the sword, and that's how the phoenix died. The little one just cries. He realizes he can't take Chirpy with him. Changhua Island had worked with the Horn tribe, so he needs to take her somewhere else. A voice thanks him. He had found her youngest child. He shouldn't be so angry just because she died. In a few decades, she might come back. But Changhua sees death as final. Even if she returns, it will be in a different time. She asks one thing of him: until she comes back, protect her little one. It was a heartfelt plea. On top of that, she would give him something small, something that could help her little one in danger. The inheritance of her legacy had begun. This was the power of the Phoenix, and he knew he couldn't waste any of it. A new skill called Bear was created, and his body was now 99.8% complete. Every wound on him was healed. Still, he didn't get why the Phoenix spirit was flowing beside the stone, and he had been given a huge skill. Kirby begged him to save her siblings. John is shocked by how brave she is, but that's fine. They would save them together. Then Adora arrives, glad to see him safe, but she asks what this place was. He tells her it was his friend's nest, and Changhua Island was hunting the legendary beasts. He hadn't asked for help, not from the One-Horn tribe either, so he hoped she wouldn't interfere. Adora tells him she's going anyway. She hated what the island had done by dragging her tribe into this. He smiles. Since he knew the way, she just had to follow him. Later in the eastern territory of the Empty Dragon, he thinks they came too late. Then someone calls for him and laughs. So this was the player favored by the legendary beast. John recognizes him, so he was the remnant of the Empty Dragon. If that was true, he laughs. He knew it. He would help him get revenge in exchange for using his power. Bold offer, but he accepted. That bastard hadn't just awakened him, he also took his inner core and his heart, so he'd help, just this once. Still, the gap between them was pretty big, so he would help him cut it down. And just like that, the contract was made. He gained the title Dragon Contractor. In the north, the Bisal turtle had also been killed, and it too gave its blessing. Now only one legendary beast was left. When asked what they should do, he said the tiger was still safe, but they should leave. He would handle his own problem himself. Or he could accept their request if they gave him the little phoenix on his shoulder. Adora thinks he's unbelievably rude and arrogant, and she firmly believes they should leave. The tiger, though, felt differently. Unlike the others, that meant they had done all they could, right? So they should return to the village. He respects that, but he can't go back there with Chirapy, and once he gets the egg, he plans to go to the Red Dragon. Then an explosion erupts. It had started. He tells Chirapy she needs to look carefully at who they would have to defeat in the future, and uses shared vision. John wonders if the sword god had always been this strong. He must have some kind of magic artifact, and the tiger had been defeated. John arrives soon after. The tiger asks if he came to mock him. If not, then leave. He wouldn't give anything to a mere human. John smiles. He never said he was there to ask for something. He was there to devour him. The tiger shouts, asking what that even meant. He needed to get his hands off him. It curses him, and that's how John gained its spirit. His body was now 99.9% complete. He also earned the title Former Saber Tiger Slayer and absorbed all 4 souls from the 4 legendary beasts. Then he feeds all that absorbed power to Chirpy with the vampiric dagger. Every mission was complete. He didn't understand it, but they had counted Chirpy as a hatched beast, so he had cleared the 11th floor. Chirpy thanks him. From now on, she would be his companion. Adora doesn't get it. Is that really his chick? She can feel an aura from it strong enough to beat many high-level mythical beasts. He thanks her but says they need to leave. He can't fight the one-horned tribe. Dragging them into this wouldn't be right. She asks him, doesn't he know why she was following him? Then Chirpy asks if the two of them were going to mate. He scolds her. Where did she even learn that? When they enter the territory, someone's attention is caught right away. They wonder why the great Azrael was here. He was the spear god, had the body of the one-horned tribe, and was also a great swordsman. That made him the most troublesome part of the Azrael sword clan. He stares at him with disdain. Had he come to apologize in person? He wanted to stop being a guest of the tribe. Azrael gets angry, so he got everything he wanted. And now that things were dangerous, he was leaving? He denies it. His problem was with the Azure Sword clan. Azrael hits him, asking what was wrong with him. Had he forgotten he was his disciple? If something happened, he should come to him, so he could see whether to support him or scold him. He shouldn't forget they were connected now, so what was his problem? Then he asks him straight, what was he to him? That catches him off guard. Azrael always joked around, but he had always taught him everything. Deep down, he had always suspected it, and now that he thought about it, it was true. He lowers his head and calls him his master, thanking him for everything. On the way out, they meet the brothers. They were angry and couldn't leave them behind. He asks if they really weren't scared of becoming enemies of their own tribe. They say they were ready for that. Still, having to keep seeing the faces of those Azure Sword clan bastards every day was something they couldn't stand. Jungwoo laughs. It looks like he found a great master and two solid comrades. Right now, the Red Dragon was focused on old age while trying to expand its territory, and the Azure clan kept attacking without stopping. They also say Bahal was in charge of reclaiming the 11th floor, and the Azure clan had the Martial King, his master, the Knowledge God, and the Sword God. Knowing that, the Red Dragon should be at a disadvantage. But if Leon came, things would change. They ask Jungwoo if he planned to join the Red Dragon. They don't think that's a good idea, since the clan probably hates him right now, but the protagonist thinks they're in more danger than he is. They understand, saying their tribe tends to wander around, and if they don't meet head-on, it won't matter. He agrees. Like they said, Bahal must be looking for him, and so he arrives at old age. He hands a letter to the guards. A few minutes later, Bahal arrives, smiling. He doesn't know how long he had been waiting. Yanwoo curses him. If only he had treated his brother like this too. Bahal apologizes for being late. He doesn't get it, so that was why he wanted him to raise his own name in the Red Dragon by using him. Still, they also welcome him, so they head inside. Bahal introduces them, the player and the brothers from the One-Horned tribe. The people there were old members of Arthea, once branded as traitors. He mentions the 81 eyes. It was a legend. Once they were one eye, made up of 81 high rankers who followed the queen, and he spotted some familiar faces. Then one presence grabs his attention. Bahal asks if he can't see how valuable this is. Their guests had brought a map with the enemy's coordinates. If it was real, the war could turn in their favor, and if no one objected, they would give rewards to their new allies. Cain would receive the Foreign Legion, a force of about 3,000 mercenaries. He thinks that's not bad. He'll stay there and keep climbing until he's strong enough, so he accepts. Later, Captain Amber tells everyone to greet their new leader, Cain. As they leave, he warns him not to trust them and not to draw attention from the other platoons. That's when they recognize him. So he was the player, and the brothers thrown out by their tribe. Bloodlust fills the air. They want words with him because he looks exactly like one bastard they had once hunted. He owed them a lot, and he still thinks they're a pain. Fante was supposed to handle them, and after seeing Leon's face, he agrees. He was bored anyway, so it was time to start. Chirpy only hears my arm and leg, so she says she doesn't like that guy. Someone moves to attack Leon, but he orders them out of his sight. Cursing, he says he expected a challenge, but all he got was dust on his hands. Then he demands to know why they were still standing. Edora doesn't understand his plan. It's his platoon, and now they were all broken. Then Yanwoo uses holy fire and all their injuries heal. He tells Fante not to worry about them and to keep breaking their bones. A few hours later, they were all kneeling. He was worse than a devil, hurting them, healing them, then doing it again and again. Yanwoo tells them one thing. He needs house dogs, not dogs that bite their owner. This was their last chance. Fante would teach them a few things. He complains about having to do work like this, even outside the tribe. When he sees he's being ignored, he gets mad. This was all his fault, and he was going to kill him. Back in the room, someone praises them. They had picked up someone truly useful. On top of that, he was that master's disciple, so they needed to keep him under control. Then they ask about Leon. He was still stuck outside. The sword god was protecting him, so it would take more time. She curses the fact that if not for the wings of heaven, they wouldn't have had to come all the way down here. Then she stands. They had to hurry and get the stone because she needed to restore her dragon's heart. The spear god arrives, demanding an explanation for what those three were doing. He asks for answers, but the reply is that they do what they want because he doesn't interfere in individual actions, as long as it doesn't affect the tribe. He calms down. He was speaking in general, like when he left the tribe and joined the sword gods. But if that was the case, then if they met in battle, he could kill them. Seeing that he accepts, he trusts they won't take back their words. Later, the platoon trains under Fante's harsh yelling. He treats them worse than slaves, and they realize they were doing fine now. He was great at leading and teaching, so for now, Yeonwoo could leave them to him while he studied the second section of the 8 Extreme Fists. He's surprised his father truly believed in him. The 8 Extreme Fists were one of the Mugong techniques created by the Martial King, but the second section was only for a chosen few. Then Bahal appears, praising how well he had shaped the soldiers. He asks if he's ready to head into battle. Yeonwoo says his army can move at any time, but there's something he wants to mention first. Did he even know the sword god's son was staying on the 16th floor? He didn't. As far as he knew, the sword god only cared about getting stronger, but a son changed everything. Then he learned more. The boy was born weak and had almost no magic power. His body couldn't handle the 4 beasts, so he needed the Phoenix's Nissan back, along with the heart he had consumed. He knew they didn't fully trust the plan, so he said he would handle the mission himself. Then Yanwu said he had a mission too. Find the Azure Sword Clan troops on the 16th floor. But first he had something else to say. He still hadn't cleared every floor. The trial on the 12th floor had started. They cursed, never thinking they'd go back there. Chirpy was thrilled. It was blazing hot, and Yanwu also knew hidden items were still there. One of them was the fire gem, so he planned to collect them and take the red dragon's power to do it. With that, he sent everyone out to gather items. This gem made Chirpy happy. Once it arrived, Yanwu would give him half as a snack and the other half to his spirits, since the bracelet was holding back their growth. The more traits they gained, the more complete they'd become. Then Chirpy gave him a sleepy look and went back to the heart. Yanwu still didn't get why Chirpy liked staying near that stone. He couldn't decide whether to finish it or throw it away. A few hours passed and all the missions were done. Since he was ready, he headed for the 13th floor. But someone stopped him, asking for a moment. He looked busy, so he got straight to the point. His brother had trouble with the guardians, especially the highest ranked one. That guardian was Plaza, the rabbit of the Zodiac among the 12 guardians. He wasn't trustworthy. He was there to deliver a message from his superiors. Yanwu might not know this, but the 12 Zodiac guardians served as messengers for gods and demons. This time he came with a warning from one demon in particular. Beware the 3 Norns, especially them. Yanwu didn't get it. If he meant the 3 ancient goddesses, then he had to mean Erd. But why so suddenly? There was no real answer. He was only a messenger. Even so, Yanwu guessed he was about to anger those goddesses and stepped onto the 13th floor, called Judgment, the Wheel of Life. As soon as he arrived, he told everyone to bring out the items they had gathered. 182 fire gems, 35 ice crystals, and 91 frostfield roses, plus a special inventory item. They nervously asked where the Azure Sword Clan troops were. He said they were at the temple. Erd of the past, Verdandi of the present, and Scold of the future were the 3 goddesses who lived at the Spring of Life, beneath the tree where they spun the thread of fate. Their temple was always full of worshippers. Even so, these goddesses stayed away from the gods and demons of the 98th floor and remained on the 16th floor. The others were stunned. Was he saying they were going to attack the temple? That made no sense. Even if the Norns had changed, they were still divine beings. But Yanwu shook his head. They could only tell fate and couldn't cause physical harm, because the tower had bound them. On top of that, the mission was part of the contract. If they refused, they'd be punished, so they had no choice but to move. Once they entered the temple, they wondered why the red dragon was there. The priests, or whatever they were, asked the same thing. First, everyone had to leave their dangerous weapons outside. Yanwu figured that, as the red dragon's representative, a bigger clash was better. The more damage there was, the bigger the story would become, and it would reach the Azure Clan and the Sword God. Then the soldiers attacked. They ordered them out. No one was allowed in. When the door opened, a drunk man appeared. It was Hanbin, the Sword God's only son. They argued, and it was obvious he was a lost kid from the outside who knew nothing about life. They knocked him senseless to stop the shouting. Yanwu thought the Sword God had been blind. His love for his son made him ignore the truth. Hanbin had struggled his whole life with his disability, and the easiest escape had been drugs. The protagonist smiled. At least Hanbin's words would spread across the tower, and the reputation of the 3 goddesses would fall, along with the Sword God and the Azure Clan. Back on the 11th floor, he smiled. So that was the boy. He looked just like his father. Yanwu couldn't believe he'd gotten that trump card without lifting a finger. Now he started planning how to take the stone. Leonte with his trump card had to be awakened. Then an important-looking goblin showed up, asking Rabbit if he had done anything. In another scene, he was sweating. He had just heard that the red dragon had kidnapped his son. He shouted that he had to save him. He didn't know where Hanbin was, but he'd find him. As he grabbed his weapons, a note fell. It said that if he wanted his son back, he had to bring the stone. When he opened the box, he found a finger inside. They said that after leaving his tribe, he crushed every enemy in his path. He always won. In time, people like him gathered around him, and they became the foundation of the Azure Sword Clan. Unlike Artia, which was destroyed too easily, he wanted to end the war fast. But if he did, the 9 kings would vanish and lose their name, so he couldn't do that. He couldn't let the Azure Clan disappear. Then he was told someone was attacking his general. He didn't need to hear it twice. They demanded the stone. He kept saying he didn't know who had it. When he saw the massive attack coming, he begged them to stop. He knew nothing about the stone, but they had never asked if he knew. They just told him to hand it over if he wanted to live. Spear appeared. He had to move. This wasn't his business. Spear thought he had gone mad. How could he do this? But the order came again. Move. Then a masked man stepped between them, asking what was going on. He only wanted one thing, but Fist wouldn't hand it over. He didn't even know what it was, but Hanbin had been taken by the enemy, and they wanted that stone. He'd accept any punishment later. For now, every second mattered. He drew his sword, but it was knocked away. They told him they would talk this out properly. He should go to his room, calm down, and they'd call him when it was settled. Then they explained that he once had a woman, and the only thing left of her was their son, born weak. Still, he promised to protect him. Now he had to ask his son to forgive him for breaking that promise. Then someone left him another message. When he opened the box with shaking hands, he found his son's eyeball and the same note. He released all his power. They asked what was wrong, and he demanded to know whose side they were on. Once they swore loyalty, he ordered them to gather all the men. That night, he would start a revolution. Later in the hall, they praised Cha Yun-woo. Everything was going well because of him. Everyone in the conference room congratulated him too. Now they were getting ready for what came next. The war would end, and his name would be carved into stone. Everyone who ever called him a traitor would regret it. They asked Cha Yun-woo to become the tip of the spear. He thought back to the day Artia was formed, a memory his brother kept until death. But Bahal had already thrown that memory away and buried it. Earlier, he had said the red dragon had eyes and ears everywhere. That meant he was the red dragon's eyes and ears inside Artia. Yun-woo realized that the moment Hanbin was brought there, the game board was set, and if he wanted to play on a broken board, he had to prepare. So he started making a magic barrier, just in case. He needed as much power as possible. Then someone greeted him. It was the first time a soul had spoken to him. Its speech was rough, so it clearly wasn't very smart. He gave it a few items to test something. If it worked, Boo would evolve to a higher level. They explained Artia succeeded for 2 reasons. One was meeting the dragon Calidus on the 2nd floor, and the other was creating a strengthening element. That item was extremely hard to make, because it needed many parts. But MC had his witch doctor, so he used his own body like a lab. The creature coughed and MC told him to endure it, absorb everything and succeed no matter what. And in the end his witch doctor evolved into a death mage. It greeted him properly without hesitation and thanked him for pulling it out of the abyss. It swore to obey any order and showed off its skills. For example, it could create summons. Next came Blood Mist, and it could also use corpse absorption. Its strength would depend on how many corpses and souls were around. It also said it could use basic magic. Yun-woo felt proud of the idea. Now he had an ally, and he could fight more calmly while leaving some work to it. Since he now had a mage who could command his subordinates, he needed a warrior beside him too. So he wondered where the hell that guy was. After a lot of back and forth, Yun-woo explained everything that was coming and said he needed him at his side. At first, the man didn't want to face the Red Soldiers in the future. But when he pointed out that he could force him with sheer power, he agreed under 2 conditions. His will had to stay intact, and he had to become stronger than he was in life. After taking in the same thing as Boo, he swore loyalty to his master. Then they talked about the 5 focal points, and he taught Yun-woo that all 5 senses were needed. But he also had to develop something called the 6th sense, which meant instinctive choices. The more he fought and studied battle patterns, the easier it would be to grow. He offered to teach those patterns through real combat, but the lesson didn't last long because they were interrupted, and something felt wrong to Yun-woo. He suddenly went on alert, and when he looked up, the Summer Queen was standing right in front of him, while something strange was happening in the sky. Elsewhere, the Sword God was giving a speech to his soldiers and thanking them too. None of them had backed down, even knowing they would be branded traitors, and with that they moved forward. The army pushed into the base of the Sword Sura clan. Sura said he had taken a pill he got long ago after killing the 6th commander of the Demorio army. It could draw out hidden power, but the side effects were brutal. Even so, if this was his only choice, he would use it. They warned him he should not be there, but he was blinded. He told them to take cover. They shouted at him, asking what he had done and whether he really had to go that far. He had already made up his mind they had to hand over that fool and give up the stone. He refused and broke the illusion with his power. They could not understand it. The whole base had been fake, and now he was surrounded while all his men were dead. Still, he offered one last chance to back down. This was the first friend he had ever fought beside, so he wanted him to repent. Did he think his allies died with smiles on their faces? Feeling sorry for them would only insult them, and he needed to understand one thing. Whether it was 1, 10, or 100 people, there was only one person he wanted to reach. No, he still could not understand it. Even after taking a hit from that, he survived. His technique was amazing. He moved to his side in an instant, but now he was within range. This was the end. He could not believe it. He was stronger than ever, yet he still could not leave even a scratch. The man thanked him, saying he had no idea the 4 legendary beasts were inside his body. The pill had fused them together, and now all he had to do was pull them out. Laughing, he said he had always known what he was doing. In the end, they had only used him. He apologized to his son, then remembered the coordinates from the letter he had received. Laughing again, he realized his enemy made a mistake by explaining how the beast's core worked, and he opened a portal up in the sky. Cha Yun-woo realized that was the magic of the 4 legendary beasts. If so, the sword god was dead. When the figure raised a hand, his body began absorbing the energy, and his magic power shot up fast. The body succession process had reached 100%. His dragon body was awakening. The army panicked. How were they supposed to fight something like that? The masked man thought the red dragon had appeared after losing the power of the 4 beasts. He had wanted to use the stone and the beasts to finish the sword, but his plans had failed. He snapped, asking if they meant to ruin everything he had spent so long building. In that moment, Queen Summer leaped onto the dragon and told it to kill her. They thought they were safe. The sword god could handle her, and behind them the bow god appeared too. The spear god said it had been a long time since he had seen him. If they defeated Queen Summer, the red dragon would fall. This was their chance, and it might work because 3 gods were there. Elsewhere, Fante was fighting. He said he was disappointed if this was all the Sword Sura clan had. Adora relaxed since no one from the Horn tribe was there. If her father had come, the red dragon would have been badly hurt. She also wondered where the main fighter was, since he had been put in charge of that place. Meanwhile, Jayan was suffering. His magic circuit was expanding. It felt like his whole body was being torn apart, and then the process finished. All his skills had gone up, and he also got rewards for achieving something huge. Now everything felt different. It was not just his body, his soul had changed too. It was like he could see through things. He still could not control it fully, but he had the power to study the truth of everything and understand it. That was a dragon species skill, and because of his transformation, he could now use all 8 authorities. The authority he had was basic, but it was the first step. Then someone said he was the new successor, the one the child had talked about. He realized it was Colossus, but that made no sense. Colossus was dead. Still, Colossus told him that he would be waiting until he looked him in the eyes. Jaekon woke up and decided his first goal was to catch the saber god. It was time to rise. They asked him to lead them. He explained that the people here were not normal warriors. They could easily form a major clan. He thought about making them his servants, but it was too early to celebrate. He told them to split up. Leonte and Bahal were still alive, and the war would not end until both were dead. Once they clashed, he would strike from the back. Bahal thought they were just flies and told them to get out of the way. He yelled for his enemy to come out, saying the soldiers were not even worth a warm-up, or was he just a coward? Leonte was getting angry, but he could not move because of the saber god's order. Bahal guessed they were planning something, but apologized because he did not have much time. A second later, he appeared at Leonte's side, asking where his stone was. All of Leonte's soldiers were dead. Bahal asked if he was ready to surrender. If he wanted the killing to stop, he had to hand over the stone. But Leonte kept shouting that he did not have it. Bahal knew he was stubborn, but if he kept this up, there was nothing else to do. Now he started to wonder if Leonte really did not have it, but he still needed to learn how it was made. He did not know how long his queen could hold out against the 3 gods. Her heart had been destroyed, so he had to recover the stone and make her ruler of the tower. After the explosion, he yelled for Leonte to surrender, but Leonte was done holding back. Now Bahal would see what he was really capable of. Bahal could not believe it. Was that the energy of the mythical dragon? That was impossible. How did he have that power? Leonte asked why that even mattered. Bahal wondered when he had placed those magic circles. Then Leonte appeared at his side. Bahal cursed as the technique slowed him down. He admitted Leonte had blocked his attack, but told him to try enduring the next one. Bahal was in trouble now. That sword belonged to Odin himself, a weapon so great it could not even be ranked. He could not understand how a bastard like Leonte could wield it. He shouted, thinking Leonte had nearly burned through all his power. No wonder the saber god had given it to him for emergencies. Still, Bahal cursed him. If that power were his, he would not need the stone. Then in the distance, Bahal screamed. Covered in blood and missing an arm, he swore he would never forgive this. Leonte laughed. Bahal looked pathetic. He had clearly used up all his inner power. This was an easy win, and Leonte's real revenge for their last fight was about to begin, until someone said, "I finally found you." He froze. When had that happened? The voice was familiar and full of killing intent. Before he could react, his head rolled across the ground. The Watcher could not believe that man had consumed the core of the mythical beast. That beast was why Dragon Colossus had taken an interest in his brother, and the two had become close, so he was glad to take it back. Even now, Bahal shouted, asking what he was doing there. He had ordered him to lead the second group. Jahan thought he was clever, but he did not understand the danger he was in. Bahal could not believe it. Even if it was faint, he had the power of dragon fear, something only dragon species should have. No one except his queen had that power. If this boy really had it, then he had to be careful. There were things he had not expected, but he still had 4 beasts left to fight. With the men he had, he should have won easily. He did not know what was going on, but from that killing instinct alone, he decided they were enemies. Since they were all worn out, this was the perfect time to move. Still, he said he would not give him the satisfaction. Everyone had to scatter and get away to warn the whole army and the high ranks. He truly wanted to kill him, but there could not be another stone in his plan. Jihan thought he had it all wrong. He was reading the whole situation badly. There was no chance he would let him leave the dragon's territory. He cast Domain, his new skill. Bahal could not believe it. That bastard had really awakened dragon power. Bahal cursed him. How dare some rookie act like this? He should be bowing his head to his betters. Jahan smiled. Bahal wanted him dead, but his plan had failed. His allies had probably already warned the rest of the clan, but Bahal was wrong again. He was still reading things badly. Some and everyone here was going to die. Bahal could not believe it. He could use both dragon power and the dead. One of those was already enough to shake the tower, but both was impossible. They screamed, asking what the hell those things were. One voice answered, "Glory to the master." Then another knight appeared. This was the end. Bahal looked down. His body was wrecked and the flame beasts were dead. This was the worst. Even after leaving Archia, he had faced one problem after another. Nothing had ever come easy, but through all of it he completed the Fire Fist skill, earned his place, and became the Eye of the Red Dragon. But he cursed himself. He could not think straight. He could not believe he had almost given up, especially against a rookie like this. He pushed his power to the limit. Jahan Wu could not believe he still had that much strength left. Bahal declared that he was Bahal of the Fire Fist Rain of Fire. Yan Wu cursed. That attack was only meant to distract him while Bahal hid in the flames. It could not be real. He had deflected the attack. Who was this brat really? The main fighter thought this was taking longer than expected, so he needed to finish it. Bahal shouted that he was a damn bastard, but moving as fast as lightning, Yanwu dodged the attack and stepped into range. Then Bahal's body was cut. He could not believe a mere rookie had done this to him. Was he really going to die? No, he would never give up. While dying, he asked who the hell he was. If he was that curious, then he should look into his eyes and see his brother's face reflected there. Then Yanwu cut off his head. She could not believe it. A contract linked to her eyes had been severed. That meant Bahal was dead. Even with the beasts inside him, that should have been impossible. Her heart was close to failing, but she still came to war. She had risked everything, so she had to get that cursed stone. Unleashing all her fury, she expected them to be strong, but even with 3 gods, they still could not kill her. Then something hit her at once. She realized it and was shocked. It could not be. Leonte should have died. Wu was trying to take in all of that energy. They told him every enemy had been wiped out, and his bracelet was shaking hard. It made sense. Besides the beasts and soldiers, he had absorbed 2 incredibly strong players. He had gained a huge number of souls, and they were now in limbo, fighting each other. Soon they would learn that the bracelet's power could not be beaten. He felt a little guilty that so many had died to make the stone, but if the red dragon wanted a stone that badly, then it had to be useful. His mission was done. Now he just had to tell Fante and Adora. They needed to pull back. The Saber God realized they had lost half their army. The legendary beast forces were gone. 2 of their strongest men were dead. It was their worst disaster since the war against Arceus. Then an attack cuts him off, and they tell him not to hesitate. Or was he already too old to fight? He snaps back to himself and says that from here on, he would handle it. His sword was back. Spear and Bow got ready to watch his back. The queen wasn't going to let them plan anything. But Bow stepped in, so Spear charged ahead, setting up a perfect combo between them. Meanwhile, a skill was charging up, while she focused on the 2 of them. A huge attack was heading for her skull, but something had changed. Someone tells the Saber God to run. On the ground, everything was shattered, and he felt like he was about to pass out. Now he understood why the Sword God had gone so mad, and how they knew about the information on the stone, so he had planned all of it. The Bow God smiles, asking if he had only just figured it out. They shout that he was a filthy traitor, but he gets slammed by the queen's tail. The soldiers had always fought on, but for the first time they saw their leaders fall. The only reason they kept fighting had collapsed. Their gods were badly hurt, and one of them had betrayed them. The queen says it took more effort than she expected, but this was the end of the Asura clan. Still, Spear blocked her path. Had he passed out? No, this couldn't be his end. He was the core, the clan's king, and his irreplaceable friend, so he would not let him die there. As long as one god lived, the clan would live too. So he had to stop her no matter what, even if it cost his soul. At that moment, the countless players of the clan came back to their senses. Light returned to their eyes, their blades shone again, and they all rushed forward together, weapons in hand, because they had only one thought: to attack the queen and buy their gods time to escape, offering up their lives. But Fante asks if it was really okay to leave things like this for his tribe. They calm him down, saying his tribe surely knew about that war, but they never showed up. That made it obvious they had broken away, and they would not seek revenge. They would only be trying to recover from the war. Later they returned, but he only greeted his children. He had no reason to greet someone who came back only after causing a mess. It was also obvious he now had a dragon skill. He smiles, it was impressive. He had even tried to hide how strong he'd become, but it was still clear. Then they say goodbye, and he asks if he had finished what he needed to do. He lowers his head. Yes, it was all thanks to him. Later, outside the village, someone desperately begs them for help, because the Red Clan had broken into the headquarters. When they get no answer, they shout that the contract was already made. On top of that, one of their members was about to die. He denies it. There was no member of his clan there. That man had already cut ties with them, and the contract only covered one war, and they had already won the first one, so they were free of any promise. Leon thought he was safe with them, but there was no telling what would happen once he left. Also, with those 2 betraying them, one of the 8 great clans had fallen. That would likely spark a brutal fight among the great clans for control of what the Asura Sword clan used to own. That war had only been the start. He needed to get stronger and get used to his new body, because his fight with Bahal showed him how far he still had to go. But first, he was going to start by hatching his egg. As soon as he arrived, angry shouts broke out. How could he be so impatient when there was still time left? When they saw how badly he wanted to hatch it, they dropped to the floor, saying he should keep it a little longer in his care. They still hadn't figured out how to hatch it, but he thought he had the answer. After receiving the energy of the 4 beasts, a crystal formed and created a new skill, and he believed that finally, thanks to it, he could hatch it. Then Cherpy appears happily, because she wanted to meet her new friend, leaving the elders stunned by the majesty before them. Well, then he comes in with it, which was the one from the tribe's strongest after the king. No one knew how much it could grow, and they still didn't know how to make it hatch. When they see that the protagonist seems to know, they suggest he hatch it outside. They ask if he really knew what he was doing, and if so, they hand him something. It was the moon seeds, but he shouldn't be looking at him. He should look at Adora and Fante. They had given them to him. They inherited them at birth and decided to pass them on. He closes his eyes. They really were amazing friends. Then they talk for a long time, and the Martial King tells them to hurry because he was getting sleepy. He also says they had better get something really great, since everyone kept saying it would be amazing. They could not disappoint him. Chai Yangwo thinks the time had come. He was about to begin the hatching, bringing together the seeds, hearts, and souls of the beasts. He had to awaken it. The dragon says it had been waiting for him to call once again. They shout. It was completely different from normal mythical dragons. It also looked like a serpent, and its attribute was demonic energy. They couldn't believe it. There had never been any record of a mythical beast with that power. It also controlled 4 kinds of energy. How was that even possible? He says he had never seen anything like it. It seemed the tower would be thrown into chaos over this again. He thinks it had waited for him for a very long time. It threw its physical body into a void and locked itself in darkness for his sake. He doesn't understand why he isn't happy. His old self would have been jumping with excitement, but Cheonwoo apologizes. He was not the person it had been waiting for. He asks his master for permission, but they needed to talk in private. The king doesn't understand a mythical dragon with demonic energy. This was the kind of power used by the demons of Floor 98. It could twist a person's nature and drive them into obsession. It was extremely dangerous, and it demands to know if he had gone through something so terrible he couldn't remember it. Why wasn't he happy? Cheonwoo understands. His brother left his dragon behind before fate caught up with him and protected it. Taking off his mask, he explains that, just as he said before, he was not the one it was looking for. He was Che, the protagonist Woo, the older brother of Che, the protagonist Woo. When it gives no response, he apologizes again. His brother's memories and the reason he came were to take revenge on the bastards who killed him. He says he'll leave it alone for a while so it can think about everything that happened. But before he leaves, it stops him. He wasn't the master it had expected, but he still had blood ties to him, and if he wanted to kill those bastards, it would help him. Then when they admit they want to destroy the tower, it laughs loudly. He was completely insane, but it liked him. It needed a name to become his ally. Still, he would have to wait a while, since its power was only just recovering. Then Cheonwoo gathers Fante and Adora because he had a big plan. He wanted to take over Floor 11, and he would use his beasts to turn them into legendary beasts and control the floor. They would benefit too, since they would have a legendary beast as an ally and gain all of its experience. Then he goes somewhere as far away as possible and summons the souls of Bahal and Leonte, whom he blackmailed and tortured until they told him everything about the stone. After a long time, Leonte finally tells him the full truth about what he knew of the stone, and he gives their souls to his soldiers. Bahal then tells him everything about the red dragon. He also explains that the ring led to a magical vault, where many items were stored, and at the end of the room were the materials needed to complete the magical stone. Only a few parts were missing, and he thought he needed the man who was an alchemist and his brother's friend to see if he could finish it. Then, even though he begged for his life, John showed no mercy and gave his soul to his soldiers. That meant they would never be able to reincarnate. Thanks to that, his soldiers had gained the best skills of the generals. But he thought he had one more thing, the soul of that man, which he managed to collect after casting the magic circle. It was the sword god, who got straight to the point and tried to convince him to join him. If he did, he would save his son. He denies it. His son was dead. The red dragon must have killed him. But John then teleports him and from a distance tells him his son was right there. He can't understand it. Why was his son there? John admits he secretly brought him over before the war began, but he should thank Chirpy, not him. She was the child of the phoenix he killed. She had planned to kill him to avenge her friend, but she stopped herself. Even though her friend had been killed, she said there was no reason to make others suffer the same grief they did. He can't believe it. Something like that should not happen in the tower. Everyone lived for their own purpose, so he kneels before him. The sword god greets his new master and says he will be forever grateful for saving his son. And just like that, he had another general among his troops. Later, during a fight with the martial king, he realized how much they still needed to improve, so he pushed himself through brutal training. He trained over and over, driving his body to the edge to break through that massive wall of power. 15 days passed in training. Then he got ready to pick up a job from the lower floors. When he reached the forge, he wasn't sure if he should be there, since that man must have heard about Bahal's death, and Bahal had been as dear to him as a brother. But they ask why he was standing outside like an idiot. They should go in. After a long talk, he explains what kind of job he came to request. There was no point lying. He already knew why he was there. Then after a lot of shouting and going in circles, he yells at him to say what the hell he wanted. He keeps it brief, saying it was hard to explain, so he hands over papers with all the details. He gets excited seeing something that could be so amazing. And before Leon leaves, he says that to him, goodbyes were already a normal part of life. He shouldn't worry about him. He lowers his gaze. Then he thinks that man was terrible at pretending, but he still kept moving forward. That made him someone truly admirable. Later, in the cave, he was completely broken. He had almost no power left, and he couldn't remember how he got there. It felt like the last time he had met Spear. He was about to be killed, but he showed up. He had no idea what was going on, but he had to find his friend. So he stepped outside the cave and found people standing still. As he moved farther, tears started to fall. His whole army was dead. They remained standing, and thousands of enemy soldiers in front of them had been cut down too. He cursed him. Why was he smiling? What was there to be happy about? Why did he throw his life away? That should have been him. He had always seen him as a brother. He had always been there for him. Because of him, he kept going. Now, he didn't even want to live. But then something changed. The saber's wrist started to glow. The moment he saw it, his hesitation vanished. Pride stopped mattering, and he used a power he had never used before, the forbidden kick. If it could grant his friend's wish, he would throw away his warrior's pride. His friend would never stand beside him again, but he would always remain inside him, eating at his heart. Meanwhile, John was trying to enter the 16th floor where the Temple of the Three Goddesses stood, but they refused to let him in. He figured that if there was no other way, he'd have to enter by force. But the goddess also had a sincere wish to meet him. It worked out, since he had been denied entry to the 16th floor. Because the goddess Ord had called for him, her territory was open to him. John saw no reason to refuse, but he did things his own way, since he still didn't trust her. So he would only use her help until everything was over. She agreed and led him to the goddess. Once inside, he thought it all felt too quiet. Even with the scythe shadow present, no one seemed shaken. Still, he stayed alert because of the warning the rabbit gave him to be careful of the eldest. As they moved on, she could only take him as far as that door. Beyond it was the goddess's sacred territory, and without permission, she couldn't enter. John felt something he had never felt before. At other times, power felt heavy, but this was different. He couldn't name it. He only knew there was immense power behind it. He asked what the hell was behind that door. She said it was a god, but that made no sense. A god couldn't leave the 98th floor. The three Norns were only allowed to send their consciousness to the 16th floor because they didn't want to stay trapped on the 98th. She told him not to worry. He would understand soon. John walked in without hesitation. He wanted to see it, but what waited inside was beyond anything he imagined. The power he felt went far past his expectations. It completely swallowed him. It was like his whole being was being devoured without end. He felt like nothing more than an insect, like his existence was starting to fade. But no, that couldn't happen. He wouldn't die there in such a weak, pathetic way. He had to block that outside power. A voice said he was a stubborn child, but he needed to calm down. It had promised not to harm him. It also wanted to know who destroyed one of its temples. John understood nothing. She said many humans begged her to free them, but he was different. He had no regrets and no lingering attachments. Yet at the same time, he was sinking into a deep past. He kept blaming himself again and again. His mind held only what happened to his brother, and his brother had been betrayed by his friends. So of course he couldn't trust the people around him. Betrayal always came. He had to keep doubting everyone, and that brought back what he lived through in the war. His squad had left the area. They had no time, so they abandoned him to die. They were his trusted friends, yet they betrayed him in the middle of an enemy camp. He risked his life for them, and all he got was betrayal. No one should have survived that, but there was no way he would die there. The bitterness of that betrayal kept him alive. He thought only about surviving no matter what. He met and killed countless people, and at some point he threw away his rage, resentment, and every other feeling. After that, they started calling him Cain, the emotionless monster. She laughed. He would never cross that abyss. He would become just another piece in her collection. So he had to draw out the monster inside, but the protagonist thought it was boring. Was that really all he was? No way. Every player carried regrets, and his were among the strongest. There was no way he could break free that easily. She smiled. It looked like her business was finished. She thanked him for passing the 16th floor. Hermes mocked her. Besides, she wasn't supposed to touch him since most of those on the 98th floor were already planning how to make him their apostle. The goddess couldn't understand why they were protecting that bastard. She had been humiliated, but she wouldn't let it end there. If she couldn't add him to her collection, then he had to die. She ordered her elf to devour him, but at that moment, the link between the god and apostle was cut. Erd hadn't even noticed the shadow because of the power Jahan had left throughout the room, and that mistake brought a terrible pain through her whole body. Soldiers were now attacking Jahan. It had become a holy war. He thought it was all getting boring. They should say their final words. He was told they had all been killed, but even then they complained it had been too dull. He calmed them, saying stronger players would come later. Then he cursed. It was his fault for making them this strong. He didn't even need to draw his sword. His soldiers knew their master was powerful, but how had he broken free from Erd's chains? After all, humans were bound by their own memories. He thought that his past had taught him to trust no one, turning him into someone truly awful. But now things were different. Remembering his brother's words, he knew there was no way he could show his brother such a shameful side of himself. Then he moved on to the 20th floor. That test was too easy for him because it only covered the place in darkness, and with his power he could easily find the path. For everyone else, crossing it was hard. They kept falling into places they shouldn't go because the farther they went, the more their senses dropped to almost nothing. Sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. But for Chagyeon Wu, thanks to his training, it was far too easy. His senses had grown a lot. So to keep training, he removed all his artifacts and sealed all his skills. Once everything was turned off, it felt like going back to the beginning. He knew it was truly dangerous for him, since he had many enemies. But he could use that pressure to push past his limits. After a while, he realized climbing without his senses was much harder. Once he got higher, he started wondering if he was even going the right way. At that point, the only thing not reduced was his sense of touch. But it was time to develop his sixth sense. He began feeling the waves of everything around him. At first, he couldn't tell them apart. But now he could, at least a little. Each being had a different length. And now he pushed his awareness as far from his real body as possible and let himself flow. At that moment, his combat skills started rising fast. Jumping from 20 to 62, he had lost all sense of time. Maybe hours, maybe a day, maybe a month. And he had gained control over the soul. Now he was completely awakened. It was a power that clearly couldn't be gained by normal means. Now he understood why high rankers came to this floor to train. At that moment, he could feel every aura around him. If he mastered it, he could learn the skill his master told him about. That was a skill even his master had never fully achieved. It had been passed down through his tribe, which belonged to a god, but he never understood the book and only wished him luck in figuring it out. Back then, he hadn't even gotten a hint, but now he was starting to understand a little. During this, the generals, the sword god, and the semi-ranker gave him some clues about controlling the sixth sense. But he had to be careful, because one mistake could separate his soul from his body forever. But Jahan only heard this. More sixth sense, more power. And expanding his sixth sense sounded great. So he trained with his allies for days until at one point, the system was searching for skills that fit him. Then he was granted extrasensory perception. They couldn't believe it. That skill was one of the top 5 defensive abilities. It should have been impossible. No player was supposed to reach that. But when it came to that guy, nothing was impossible. Jahan felt like everything was constantly expanding. It was different from when he awakened his dragon body. Now the world around him had become clearer. He almost felt like he had gained another sense. That was extrasensory perception. Now he couldn't wait to test all his senses and skills together. His allies finally understood why that guy Fante envied him so much. Standing beside him was discouraging. He was getting stronger every second. He told them to be quiet. It might be time to head to the Mountain of Penance. They had to move. Someone asked if there was really a person like that in this place. Another voice answered that it was interesting. At last he had appeared. It was time to go welcome him. Jahan felt something right away. He told his captains to go back inside. Whoever was coming was strong and heading straight for him. Then, on top of a tree, someone appeared. So it was true. It was Kane. How had he been? He got annoyed. Why wasn't he saying anything? Was he still that rude? Jahan knew that voice. It had to be Khan. But why was he there? There wasn't supposed to be another tutorial, and they had abandoned him. So how was he here? He never thought he would meet his brother again so soon. He asked what he was doing there, and where Doyle was. He had always thought something was off about him. Besides, he was completely different from the one he met in the tutorial. Then someone cut in. He said he should introduce his friend. When Jahan refused, she hurled lightning at him. Jahan couldn't believe it. That had been too fast, even for his extrasensory perception. It was rune magic, the language of the gods, and hard to use. Not many people in the tower could handle that kind of magic. Was she a Zadu? He had heard that the ones living on the last mountain, the place everyone wanted to escape, enjoyed solitude, pain, and pressure. People who trained nonstop on the 20th floor. She apologized, but if she didn't bring him in, they would kill her. So could he follow her? As he did, he could clearly tell she had grown stronger. As for him, he had become stronger through outside help. Beasts, soldiers, powers. But she had none of that. Just looking at her showed how hard she had pushed herself to reach this point. When they arrived, two people were waiting. They greeted him. With a mask and plain clothes, it was obvious she had come only to train. Jahan thought she was the one who used the magic. Runic magic, the Crimson Divine Tree, Victoria was one of the few rankers allowed to use the language of the gods. Jahanwu had heard she was famous, but had no idea why she was here. On her right stood Kindred, the ghost of pestilence. His presence felt almost as overwhelming as MC's master. The diary said he belonged to the demon army, a cult that worshipped an unknown demon god through 8 bishops. Kindred was the second bishop, and nobody knew his face. The diary placed him on the 20th floor, but that note was 10 years old. Yuan-Wu couldn't figure out why he was still there. Khan just laughed. How could she call him handsome with a mask on? And didn't she know he was younger than her? He still hadn't sensed her magic activate. She was that strong. It made no sense that she could use magic like that with no warning at all. Unless it was because of those bracelets. Victoria told him he really was handsome, but he shouldn't stare at her like that. It was making her blush, and if he wanted to learn runic magic, she could teach him. Khan quickly warned him not to fall for her tricks. First she'd promise a hot night together, then tie him up as her test subject. Victoria shot back that she wasn't lying. They did spend a hot night together. Khan yelled that was true, but he nearly died and none of that mattered anyway. She needed to stop bothering Kane. He was Khan's savior, and Yeonwoo's aura began spreading through the whole area. Victoria wondered if he had vanished, but no. He was just too fast, strong too, so why was he letting himself be seen? What was he hiding? He was suppressing both his power and his body. Then his magic circle flared to life. All his senses merged into one. Someone asked if that had been too much. He'd never pushed things that far before. Another voice calmed them. Yeonwoo looked perfectly fine. The protagonist couldn't believe how strong that man was. Without his improved prediction and extrasensory skills, he would have been taken down right away. The hit felt like a cannonball. This guy was dangerous. Even going all out, Yeonwoo wasn't sure he could win. They asked if he wanted to keep going, but he refused. For now, he just wanted to see more of that power. He could wait. Still, he asked what his connection was to the Saber God. Yeonwoo didn't get it at first, then remembered he meant his master, the Martial King. Now it made sense. The Saber God had once been the Martial King's disciple too. Still, the Martial King was supposed to have stopped taking students forever. Even so, the man understood. Then he asked if Yeonwoo planned to enter the 5 mountains of penitence. If so, he should follow Khan. Victoria cursed. They had wrecked her whole garden. After that, they showed Yeonwoo his new room. Khan said those two could be rough, but they weren't bad people. As long as MC didn't annoy them, they'd help him and give useful advice. Later, they talked about their lives until he asked where Doyle was. Khan made it clear she wasn't there. They had split up a while ago, and Yeonwoo shouldn't ask about her anymore. He found that hard to believe since they used to seem so close, but it was their business, not his. Still, he had no doubt he'd meet Doyle again. She was smart and strong. Khan was happy because nobody ever passed those two's test, and now that Yeonwoo had, Khan was no longer the rookie. The protagonist had become even more mysterious than before. He gained a lot here, but Khan knew MC would gain even more. He also hoped they'd fight again sometimes. After that, Yeonwoo threw himself into training, trying to awaken and control his draconic powers and combine them with the Yi sword and the technique his master had given him. His soldiers thought he wasn't making any progress, but he believed he could do it in 3 days. Then he slipped into complete darkness, until someone kept calling him over and over, then started insulting him. Everyone sighed in relief. They thought he'd died. If he'd stayed like that a little longer, he probably would have. They warned him meditation should only last a few days, so why had he kept it up for a whole month? They wanted to know what he had learned, but when it seemed like he had learned nothing, they called it nonsense. Was this training a scam? Yahello didn't think so. The more he trained, the more he sensed the real power waiting for him. He just didn't know how to reach it. Whenever he tried, it felt like standing inside a giant fog. He had never been this frustrated about failing to learn something. Then he got some advice. If he felt stuck, why not start from zero? The Yahello sword was swordsmanship, plain and simple. So first he needed to master the sword itself. He had to reach the expert level, where a swordsman's skill creates an aura. His brother's diary couldn't help here since Yahello had never achieved that. Luckily, Yahello had two great teachers with him. He called Adora and apologized for reaching out so late, but she bombarded him with questions since she hadn't heard from him in so long. Yahello calmed her, said he was fine, and asked if Henova had contacted her. He had asked Henova for a favor a while back, so if Henova showed up, Adora should tell him. She snapped that Henova had come by a few times and was staying at her villa. If that was all he wanted, she was hanging up. Yai figured he had waited too long to call. Then Yahello kept training his swordsmanship against his semi-ranker subordinate. By now, that servant was so strong he could pass for a real ranker, with perfect sword control. Once that was done, Yahello faced the sword god, who taught him during each clash. He focused everything on the tip of his blade, remembering how his master had done the same with his fists. Breaking past the limits of his body and old teachings, he turned the 8 extreme fists into the 8 arts of the sword. It was incredible. The power was even greater than expected. He reached expert level in no time. Now he had sword aura, and from here on he needed to shape it and make it stronger. He also thought the red aura seemed to carry a fire trait. Seeing how fast he pulled it off, the other two asked if he could teach them the 8 extreme fists. Victoria was frustrated. She couldn't understand why the result still wasn't what she wanted. She ran through every possible answer, but none of them worked. Then she remembered Kane. She had hopes for him, and the rookie was clearly stronger than expected. Still, asking Kindred or another Zaydu for help might work too, but there was no need to expose her skills to them. She settled down. Time to rest. Maybe she'd go look at some handsome faces. She teleported away and thought she had felt the rookie's energy nearby, but no one was there. In fact, she couldn't sense any energy at all, and the place looked wrong. Then she noticed the dark energy left behind. It looked like a giant constrictor from the Hermes line had torn everything apart. Could this really be his doing? Had he grown that much in just 3 months? She also couldn't tell what that leftover power was. There weren't even undead monsters on the 20th floor. She smiled. This was wonderful. Yahello felt his training with his captains was paying off. Then Victoria came to see him and demanded to know why he had come. Smiling, she asked if they could make a trade. She thought she had caught a pushover. Besides being handsome, she figured she could map his thinking in a month. He must have thought he was clever, but he agreed in exchange for learning runes. That didn't mean he could really learn them, but either way, thanks to him, her long search might finally pay off. She expected to finish half of it that day. 20 days later, she realized something was wrong. There had been no progress at all. She thought it would end quickly, but that boy had taken every poison, magic circle, and artifact she used on him, and the analysis still came back as errors. He was impossible to read. She suspected mental defenses, but that wasn't it. Worse, the questions he asked about runes had become so deep they scared her. In the end, that boy's mind was unbelievably deep, wide, and almost limitless. She still didn't know what to do, but for the next 10 days, she'd dig as deep as she could. In the end, she found nothing. Cursing, she admitted she hadn't expected it to end like this. When Yahello got back to his hut, he summoned his captains and asked the witch if she remembered the magic rune. If she did, could it be combined with Blink? He wanted to improve his magic, speed, and strength. She said it was possible, but Blink was different from normal magic. The pain would be beyond anything he could imagine. Yahello told her to do it. He had to stay focused so a month of effort wouldn't go to waste. Better slow and sure. So she agreed, but reminded him she had warned him. He also couldn't pass out, or the process would fail. Then it began. Since runic magic normally flows through bones and he didn't naturally have it, they would carve the runes deep into them. The soldiers thought he had gone completely insane. Carving magic runes into his own body had to hurt more than anything they could imagine. But if he endured it, he could evolve to a level they couldn't even understand. Another 3 months passed. Yahello realized he had stayed much longer than planned. He needed to handle his business and head back, but before leaving, he wanted to test his new powers in battle. When he activated Vigrid, he thought this was the perfect time to begin. Then he realized it was far beyond what he expected. His allies came out to ask what was going on, but someone else was approaching. The newcomer asked if Yahello had caused all this with just his aura, then cursed. Someone like him had performance beyond what should be possible. Then he asked if the protagonist was leaving this floor already. MC said no. He felt like they hadn't spent much time together, especially since he thought Khan had been avoiding him because of Doyle. But Khan said he'd be honest. Something huge had happened. Not long ago, Kindred had died. As for Victoria, 2 people arrived and immediately asked if the report about Kindred was really true. There was no way he should die on a floor like the 20th. Victoria said it had been a long time since she'd seen them. Dark Sword and House God. But this was not something they could treat lightly. Khan cursed, saying they had shown up last. Yahello recognized them. The man was Sol Luna, a vampire swordsman, and the woman was Rebecca, a high ranker. He could feel the hostility, but that man's hostility was obvious. They were told to come inside. Then she explained that even she didn't know what had really happened. All she knew was that she had gone on a mission, and she was reporting it right then. They could hardly believe it. Was that even possible? Did Jaehan wonder, was the Mihu King real? The mission was tied to Su Wukong. To other divine beings, the Mihu King was an odd case, a stone monkey who became a god. After gaining many powers and reaching enlightenment, he found nothing that pleased him and wandered the heavens. Later he was sealed again, fought demons as atonement, and was finally reborn as a divine being. In any myth, very few figures reach that level. Jahan had heard his fame was huge, especially in a tower full of people chasing godhood. But a mission that important on floor 20? The tower wouldn't lie about a mission like that. But something felt off. Rumors had long said floor 20 was connected to the Mihu King. For ages, those mountains had been called the Five Elements, and he carried the golden cudgel, the sacred weapon the Mihu King stole from the Dragon Kings. Jahan had no idea what would happen once those rumors started spreading. A deity wasn't some ordinary being. He had gone from a normal human to someone with the power of a god. His brother had never even seen one in person. Still, he doubted a bishop of the demon army would die on a mission like that. More likely it was a trap by the demon army. As far as he knew, every bishop was crafty enough to set a trap and wait years for the right moment. They were crueler than almost anyone, and Kindred was no different. Jahan could tell from his power, but what was he after in all this? He was stronger than the five of them put together. Seeing they doubted her, she offered a mana oath, but first asked a favor. They needed to go to the mission area and recover Kindred's body. She didn't care about the corpse itself, but she had made him a promise. If something like this happened, she wouldn't ask for help for free. Instead, she offered a deal. They could learn the location of anyone in the dungeon if they completed the mission. In return, they had to take her to Kindred's body. Chayanwu felt there was too much at stake to ignore it, so he agreed to go. For his own reasons, he needed to see something with his own eyes, and he also wanted to know what was going on with Khan, who agreed to join the mission too. The redhead agreed as well, but the vampire refused. He didn't want to risk dying, but bindings wrapped around him. If he wouldn't come, he could still leak everything he had heard, so they had no reason to let him walk away. In the end, they gave him a warning not to say a word, and then they headed for the mission. It led to a hidden cave. Kindred had found it alone after a long search. When they arrived, they couldn't understand how a portal could exist in a place like that. It made no sense. A passage had formed there. It was their only clue to Kindred. Rebecca said she would take the lead, but the moment they entered, an evil force washed over them. It was so strong they could barely move, so she raised a protective shield. It was a creepy place, but they had to keep going. Everyone stayed on guard. After walking for a long time, they reached another fork. It felt like they had been going in circles, and soon they started arguing because they were getting nowhere. John thought those two wouldn't last much longer. He still couldn't tell what skill was guiding them, but he knew it was draining a lot of mana and mental strength, and Victoria looked close to running out too. Oddly enough, Khan was handling it best. He held onto his will and didn't let the cave mess with his mind. The other two had forgotten the cave was another test. If they kept this up, they would kill themselves. He was doing fine because he stayed calm. His abilities were helping him keep his head clear. He had to help them. He didn't get it. Those dark thoughts from earlier were fading. No, that wasn't it. Something was erasing the Mishu god's hateful thoughts. What was that? Everyone asked how he did it. John apologized and said he had a very useful power for this floor. They cursed at him, annoyed he hadn't helped from the start. Still, they had to move on. John wasn't trying to fool them, but he saw no reason to show his powers to everyone. He figured the dungeon was exposing its structure, a tangled maze like a spider web. Even going back would be almost impossible, and now he could see why. There were traps and ghost monsters. In normal conditions, they could fight them, but here one mistake could be fatal. Rebecca might manage since she was a ranker, but Victoria and Khan could be in real danger. He had no choice. They had to break through and kill anything in the way. It looked like everything was unfolding the way he expected. He was also starting to figure out the dungeon's layout, but then he found traces of energy. He didn't know what they were until he was told it was Wall. With his captain's advice and his extrasensory perception, he realized they were records left by a great master. That confirmed it. After being sealed by Zakyamuni, these had been marks of rage left by the Mihu King, while trying to break free from his seal himself. For 500 years, he trained and learned to control his temper. So these were the 72 divine transformations, but John realized he had been stupid. The 72 were only a small part. This place held the whole of the Mifu King. John badly wanted to understand the being the world once envied for his power, and now the proof of his training was right in front of him. But he was interrupted. He had to focus. The maze hadn't changed at all. If they split up, they would get lost. They needed to wait there while she checked if she was right. But as he moved, he felt an energy and activated his aura. Rebecca couldn't understand why he attacked so suddenly. Nothing made sense. John apologized, but there was no time to explain. He believed the Mihu King's remnant was trying to trap them. She was an apostle, so why was there no way she could be more useless than a mere player down here? She cursed the thought that all those hard years of training might mean nothing. The power was insanely destructive. Even limited to maybe half her strength, she was still overwhelming. Then she told him to take command from here. It was unusual for a ranker to hand over control. Victoria agreed too. She didn't have enough strength left to lead, and it was obvious he understood the terrain better than they did. He also noticed the vampire was above them. The most likely answer was that he had come for the reward, but at least he would know what was happening. So she agreed. They had to follow him, and they did. They moved through tunnel after tunnel, killing anything that got in their way. Then they reached what looked like the end. It was amazing. They had arrived fast. The door was enormous, and he recognized the phrase on it. At once, everyone realized this was the final piece of the Miju King's legacy. so a being like him really had existed. But Victoria said they couldn't open the door. It was made of legendary iron that could seal gods and demons. They tried with all their power, but it didn't move even a little. John knew that if brute force failed, then Kindred must have entered some other way. He had to find out how, and when he leaned against it, a light appeared. Almost embarrassed, John told them they should go in. Inside was massive, and the most striking part was the giant stone monkey statues. Then someone shouted, Kindred was there, and carved into the stone were the Miju King's 72 divine transformations. Khan thought they had found it. If he got them, then Doyle might. But the vampire appeared. He claimed they were his. Then another voice ordered them not to disturb their lord's sleep. John realized they had been completely wrong. It was never the Miju King speaking. It had always been his servants. They declared that anyone who disturbed their king's eternal rest would die. No matter what they did, the statues wouldn't break. Khan decided he had to block their path with the skill cry. John shouted that he had found their core, the place where the king's will had taken root. They had to strike the spots he marked. They never expected the statues to have a weakness, but if they did, that gave them a chance. Victoria said this was insane, and she was out of mana. Then the vampire showed up, thanking them for everything. He told them to handle the rest. John figured that if that guy was here, the demon army was probably waiting outside. They had to be careful. When Victoria saw the body, she froze. Was it a doll? John didn't believe the mission could be this easy, but he had solved part of it. The 72 divine transformations were the key. If the first test was showing their basic ability, then the second was proving they were worthy to serve the Miho King, and the giant statues on each side were the judges. The only thing he still didn't get was the fake body, but something was wrong. He heard Victoria yell for him to get out of there. Damn, he couldn't see anything. Rebecca was sent flying, and an attack came straight at him. For a second, he thought his arms would break. They were shaking. The enemy was strong, fast, and heavy. Rebecca was in critical condition, and the other statues were starting to move too. He needed an answer fast. There had to be one. What would make them worthy heirs of the Miho King? Respect or fear? He shouted for everyone to bow down. Khan cursed. Was that really it? Just showing respect to a king? Victoria was crying. She had risked her life. He tried to heal her, but the light in her eyes was fading. Dion was set on inheriting Mihai's legacy. He had to get the golden cudgel, but first he couldn't allow any more interference, so he made a plan. They had to get to the door. On the count of 3, 2, 1, he summoned Shannon, then he told Shannon to throw him upward, drawing the giant monkey's attention. Now he tried to escape, but when they gave him no opening, he activated some artifacts and barely defended himself. His friends thought they had reached the door. He should have come too, but Gian told them he would see them later, drawing his celestial sword. From here on, there was no reason to hide his power. Damn, he had shut the door. That idiot was always like this, saving everyone else before himself. Gian activated his 5 senses again. That half year of training definitely wasn't wasted. He could feel his extrasensory perception had grown sharper. He could now see the wavelengths clearly. It had become far stronger. Nothing like the old Yan Wu. He activates all his skills, including the legendary shields, while calling on his army of darkness. Then drawing out his full power, the monkeys shout that he has to prove he deserves to be the king's successor. Your Miguel knows he's much stronger now, but those things are unbelievably tough. Worse, they keep getting stronger little by little. He sees only one choice: learn the god's 72 techniques. Thinking it over, the statue's movements seem suspicious. Each one uses 6 distinct moves, and with 2 statues for each set of movements. That adds up to 72 moves. Those had to be the 72 divine transformations. Once he realizes that, he uses his abilities to push both his mind and body to the limit. His brain feels like it might burst, and he uses Flame Jail. It works. Hundreds of new achievements flood in, and the monkeys decide the test has been cleared. But the third trial starts right away. The door opens, and beyond it stretches a beautiful land. In the distance, a dragon appears. It asks if he is the new piece. Yu and Wu can tell the dragon's presence is overwhelming, far beyond a phoenix or an ordinary dragon. When it asks about the successor, he nods. If that's true, then he needs to climb onto its back. After a long trip, they finally arrive. As the dragon says goodbye, he wonders if the being in front of him is King Mifu. The man casually tells him not to act so respectful, then starts praising himself. When Yu and Wu tries to ask something, he cuts in first. There are rules here, and he can only answer 3 questions. The first 2 are already gone without real answers, so only one question remains. The protagonist thinks it through. Because of this place's rules, the man can't just explain everything. That means the 3 questions are probably the third trial, so he asks something precise. Who are you? The man is surprised. He never expected that question. That means Yeon Wu passed the second test. He is Sun Wukong. What remains of King Miho is only the shell left behind before he vanished, and this place is an imaginary world. He doesn't know where the real king is. He's been bored out of his mind here, but after all this time, someone finally qualified, so now he has to take this. MC recognizes it right away. It's divine iron, a piece of the golden cudgel. At the same time, he receives a new mission. The pieces are scattered all over the tower. No one knows how many there are or where they ended up. Some might even be inside random people. No one has ever gathered them all, so if he gives up, that's fine too. Sun Wukong can just wait for another successor. Young Wu has no reason to refuse, so he accepts it. He has taken the hidden mission. Sun Wukong wishes him luck, and says that portal will send him back to the tower. Before leaving, He asks about the bracelet he has, because it seems made of the same material as the golden cudgel. Sun Wukong freezes and asks where he got it. That is definitely a godly weapon. He confirms it needs 3 parts to be complete, but warns Yanwu to be careful. If he keeps it, others will hunt him forever because they all fear it. It's the only artifact in the whole universe that can imprison or seal gods and demons. Yanwu thanks him for the warning, and they part ways. After that, they talk about how interesting that boy was and how much he resembled his old master. Then they suddenly panic. There's an intruder. Who would dare enter their sanctuary? Then the undead one appears, saying he is the other side of the great celestial demon and has come to serve him. Back in the dungeon, Yanwu sees no sign of Khan or Victoria. They must have managed to escape. Looking at the ranker, he thinks they didn't interact much, but she seemed like a good person. He'd like to take her soul, but the black bracelet can only collect souls killed by its owner. Even so, he plans to try later. He also realizes this place isn't connected only to him. From what he heard, other people must be searching for the same thing, but there shouldn't be any more rivals. So he turns the body completely to stone. Later, Yanwu arrives at the village and demands to see the newly hatched legendary creatures. As he walks in, he notices someone mumbling complete nonsense. Yanwu doesn't recognize him at first, so he has to think back. He can't figure out what's wrong. It's like the guy's on drugs. His whole appearance has changed, and when Yanwu looks closely, demonic energy is pouring out of him. But that's the Martial King's problem, so he leaves it alone. Then he finds the elders again, still showering those creatures with praise, but this time, they actually have a reason. The beasts that hatched are griffins, known as some of the finest mythical beasts. Their bodies show huge potential, so he grants them the title of legendary mythical beasts, completing the spirit's mission. As a reward, he gets serpent shell armor, and the dragon asks if that little thing is supposed to replace the abyss turtle. Yanwu is shocked. Is that Growl? It had been sleeping for half a year inside the stone in his chest. Chirpy also tells him she's ready to fly. He asks Growl and Chirpy how they feel, but the dragon gets annoyed. Was that really the best name he could come up with in 6 months? Growl? Laughing, Yanwu apologizes. Naming things isn't his strong point, but if that's the case, would Nemesis be a good name? Growl agrees. That was the name of a goddess of vengeance and law in Olympus. They explain that a god's name alone has no power. What matters is the blessing tied to that god's power, nature, and rank. So if someone uses a god's name, they may gain that god's protection. Still, a god's name can't be used lightly. Many who tried couldn't handle the power and ended up cursed. But the protagonist fully believes he can honor vengeance and law and becomes strong enough to control it. So Growl becomes Nemesis. The goddess also agrees to watch over her disciple, with one warning: do not stain the god's name. Chirpy sees the impressive name and wants one too, so she is named Nike. Then Yanwu asks Nemesis, now that he's awake, because he wants to talk. He asks why MC summoned him. MC asks why he was reborn, and why the ancient dragon Kalidas was still alive. Nemesis says he wandered through the void the whole time. Since the void flows between worlds and dimensions, he waited for him to come back for him and then reached this place because Kalidas told him to. But that's the strange part. Kalidas had closed his eyes after giving everything to Yanwu, even his precious dragon heart, and they saw his mana fade away. Yet when Nemesis was about to die at the clan's hands, he heard Kalitas' voice, someone who should have been dead, ordering him to wait because that child would return soon. And that's exactly what happened. Remembering all this, the protagonist realizes he has always wondered who returned his brother's dead body to Earth. Could it have been Kalitas? Then where is he now? He figures Kalitas might be on the 50th floor, the place where he died, and could be waiting there. The problem is that MC still isn't strong enough to reach it. He also needs to add his name to the Hall of Fame. And to do that, he has to climb again, starting from floor 21. After teleporting, he arrives at the Shadow Training Hall on the 21st floor. He's surprised by how massive the building is. Inside, there are 5 doors, numbered 1 through 5. The lower the number, the harder the challenge. Once he enters a door, he has to keep moving forward through 33 sections. There's only one goal: destroy the shadow alter egos in each section. Every alter ego carries the skills and combat sense of players previously recorded in the Hall of Fame. Only those strong enough to be called top tier can be registered there. In this place, challengers can retry the same level over and over, though for normal players, this stage is a nightmare. When he checks the names, the Martial King is ranked 2nd and his brother is 4th. For the first time, his brother isn't in 1st place, so Yongwoo decides he needs to learn more about this floor. As he understands it, he'll have to fight his own illusion on floor 20. He did see that his brother was in 2nd place, but once he goes in now, that rank will drop to 3rd, which starts a dumb contest over who's stronger. Even so, he wishes him luck and says he has to do everything he can to take 1st place. John admits that, back then, even he couldn't beat the person in 1st. Yongwoo starts wondering what kind of person that was, and then heads for floor 21. But first, he has to go see his friend and apologize for making him wait so long. John laughs. People are shouting over each other to buy a weapon. It's an auction. One person begs his master to stop it, saying that sword is his. Another one pleads for the same thing. After watching the bids, John offers 500,000. Everyone is shocked. That's a huge amount, but someone raises it to 600,000. Then John offers 1 million for all the swords, making the dwarf furious. The dwarf throws them at him, but when Yongwoo sees the sword, he's stunned. It's an incredible weapon, a double rank item. There's no way something like that was made overnight. On top of that, every item is brand new and flawless. It's obvious the dwarf never rested for a single second during all that time. Yeonwoo apologizes for failing to keep his promise to meet up sooner, but the dwarf calms him down. He's fine, he just didn't want to lose anyone again. The protagonist needs to remember that. Then MC says he brought excellent materials and would like to ask for his help again. He got a lot of valuable rewards on floor 20 and wants to upgrade all his gear. And Nova says there's no way he could refuse someone who believed in his talent from the start. That trust matters too much. Still, he warns Yeonwoo that he'll only be an assistant, and if he catches him slacking off, he'll smash his head with that hammer. 20 days pass like that, and Hinova's magic armor is finally complete. He lights up just looking at it, but Hinova smacks his hand away. How dare he? He needs to wait a second. Yeonwoo remembers his brother's words. That made him feel strange. Birthdays were never celebrated there, so he gave Hinova Hell's Tears as his first birthday gift. The protagonist couldn't believe Hinova still had them. Hell's Tears were gone from the world. She was the last giant, so powerful she was called the Mother of the Underworld. Her tears were top-grade items. Hinova worked those tears into the armor, turning it into a true masterpiece with far too many stats to read through. Then the dwarf told him to try it on. Yeonwoo was shocked by how comfortable it felt, like being held by his mother and father. Then they were called over. The two of them wanted to check their new skills. The dragon still had the same abilities as before, except for Dream. Yeonwoo figured everything he went through helped him gain it. It was the kind of place where anyone would get trapped and lost, but the stats looked great. It was a strong skill that could be merged with the undead army. Chirpy was mostly the same too, except for the unrestricted skill. Yeonwoo had always felt his wings came with a big limit when he flew, but now it was completely different. In the air he was much faster, and Nike's skill also got stronger with any movement. After the mess he caused, he thought it was better to focus on the blue spirit the Abyss Turtle had given him. It had huge potential, but he had no idea how to raise it. Still, he could give it to the bodies he controlled. He first thought of Hepburn, but she was too loyal to her goddess. The same was true for the vampire. That left him with only one soul, Rebecca. Even if her power was gone, her trace still remained, so he could use her and meet the conditions. Rebecca asked where she was. She was supposed to be dead, so in total confusion, she asked if he was insane. How had he awakened her trace? When she heard he wanted to use her power, she was stunned. She was an apostle devoted to her goddess, but Yeonwoo pointed out that being alive like this was still better than being dead. She cursed, then said that long ago when she was young, she saw a beast in a distant land. All she felt back then was fear. It crushed her village and ate her family. The power that creature gave off was burned into her mind. She had endured for so long, trying to get stronger, so she could face that beast someday. But even after becoming an apostle, she still lacked power. That was why she entered that dungeon, and she never thought it would end like this. Yeonwoo wasn't moved at all. He only wanted her power. She insulted him, but accepted. She would follow him on one condition. She wanted freedom to move as she pleased. When the captains appeared, he asked if they looked like they had no freedom. She was amazed by the soldiers under him, and Yeonwoo explained the blue spirit. Then he gave her the soul of the apostle Urd and the vampires as well, so she could recover part of her old holy power. After consuming them, she formed perfect synergy. But the demons watching through the system started arguing. That annoyed the protagonist because it wasn't the first time. Then someone called him a bastard. He asked who it was. The voice kept whining and insulting him again, just like everyone had said. It was Kai, a high-ranking guardian of the 12 zodiacs. Loopy. Despite how he looked, he was a hedonist who chased thrills. He asked why the kid was looking for him, cursed at him, and asked if he had been with Plaza, since Plaza had been accused, taken into custody, and was under investigation. They didn't say much more and parted ways. Then Yeonwoo noticed that Khan and Victoria weren't there either. He was upset he couldn't find them, and the whispers from the others in the room made it worse. After entering, he decided to start clearing from the 5th gate. There were 5 gates in total. The first held the top-ranked players, the second the next group, and so on. He chose Gate 5, where the weakest should be, and planned to beat every one of them without resting. His first opponent was Kraden, ranked 165. Kraden used fake swords like hidden daggers. Yeonwoo wanted Rebecca to handle the fight, but her spirit form was too different from when she was alive, so she needed more time to adjust to her body. He also wanted to test the new dagger Hinova made for him, covered in demonic runes. That skill made his power even hotter. Outside, people wondered why the masked man picked the 5th gate instead of the 1st. Wasn't he trying to get his name onto the ranking? Some guessed he wanted to clear every trial, but that sounded ridiculous. Even if these players were younger versions, they were still some of the strongest people ever to pass through the tower. No matter how strong Yeonwoo was, could he really fight the tower's best over and over without stopping? They asked Heidi what she thought, but the high elf said nothing. Then the place started shaking, and they asked what the hell was going on. Why was the dungeon trembling? Staring at the gate, they wondered what was happening inside, while Heidi quietly counted 6 minutes, 32 seconds, 8 minutes, 36 seconds, 9 minutes, and on and on. Yeonwoo cleared the 5th stage, then the 4th, and the 3rd in record time. He cleared gate number 2 in 2 hours and 30 minutes. It took longer than he expected, but he used that time to memorize the players' patterns. It would have been stupid to waste such a great training chance by going straight to gate 1, but things would be different from here on. The next opponents were real monsters, and luck alone wouldn't beat them. He couldn't back down. Once he entered, he would either die or win, and first of all, he had to beat the man waiting ahead. That was the rebel swordsman Vuldabich, his brother's first friend. At first, his 5-meter height made him scary, but over time they traveled together and helped each other. Valdebich, Vieira Dunn, and his brother became the founders of Team Artia. But after his brother died, Valdebich disappeared completely. No one knew why, but one thing was certain. He was the first to lead Artia toward ruin. Even if he hadn't stabbed his brother himself, he was just as much a traitor as Leonte and Bahal, so Yanwu would get rid of him. There stood that damned giant, still using rune-based magic gear to launch himself forward. Then Yanwu, with his boosted dagger, unleashed a burst. Meanwhile, the god of Bao kept searching like crazy for information about the stone, but even after 6 months he found nothing. He kept thinking about Cain, yet it seemed impossible that such a low-level player could be mixed up in something like that. Then, while investigating, he found Henova, who had now become one of the top 5 blacksmiths in the tower. As for Yonwu, he moved into the 21st section. In the 23rd, he fought the first Tale of the Nine, then the second bishop of the army of Kindred, and now he was facing the god of Saber, his master's first disciple. Even though that man was called a genius, at this point he had no chance against Yonwu. The people in the lobby couldn't believe it. It was insane. He had recently been at gate 15, but now he was already at gate 8. They wondered if he could take first place, but that seemed impossible. First place belonged to Bivasbat, the unbreakable wall that stopped everyone. They asked Heidi again what she thought, but she apologized. She couldn't say anything. Still, she activated her eyes. Meanwhile, Yanwu reached his next opponent at the 11th gate. It was Nocturne. He didn't know who that was. His brother had never seen him, but the energy around him was clearly strange. It felt a lot like his master's, and thinking back, his master had once mentioned having a third disciple. So this had to be his master's second disciple. Yonwu could tell he was strong. He sensed the smell of the 8 extreme fists, but also a different spirit mixed into him. Even so, MC apologized. He had to move on to the next floor. After several minutes, he thought this was unfair. Even if it was some kind of dragon, his opponent was the Summer Queen. Compared to the one he knew, she was much smaller and weaker, but still powerful. Then came the next test, and he had to force his way through. Gate number 4 began. Because of his great results and clear time, he was given 30 minutes to recover. When he saw the shadow, it really was him, his brother. The dragon asked if he was okay, and though Yeonwoo knew it was only an illusion, he still said he was sorry. All that time, he thought his brother had abandoned him and run away somewhere, so he hated him for it. The same thing happened when he went to Korea. No one cared about him all that time, and he lived like his life meant nothing, almost like he was looking for a place to die. The only reason he kept going was his mother's plea to protect his brother, no matter what happened. The dragon asked if he had sorted out his feelings. Yeonwoo apologized again. His brother must have been shaken too, but the dragon asked if he really thought he could win. If it was too hard, he should ask for help. He answered with one thing. He had never lost to his brother. Then the countdown ended, and the trial began. His brother gave off power as he activated his sky wings. Yeonwoo thought it would be way too embarrassing to lose now after what Nemesis said. Nemesis seemed to understand. Even without siblings, he got it a little. He wouldn't want to lose to that white dragon either. The dragons attacked, just like the brothers did. Still, Yeonwoo felt his own dragon was on a completely different level. Even so, he had to win no matter what. The protagonist used Chirpy's boost. As he tried to launch a second strike, his brother used Dragon Eyes, dodged the attack, and moved into open space. Yeonwoo was in trouble. That was chaotic bombardment. He used his magic rune to teleport behind him. MC thought he had landed a heavy hit, but his brother would recover soon. He couldn't give him time to heal, so he pressed in with the 8 extreme fists. The only thing that worried him was that sword, a masterpiece even better than Vigrid. And now he realized something else. His brother was reading his attacks better and better. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to counter anymore, and he couldn't allow even the smallest opening his attack. He suddenly pulls back, and Yeonwoo wonders what he's planning. Then he uses a wall of flames to shut down any surprise attack, but it doesn't affect him at all. Then hundreds of bolts start crashing down. Wave of Light, a skill that packs lightning and magic power together, causing random explosions. Yeonwoo can't believe his brother was this strong back on the 20th floor, but that move clearly hurts the user too. He wonders why he did that. His little brother would never fight like that. Was he copying him? When they were young, he always rushed in first, and his brother was the one who cleaned up after him, always scolding him until he learned to think first. Now his brother was acting like him, but this wasn't the time to get emotional. He had to focus. The next attack would be devastating. Its power was insane, and he had no clear way to stop it. Still, he thinks if he adds more aura, black energy, and dragon blood, then compresses and detonates it, he can combine all his techniques to create something on par with his brother's Wave of Light, even if it puts him at risk. He never thought the blast could melt dragon scales. It was unbelievably hot, but his brother kept coming anyway. He was in real trouble. He tells Nike to activate her territory on him. Warnings flash before him. He needed better control over his power. His body had gone numb, but then he breaks free of that state and can now control fire and light. He had also learned the idea of dragon pressure. He thinks he reduced the damage around him as much as he could. Still, his sword had become so heavy he couldn't even hold it with both hands. But his brother had one more thing that he didn't. Elemental contact. Some people had to risk their lives to reach that level. His brother was a total genius. The captains, seeing how shaken and battered he was, thought he'd die at this rate. They wanted to step in too, but Cha Yan-woo refused. He had already told them he couldn't afford to be humiliated. Activating his max state and his new power, dragon pressure, he had cleared section number 3 and gained a lot. Still, his brother's body carried an overwhelming sense of fear. If he kept going like this, maybe he should give him a little more time. just a little. Then against all logic, his brother laughs and says it was fun. Chayanwu. He thinks it might have been the alter ego illusion. It was normal for those things to carry some memories, but it still felt like he was talking to his little brother. When he wakes up, he realizes he fought his brother for 3 hours. It had been unbelievably hard. So what would the last 3 be like, especially the next one? He didn't know much about him, only that he was the chief bishop of the devil army, said to be the demon god's apostle, and he even had the monarch trait. But first he wanted to test his new skill. He thinks wave of fire can be controlled to a certain degree even if it turned everything around him into a wasteland, and he had cleared the 3rd door. On top of that, he got a piece of the king's staff. As he moved on, he entered door number 2. There stood his master in his younger days. Even though he looked young and playful, he gave off a sharp beast-like air that felt different from the other shadows. Any student with a great master would, at least once, think about how to beat him and surpass him. But strangely, he said he gave up. He explained that his master was far stronger, so there was no way he could win head-on. Instead, if he was allowed to pass, he had to talk about the outside world because he had been trapped there for years without knowing anything. Yanwu agreed. He had nothing to lose, but it didn't go the way he expected. His master asks what he thinks he's doing. Yanwu fires back, asking why he should trust him. He curses, realizing he thought he'd caught a weakling, but if not, then he had no other choice. Yanwu shouts that this might be the only way to bring back some part of his brother's past, so they had to capture the shadow however they could. The power was incredible, just what you'd expect from a monster. On top of that, what he used earlier was definitely wave art, but that made no sense. Back then, his master should have only known the basics of the 8 extreme fists. So had the shadow studied on its own and made its own version of the 8 fists? Yanwu thinks that's probably right. If so, it had to be tied to the master's real body. Now he wanted answers. The protagonist uses Declaration of Dominion and apologizes. But like he said, he'd have to beat him down to capture him alive. He remembers his master's words, telling him to surpass him and reach the top. Yanwu wonders what this shadow really was. It was nastier than he thought. Had it gained an identity of its own? At the same time, maybe the shadow was still improving the technique. It couldn't create anything new under the system, but it had evolved the 8 fists. The captains desperately begged to be released, but Yanwu refuses. They had to wait. Watching him, he had to admit it was amazing. Even after using Wave of Fire, his injuries weren't serious. It was obvious he'd lose at this rate, but if he let his captains out, he could at least force a draw. Still, that wouldn't be a true win. He needed a plan to beat him and win for real. He thinks they are alike, but that shadow had spent decades training in the 8 extreme fists. So what was the difference between him, the Saber God, and Nocturne? They had all forged their own paths through their skills, but he still hadn't found a clear path for himself. What he did know was that he wanted one that boosted speed and strength. He needed brutal training to draw that power out. Then he rejects that idea. If he couldn't find his own path yet, he could walk the paths of others and use them for himself. In his mind and body, he already knew many paths that led to glory. Like the techniques of the Saber God, the Martial King is stunned. What was wrong with this guy? He was fighting differently than before, and now he was even taking in Nocturne's path, which was smooth and refined. He curses, "What is this?" It felt like he was fighting several masters at once, and Yanwu was still using the secret art of the Demon King's apostle. The next path came from the strongest person he had ever seen, the path of the Martial King. He shouts in anger. Was he really using that move? Was he mocking him? This was a wild, unstoppable path. No way. He had broken through his defense, and the final path he would take came from the Sky Wings, the path followed by his brother, Freedom. Yanwu realizes that this shadow was nothing like his master. The real man would never obsess over just one technique. The captains ask if he shouldn't collect the shadow to summon his brother, but he refuses. He had been blinded. Summoning his brother's shadow would be an insult. It wasn't really his brother. The truth was, he could never see him again. That dream had blinded him, but he had to stop getting distracted and move on. The tower informs him that the first door is starting. Yanwu is dying to meet the one called All for One, but the tower announces that the simulation of Biffaspot was removed for unknown reasons. That meant he had cleared every trial. Meanwhile, someone arrives at Hinova's forge, right as the ranking updates. The dwarf realizes he had really taken first place, and wonders who was calling him. The bow god finds everything strange. Hinova's shop should have been in ruins after the fall of Artia, and his disciple had died. He should have been grieving, but he was smiling. Then someone asks who that person was. He didn't like the look of him at all, so he followed. He curses, saying he'll deal with him later, then orders him to answer his questions, and he'll spare his life. But the other man refuses. He wasn't stupid enough to fall for that. The Saber God thinks it might have worked, though he'd rather do this the hard way. They should enjoy the meal while gathering memories, and then they learn Cain was the one behind the war. Hearing that, he thinks things are about to get interesting. As for the protagonist, he was facing the 21st floor. As he attacks, he wonders why the being called All for One had been erased from the shadow system. What could that mean? Then he clears the 22nd floor too, earning more achievements. Even Poseidon watches him with interest, thinking of making him an apostle. But for now, he had no plans to make any deals with them. Also, on earlier floors, he learned that Brahm was hiding on the 23rd floor, so he heads there. The test for the 23rd floor begins. It was a land known as Hell because of its terrain and monsters. The demon tribe lived there, beings that grew from trees. On that floor, he needed to get the purple devil flower and the ceratopsian dinosaur from Lake Roy. But first, he had to find that bastard Brahm. Meanwhile, while he searched, his spirits enjoyed the place and kept getting stronger. After a long search, he finally found the place he had heard about. Those were the Elohim, one of the 8 clans, a group of transformed beings where only tribes with powerful bloodlines like high ranks or transcendence could join. But why were they there? He knew they didn't get along with Brahm. You might be wondering who the hell Brahm is. I don't know either, but we'll find out. Looking closer, he spots the old man of Elohim, a former member of Artia. So why was he there? And there was someone else. Galliard. He knew Galliard was Bram's friend. Was he trying to stop those Elohim bastards from finding him? Then he notices the arrow and they shout that it's an ambush from the treetop. They have to catch him. What an idiot. They had him, but he vanishes and appears behind them. Then Helheim fires arrows of light to protect his allies. Galliard wonders if the shield Brahm gave him can withstand the attack. Seeing that power, he is amazed, but he knows his opponent is a martial artist. Then Jiol appears, cutting down all the disciples. Cheyan Wu says he'll explain later, but they need to get out of there. Helheim had gone mad, that bastard. Later, they move to a safe place. Galliard thinks Yan Wu has changed a lot and asks how he knew he was there, but MC says it was just a coincidence. He was looking for Brahm to ask a favor. Galliard doesn't think he's lying, but he still can't fully trust him. Then a message arrives, saying that Brahm wants to know why he smells like a dragon. Cheyan Wu thinks the dragon blessing should have stayed hidden. If the dragon was outside, how did Brahm notice it? Even Summer Queen didn't, so he plays dumb and says he has no idea what Brahm means. Galliard tells him to come along. The master of the house wants to meet him. As they walk, a hidden path opens through an illusion barrier. Galliard warns him to think carefully, because the current situation means he'll have to stay there for a while. If he doesn't want that, he should leave now. Cheyan Wu asks if they're protecting something tied to what Helheim was after. He wonders what could be so important that they built a barrier for it. It must have cost a huge amount of both resources and mana. When they arrive, he starts wondering what's really going on. This was the man who took pride in being thrown out of Elohim, the one who always chased freedom, the incarnation of the god Brahma who had come down from the heavens. And beside him stood a human dragon, a being born from a dragon, and a human, one that goes beyond the limits of either race. After the ancient dragon Kaladas died and the last true dragons vanished, only 3 people in the tower were connected to dragons. Summer Queen, who was half human and half dragon, Ananta, and her brother, the successor of the ancient dragon. Ananta had disappeared for unknown reasons. Cheyan Wu didn't know why, though her brother apparently did. Could this girl be Ananta's daughter? Brahm asks if he knew Ananta. Cheyan Wu says he only figured it out. Summer Queen refused to have children, and the Sky Wings were dead, so Ananta was the only answer left. If that's why Elohim was hunting them and they still let him in, then Brahm must want to make a deal. Brahm agrees, but first he needs to know if Cheyan Wu is worthy of that deal, so he tells him to explain who he belongs to. Yan Wu activates his dragon skill and figures that answer should be enough. Brahm accepts it and tells him to follow. Yan Wu asks how he ended up taking care of Ananta's daughter. The whole thing doesn't make sense to him, because a man this strict didn't even help his own brother when he was dying. Brahm only says it was because of a deal with Ananta. She asked for one thing, that he teach her daughter dragon knowledge while she stayed there. The girl's name was Sesha. When Jiang Wu agrees, he gives his own terms and explains why he came. He wants to study the Book of Mercury, which Brahm wrote. It was a magic book Brahm created using the knowledge he had as a god on the lower floors. Brahm doesn't like the idea at first, but after they make a mana oath, Jiang Wu starts getting lessons for 2 hours every night. Hinova's alchemy teachings also help him understand things better, and during the day he looks after the young dragon. Nemesis makes fun of him for being a babysitter. The captains tease him too. His master was known for being harsh, so how was he supposed to win over a little girl? But Yongwu had a trick up his sleeve. He won Sesha over with desserts and showed a side of himself no one had seen before. As for the madman, he curses his luck. He brought high rankers to make sure everything worked, but now his plan to restore the extinct dragon and giant races had been delayed. Still, he wouldn't give up, and to do it he had to kidnap that girl, the tower's only dragon descendant. He thinks he missed his chance once before, but not again. If only he had the corpse of Skywings, none of this would be necessary. She was Hemera, his sister, who came to help her useless brother and brought enough forces to cover for his failures. Later, Jangwu, after getting treated like a babysitter, is asked to gather some violet devil flowers. Since ancient times, dragons and demons could never live together. They became mortal enemies. People said dragons could devour a demon's elemental body to purify their soul and magic, while demons ate dragons to boost their mana. And if someone could capture a demon, there was even a shortcut to gaining a demon's blessing. The violet devil flower. They apologize a little, but they also need that flower. Jongwu asks if they're trying to plant a demon blessing in him. They calm him down and explain she was doing something similar. She wasn't skilled at using her power and only had a quarter of a dragon's strength, so she was refining devil flowers to raise her magical power. Still, he should be careful. He only needed flowers with 4 concentrations, but Seja could only handle 3, since too much would make her sick. Then he notices the place is packed with flowers. Jungwoo is shocked. Violet devil flowers are supposed to be incredibly rare in the whole tower. When they see he doesn't believe them, they tell him to follow Galliard. Jungwoo wonders what all this means. Can those flowers really be grown? Once they explain how Bram did it, game alerts appear, saying an unknown demon king is enraged. Jungwoo can't believe it. If this worked, then they weren't just making flowers, they were creating real demons too. Then he sees the transmutation circles, and it all clicks. They were cultivating demon trees to bloom devil flowers, then casting mental spells like confusion and madness on the demon species born from those trees, forcing them to eat each other. The moment demons appeared, a sealing spell trapped them. It was a mix of alchemy, black magic, mana, and more. Jungwoo asks Galliard directly if Braum is getting ready to fight every player in the tower, or if he's preparing to control demons. Galliard laughs. It's close enough. If Jungwoo saw Secha, then he must have noticed she's limited by her weak body. Secha had been frail since birth. No matter how much medicine she took, she always ended up bedridden again. Cha Yongwoo had sensed that weakness the first time he felt her energy. They explained that she only recently became able to run. The one time Secha truly improved was after taking in the demon's blessing. But even that was starting to hit its limit. So yes, they were raising a full-grown demon for Secha to eat. Cha Yan-woo can't believe Braum, of all people, the man known for being cold-blooded, would do something this reckless. He asks what happened between Secha and Braum, but Galliard admits he doesn't know either. Braum never explained it. He only knew one thing. If Secha needed it, Braum would even try to capture a god. Then 2 weeks passed. He studied alchemy without rest, and Braum taught him far more than he expected. Boo and Rebecca also helped whenever he got stuck. He kept trying to figure out the stone inside his chest, but made no real progress. Still, whenever Secha showed up, everyone was stunned to see their master become so gentle around her. While giving him food, Secha showed him a drawing. Someone had told her that if she didn't understand something, she should turn it around. The moment Cha Yan-woo looks at it, everything clicks. All this time, he thought the Philosopher's Stone was just an energy source that could create endless power. But if he treated it as a medium instead, its output could grow exponentially. Now he understood why Leonte and Bild hadn't been able to complete the Philosopher's Stone in his chest. If his theory was right, it still needed one more power source. Then he thinks of the demon Galliard and Braum plan to capture. In theory, that would be more than enough magical power. Once that happened, the Dragon Heart and the Philosopher's Stone would become 2 organs of immense strength, creating an unlimited amount of magical power. The next day, Cha Yan-woo gives the coordinates of their location to Fante and Adora, and they arrive at the illusion barrier. Braum is a little annoyed. How could he bring outsiders to his hideout? But when he sees how happy Secha is, he calms down. Galliard thinks she's been through a lot since she's been cut off from society for so long. And now that he looks at her, he can't remember the last time she laughed this much. Maybe everything had been for Secha's sake, but it also left her completely alone. Then Cha Yan-woo is called over and told that the transmutation circle and the barrier were nearly finished. Luckily, there was still no sign of the Elohim and Aether group, and once the barrier was complete, they wouldn't be able to enter even if they found the place. Cha Yan-woo explains that once the illusion world is finished, the area will fully become Braum's domain, his sacred territory. It has limits, but the god Braum will be able to use his divine power. Braum then tells him he can finally rest and handle his own business. After that, he invites Fante and Adora on a raid. When Chaya, the protagonist, explains that he is dressed that way so no one recognizes him, Fante does the same. They soon reach Lake Roy, where a large crowd has gathered. Everyone is there to capture the demonic ceratopsian dinosaur. It was a demon species that could metamorphose into a high-class creature. Cha Yan-woo decides, of course, that he plans to steal it from all of them. For now, though, they need to stay together and keep a low profile. But if someone finds him out, he'll kill them. Fante agrees, but a few minutes later, he's already threatening everyone and trying to start a fight. The reason Fante picks a fight is simple. A group suddenly shows up and orders everyone to back off. Of course, nobody argues. There isn't a high ranker there except one. At that moment, Cha Yan-woo realizes this actually helps him, because someone appears that he never expected to see: the poisonous ice serpent Lao, a high ranker. The Bloodland clan was one of the 8 great clans. They called themselves a nation and claimed to be heirs to a destroyed world. Their goal was to reclaim the promised land. Even without land or rule, they swore they would one day restore that lost world. They were feared for how organized their squads were, and it was obvious they were working with the Elohim group. There was no way they'd send a whole squad and a high ranker for something as simple as a Lake Roy mission. He doesn't know what they're planning, but Fante starts threatening everyone, ready to teach them a lesson. In fact, he even gets happy when their leader walks toward him. But the man walks right past him and heads straight to Cheonapras with a smile. He says there's been enough fighting for one day and introduces himself as an envoy of His Majesty, who wants to invite their leader, his group, and Braum. Cha-mc couldn't understand how he was recognized or how they knew about his link to Braum. That made him realize the great clans were tied to this much more deeply than he thought. From now on, he had to be far more careful. For now, since this involved Braum, hiding was pointless. Lao explained he recognized him through his serpent skill, which let him read all the traits and features of a target. He added that His Majesty had taken a strong interest in him, so he should accept the invitation. Cha Yan-woo explains that this was the Gluttony Emperor, the Lord of Greed. He devoured everything he wanted and was always hungry for whatever landed in his hands. That included people too. He could steal abilities through cannibalism. He even tried to swallow everything Cha Yan-woo had. What he wanted most was the one flesh he had never tasted before: dragon meat. Cha Yan-woo couldn't believe he still wanted to eat a dragon. The man was insane. Even so, he figured he could use the invitation. First, though, he had something to do. The ranker told him he would protect him from the rear. Still, Chai, the protagonist, knew they only wanted to test his abilities. Right then, the ceratopsian dinosaur appeared. The woman said she could finally see the one who had caught her emperor's eye. Fante felt the place was incredibly dangerous. They were inside the dinosaur now, a bizarre world where different demonic species were tangled together. He was surprised when Cha Yan-woo found something, one of the dinosaur's hearts. There were 5 in all, and they needed the other 4 to enter the monster's consciousness. Then monsters started appearing, but Xiaoyan Wu used his bracelet and fused skills, swallowing every demon in a wide area. He told them to watch those 2 lines. There were 2 hearts there, and they had to find them. At the same time, Xiaoyan Wu was searching for something else when he fell into a void. Someone asked whose body it was. Xiaoyan Wu realized this was the real body, the perfect chance to gain experience from the demons, and then devil's venom came at him. He had heard it was deadly to dragon species. If this creature had it, someone must have raised it that way. Still, he needed to kill it to gain the demon's blessing. Demon declaration. Wave of fire. Lao thought the dinosaur had eaten him. It was obvious something was happening inside that body. Then someone laughed. Had they joined the Horn tribe? It was the Elohim group. They wondered why they had shown up right now. The 2 sides traded insults, ending with Lao's wall of ice. Lao thought they should never have challenged him, but from behind a spear came for him. He barely blocked it, and war broke out between the 2 groups. The battle fully erupted. Lao ordered everyone to regroup at the lake. The blonde man couldn't let the chance slip away to get rid of the dinosaur and wipe out those bloodland bastards too. This was their end. But something was wrong with the dinosaur. The whole area had been calcified by an immense power. The blonde man believed he was the heir of the great Freya. There was no way he could lose to a mere human. Still, it didn't matter. He just had to kill him. At that moment, Aether was probably already at the hideout, but Xiaoyan Wu says he knew that. Did they really not think this might be a trap? Earlier, he had learned the Elohim group was planning an ambush, so he decided to lure them to the dinosaur's location and feed them to the demons. Lao couldn't believe it. Why help them so well when they had even helped him? Xiaoyan Wu took off his mask to answer that question. Lao realized he had only been used, and he prayed his master would be worthy of this enemy. Meanwhile, Brahm said they had finally arrived and told Gilbert he needed to take good care of Sesha until they met again. As he left, he said he would use these people as sacrifices to cure his illness, no matter what. This was the last gift his mother could give Ananta, and also a regret for the man who no longer existed in this world. Then he cast a spell. He told everyone to stay alert. A magic spell had activated, and suddenly soldiers started disappearing. It was bizarre. Their divine bodies felt like they were leaving them, as if this world itself was devouring them. Looking at his followers, he gave the signal. The spell had worked and stabilized his power. They praised the feat, but something was wrong. She cursed Brahm, demanding to know what he had done. Her soldiers were helpless against that force. She told them they had to run, but then her brother stabbed her in the back. She called him a fool. If she died, he would die too. But Aether denied it. He would live through her by activating a forbidden spell. He declared that the whole world belonged to the great god, and anyone trying to seize it would be broken. The soldiers trembled. The devil army had appeared, and Aether greeted his bishop. They asked about the body, but he apologized. He had failed to recover it through his own negligence. The man said there was only one choice left: kill them all. Chera felt a powerful energy in her head and warned Gilead that Brahm was in serious danger. Hearing that, Gilead believed her at once. That girl had sharper extrasensory power than any rancor, but his mission was to save her. She refused. Brahm realized he had miscalculated and had no other choice. Looking into the sphere, he saw it was Kindred. Then the truth came out. The woman had come to hand over the girl, begging him to please protect her daughter. He argued she wasn't his daughter, but the woman denied it. The child wasn't born from her body. She was born from her heart. She made him promise to protect her. Father. That was the first and last time he heard her call him that. The daughter who had hated him all her life was now begging, and he simply couldn't refuse. Maybe he first raised her to pay for the sins of his youth, but at some point he began to truly care for her, and that was how he became Sitch's real grandfather. Then someone said that was where his illusion ended. Bram couldn't believe it. His vision had been caught. Even his space was overwhelmed, and when he looked closer, he saw the aura was clearly from the spirits of the Devil Army. Now he understood why Kindred could move wildly through his territory. The Devil Army existed in a possessed state by the god they served. He knew exactly who that god was, a god but not a god, a demon but not a demon. Tower players called it the demon god, but that being was actually closer to light than any god, while preaching the opposite idea: destroy everything and rebuild it. That was why the Devil Army called it the demon of the sky or the heavenly demon. Even if Brahm released all his authority, defeating the heavenly demon would be nearly impossible, and taking down Kindred quickly wouldn't be easy either. On top of that, his world had started to be stained by the heavenly demon's color, so he had to crush the entire illusion world. The followers wondered whether the second bishop was all right, but then an arrow appeared. They cursed. Were they trying to assassinate him? The fight kept going, even though Brahm was growing weaker little by little because he wasn't within his barrier. Even so, if he died there, those bastards would take Sesha with them, and he would never allow that to happen. As he fell, he remembered his precious girl. No matter what happened, he would protect her, even if he no longer had divine power. Demon summoning. The demon said the air of the lower floors felt much fresher than the air above. His name was Agares, the Grand Duke, who represented ruin and madness. Kindred couldn't understand it. A demon shouldn't be able to enter the lower floors, much less a high demon. Was he aiming for the human dragon? He thought fast, but had no choice and used his possession. He had fused two opposite energies to cause that explosion. He didn't think he could beat him, but he could at least break his manifestation. Agares laughed and called him a fine disciple of the king, though he still had far to go. He had to disappear. And he was startled, so that was a shadow. Either way, the nuisance was gone. He asked what wish his contractor wanted from him. Brahm didn't understand. Had he called someone like Belial or Dantalion? Then why was Agares here? Once he thought he understood, Agares asked whether he had a dead dragon corpse. Brahm denied it, but Agares told him to stop playing dumb. Clearly, as payment, he would take the weak, talentless human girl, and since she was the daughter of Wings of the Sky, that was reason enough to take her. Hearing that from behind, Brahm thought of one thing. His wish was that he should sacrifice himself for his granddaughter Sesha. He explains that his Mercury book and his own body were at their limits. He had stopped Sesha's aging with divinity to keep her healthy, but now he had no choice. At that moment, he gave up the rest of his life. Meanwhile, John was being given the reward for the dinosaur, and at that moment, Boo blocked a storm of demonic energy. He didn't know what it was, but it felt a lot like Agares' power. He had a bad feeling. As he flew toward Brahm, he reflected on how obsessed that being was with his brother. They had been allies because they studied each other's power, but Agares always wanted to merge. His brother refused every time, and those repeated rejections enraged Agares. After being rejected again and again, the demon finally cut all ties with his brother. Years later, he returned when his brother was dying, only to urge him to join him. But the answer stayed the same. He wondered why Agares had appeared now. Given his place, he should have already gotten what he wanted in the past. Then he wondered what had happened, because traces of Brahm remained. By gathering the memory fragments in the area, he understood everything. He wondered why that trace was so shaken, then heard that the girl was the daughter of Wings of the Sky. Had he heard right? Did his brother have a daughter? That couldn't be. Nothing about that appeared in the diary. He had only ever loved Viera Dune. There was no one else, and he never betrayed her. In fact, she had always liked his brother, but his brother only saw her as a friend. Then he remembered she had said something important the last time they met. Someone had promised to protect her no matter what. Now he understood who she meant. More memories rushed back. Brahm had a daughter, but he acted as if she didn't exist because of his divinity. Even so, she kept looking for him despite hating him, bringing a Yahello Zalulens Vijaro Dune's daughter. For a long time, Vijaro Dune hid that she had a child. Then Ananta found out by accident, took the girl to protect her and raised her as her own daughter. Now Yoon understands what happened. He failed to protect his brother, but he swears he'll protect his niece with his life. Agares realized what the old man had been planning all this time, but Brahm apologized. He couldn't grant that wish. As the illusion field shifted, the sealed circle grew weaker too. Brahm watched the falling pages like his hopes turning to dust. Sesha cried out for him. Agares sneers that this is what his brother left behind. He never liked that bastard, but the girl could still make a useful trophy, so he pulls her closer. Seeing him, Sesha trembles in fear, and remembers her mother gently telling her she looked just like her father. She also said her smile was beautiful, so she shouldn't cry. She had to smile. Just as she's about to be eaten, Agares' arm goes flying. Using magic runes, he tries to get her somewhere safe, then takes off his mask. When Sesha sees him, she thinks he looks so much like her. Tears fill her eyes, and her hands reach out to hug him. She asks if he really is her father, and they share a deeply emotional embrace. Brahm is about to ask who she means, but they're cut off. The details can wait. Right now, she needs treatment first. He thinks the face is the same, but this isn't Jungo. The skills, the personality, the way he talks and moves, everything is different. Could this be his brother? The captains are uneasy and don't know how to deal with that thing. An archdemon had appeared. He already knew of Agares, but seeing him here was very different from hearing about him from the higher floors. The protagonist tells him he came for Sesha, and for him too, didn't he? Agares nods. Long ago, he was humiliated by him, so he wants payback. Still, a Grand Duke picking on a tiny fish would look bad, so he'll give him a chance. If he wants power, Agares will give it to him. But if that still isn't enough, then he has to hand over his niece, and Agares will grant him power equal to his own. Cha Hyun-woo asks what happens if he doesn't want it. That instantly enrages the demon. His brother always refused him too. So how dare a mere human act like that and forget his place? He attacks with a pitch-black veil. This is meant to force Cha Hyun-woo into becoming his subordinate. He didn't plan to use this, but refusal leaves him no choice. Then something feels off. He doesn't know what it is, but that presence, it feels like something on his level. How could that be? Cha Hyun-woo knows Agares is strong enough to crush even Brahm, so a mortal like him can't win head-on. If that's true, then he needs someone who actually can fight him. Brahm understands, restores the magic circle, and opens a new gate. The gate asks who he seeks. When it hears the name, it asks what he's offering. Once it sees Aegis, the deal is accepted. Hermes says it has been 900 years since they last met, back when Luciel was sealed. Agares can't understand why Hermes is here. He should be watching, but Hermes cuts him off. He came for the same reason. He got an offer and is only here to repay the price. So if Agares agrees, they can fight or he can back down. Agares laughs. He has no intention of retreating. Cha Hyun-woo finally understands what this really is. A true battle between a god and a demon. Just watching it nearly drives him mad. The area keeps rebuilding and breaking apart in an instant, and without that light, he would have passed out. He wonders if that power belongs to Athena. Calling even Athena with Aegis as the price was unexpected. And she's not only protecting him, she's shielding everyone else too. He doesn't know why Athena is helping him now, but that can wait. He needs to help trap Agares. Looking at the items, he knows his body will pay for this, but he still has to awaken the demon's blessing. The system announces that the blessing is awakening. Cha Hyun-woo is in terrible pain, but he remembers what his brother once said about demon dragons. For ages, dragons and demons have been enemies. Their hate for each other is built into their instincts, but their influence ran so deep that some abandoned their own race and took on the traits of their enemy. Those were demon dragons. They carried both dragon and demon power, and that gave them overwhelming authority. For Calidus, accepting Agaras's power was a disgrace to dragons. If his brother took it, Calidus would end their contract right away. So his brother promised never to accept it and never tried to claim a demon dragon's body. But the thought still crossed his mind, and Cha Yun-woo's body starts changing fast. On top of that, he had already reached the limit of the dragon's blessing, and now the demon's blessing had hit its limit too. Stage 3 begins to open, activating authority element contact. He tells Nemesis and Nike to follow him, wave of fire, lightning, and the 72 transformations of the Monkey King. Hermes, seeing the opening, joins in with his serpents. Agaras flies into a rage. How dare they? Cha Yun-woo is completely drained, but he knows this is the perfect moment to catch that bastard. If he can fire just one more time, he'll win, and Sesha can be saved. But his vision starts to blur, and his body begins to give out. His allies shout in worry. Cha Yun-woo curses and refuses to accept it. He can't fall here. They have to capture Agaras. After losing Jungo, he can't lose Sesha too. He has to save her, no matter what. But at that moment, Agaras breaks free. Hermes thought he could finish him there, but driving him back to floor 98 is better, so he opens a summoning gate. Agaras, though, refuses to believe he can be pushed to floor 98 that easily. This time, he'll take him along. But Cha Yun-woo, by pure reflex, activates the power of his vampire dagger, draining in all the power he can. But he's gone far past his limit. The system warns that his demon dragon body is close to collapsing. Agares can't understand it. Was he really challenging him? Then someone cuts off Agares' arm, throws him into the summoning gate, and through screams of revenge, he's dragged away. Hermes laughs. Agares was always obsessively stubborn. Cha Yun-woo doesn't understand why the administrators are here, but they tell him to drink something. It's an item called nectar. He doesn't have enough karma to buy it, but they're covering the cost. Cha Yun-woo is stunned. They also show him a gem made from the demon's blessing. The demon's core. It holds huge power, so it might heal Seisha. The core contains tremendous power, enough that it could help treat Seisha. But it was made in such a chaotic way that he couldn't remove it from his body. Still, he can't save Seisha if he collapses first. Hermes tells him to calm down. He gets rattled too easily. Then Athena wraps him in her blessing. They ask if he's already leaving, and he says yes, trusting the rest to them. Hours later, Cha Yun-woo opens his eyes. They tell him he's now on floor 24. Cha Yun-woo tries to think, but then notices his mask is gone. Adora asks if he's looking for this. Once he realizes they saw his face, he curses. He should have been more careful. He wonders how many people saw it. Then he stops. Adora would never be that careless, so only she and Fante saw him. Did they already know what his face meant? Even if not, he still can't leave any loose ends. He grabs his dagger. If he has to kill them, it has to be now. But Adora's warm hands break through the hatred around him. She hugs him and tells him everything will be okay, because she's with him. She also says Fante never saw his face. He refused to look without permission. She felt the same way, but someone had to take care of him because of his condition, so she apologizes for not leaving him alone. Cha Yun-woo thinks about telling her everything, but only says that one day he'll tell her the whole truth. That makes Adora happy. Later, he visits Bram, who says he looks exactly like him, though inside they are completely different. He also admits he hated that face because it made his daughter suffer. Cha Yun-woo asks if he wants to live, offering to make him a shadow subordinate. Bram agrees. He can't leave that girl alone. He has to help care for her and heal her, as his eyes slowly begin to close, and he dies. Cha Yun-woo is about to use the souls, but Sesha stops him. Bram had already told her the soul could still help. This was the homunculus's spiritual fluid. Bram had said the soul could still be useful, because this was spiritual fluid from the homunculus. Chazi, the protagonist, is shocked to see it. It was as valuable as the Book of Mercury. Sesha trusts that her uncle will use it well. He knows it would be terrible if this fails, but he tries anyway. The system congratulates him for discovering a new way to control death in the body. The gods of floor 98 begin to show their displeasure. While some demons are pleased, Sesha runs into the arms of her grandfather, then asks why he's so stiff. Brahm then admits that he's her family now. But first he has to explain how they'll cure Sesha's illness and rescue Ananta. He tells him to take a look. This was the transmutation circle he made, and this was the Philosopher's Stone. It was something Viera Dune had taken, but now it belonged to him, though he didn't know all the details. He asks whether it could work, combining that formula with the Book of Mercury. The answer is yes. The Philosopher's Stone would complete it, and with that power they could create a transmutation circle. This time it would work. They'd be able to trap demons properly and transplant them into Sesha without putting her in danger. That solves one part, but how would they save Ananta? She was likely fighting somewhere in Walpurgis Night. Cha Yun-woo says they'll use an auction. He'll put the Philosopher's Stone up for bidding, along with a few other artifacts. Bram realizes that if they do that, the tower will go wild, especially the Red Dragon. Summer Queen's dragon heart had dried up, so they desperately chase the Philosopher's Stone. MC says that's when he'll lure them to Walpurgis Night and begin the witch hunt. And the way to get their attention was, the goblin asks if he's finished, because they need to go there. When they arrive, he tells him to sit down so they can begin. There were messages from some gods. Cha Yun-woo wonders what this is about. Were these all the ones interested in him? There were 41 on the god's side and 55 on the demon's side. They all wanted to make him an apostle. Since becoming a ranker usually needs a blessing, they thought waiting until the 50th floor was too long, so they offered him a contract instead. It was only temporary, but Cha Yun-woo refused. He didn't want to belong to anyone. though something the goblin said came back to him. The goblin was about to turn them all down. He stopped him. If they wanted him that badly, they should hand over some authority first. The goblin said this was only the second time someone had played with the 98th floor like this. When Cheonwoo checked the offers, he was stunned. They were all giving him gifts, even without a formal temporary contract. It was obvious they all wanted him. So the protagonist looked through them and decided to take only one for now, the Faceless Law. That skill gave Boo huge wings to fly. He didn't reject the others though. He would save them to review later. Then he had something else to bring up. Hermes and Agaras had fought so fiercely that the stage was heavily damaged, forcing it to shut down for a while. Most of the players who stayed behind were killed, and now complaints from clans and players were pouring in, so he needed to be careful. They could end up blaming him. After that, they parted ways. Cheonwoo knew the clans would come after him, Brahm and Sesha once the chaos settled, so they left the 24th floor and headed for the One-Horn tribe. But when they arrived, the village was on edge. Adora rushed to her father and asked what happened. He told her that Yanu was dead. The Blue Sword clan's Bogod had killed him. A team was sent after the killer, but they were killed too. Cheonwoo couldn't understand why the Bogod was targeting the tribe now. The Martial King made it clear he would catch him. No one was allowed to touch his people. He planned to snap the man's neck, so he told everyone to get ready. Cheonwoo figured the tower would stay in chaos for a while, so he decided to find Hanova. When he met him, he asked if Hanova knew about the Philosopher's Stone. Then he explained everything that had happened and asked for help. Hanova agreed, not for Chatham Sea, but because the stone sounded fascinating. After that, the five of them gathered at a table to discuss one thing: how to complete the Philosopher's Stone themselves. They put their heads together and rewrote the formula again and again until Hanova could apply it. The research moved fast and it looked like the stone would be finished soon. But then a month later, they still hadn't done it. They were close, but completely worn out. They had solved everything except how to pour the contents into a vessel, so Rebecca gave them an idea: call Victoria, because she knew where to find one. Adora couldn't understand why a mage that strong would be in a place like that, but they explained she was there because her master came from that place. Then when they reached their destination, they found a room full of women. John stepped in and demanded to see Miss Anastasia. As soon as her name was spoken, the system warned him that someone was casting a seduction spell on him. When she heard he was looking for Victoria, she got angry. But then someone shouted for them to stop. The moment she saw Rebecca's spirit, she couldn't understand it. Rebecca was supposed to be dead. After escaping the palace with the protagonist's help, they ended up being chased by mysterious people. The only thing she knew was that they weren't from some small clan. After days of pursuit, Khan stepped forward to fight them, and after that, he vanished. She never found him, and remembering it all made her collapse. She didn't know why they had come, but Victoria was in no state to handle anything, so they needed to leave. Rebecca thought she had never really looked at Victoria, even after spending 5 years with her in the mountains. Back then, Victoria was shameless and selfish, but also warm-hearted, stronger than everyone else, and she had become that way because of Rebecca. When they saw the book, they couldn't believe it. It was the research Victoria had wanted to present at the Magic Tower. John couldn't understand why she gave it to them, but she must have felt so guilty that she handed over years of work. Still, that book meant they could move forward with the Philosopher's Stone research. It was so useful that everyone at the table burst with joy, and with the new steps they restarted the research from scratch. The result was the scroll now lying on the table, but it was extremely risky. They could only try once, unless they gathered 10,000 souls all over again. John was about to begin the ritual. He had only one shot. If he failed, he would die right away. Now that the vessel was complete, he had to fuse the Philosopher's Stone with the magic source, and for the final step, connect the stone to his magic circuit. A mana storm suddenly broke out, and they told him to raise a barrier, or else Kane's energy could vanish. His captains felt the overwhelming power of the stone. Rebecca thought that kind of power could turn her into a divine being instead of a spirit. Cheonwoo sensed something deeply evil. He thought it had to be the grudges inside the Philosopher's Stone. It was too dangerous. If he let his guard down, it would devour him. Then a voice from the deepest darkness told him it still wasn't time. Once he matured more, it would come for him. Cheonwoo only heard his name over and over. When he woke up, they asked what had happened. He had caused a huge mess. But before they explained everything, they asked how the Philosopher's Stone had turned out. With a smile, he said he still didn't know. They needed to test it first. Meanwhile, Sesha demanded to see her uncle, because it had been days since he played with her. When they treated her like a little kid, she asked what he was doing, and Chirpy told her uncle was off playing fighting games with his friends. The captain thought that power was far too terrifying. When he first met him, he was just a small child. Now he had become unbelievably strong. But the captain had fought beside him too, so he couldn't allow himself to give up there. The system warned his subordinate about the devil's blessing. At the same time, he was borrowing the Philosopher's Stone's power and even casting a spirit summoning spell. Even his allies were shocked. Both of them were terrifying. For Ham, it was impossible to understand how much power he held. And that wasn't all. His servants were incredibly strong and moved as one with him. After hearing the encouragement, Cheonwoo said they had to find his divinity again. But he knew that wouldn't be easy. No one in the tower had ever regained divinity as a player. There were only rumors that All for One might have a way to do it. Even so, the protagonist told him that if he got his divinity back, he would do the same. He was shocked. Could Cheonwoo really? He nodded. He had already tested the stone's function. Now they had to move to the next stage. He was going to destroy the witches and save his daughter. Later, at Khalid's auction house, Cheonwoo laid out the plan for the auction, changing his face with a tribal skill Fante had used before. And the merchant he picked was the same one who had always sold them things, though the man never realized it. Once the plan was set, he wrote down the Philosopher's Stone formula, but the key part had been destroyed on the emerald tablet. He had already planted the seeds, so now he only had to wait for them to grow. Then the merchant carefully split the inscription into 3 parts, and they were auctioned off as part of the legacy of the great alchemist Trismegistus. The people who recognized their true values swarmed Khaled's auction house. The 8 great clans heard the rumors and started digging into the auction. By the day of the sale, crowds of players had gathered, including all the bidders. On the first day, the tycoon Croy, said to have the most connections, confirmed the inscription was real, and its value turned out to be even greater than expected. That proof made everyone realize the inscription was worth far more than they had imagined. Soon the story spread past a single floor and across the whole tower. In the middle of that uproar, the second auction began. The winning bid came from the Magic Tower, which was ready to seize every valuable piece. At the Summer Queen's castle, she was trapped in the same nightmare as always. When she woke, she cursed him. Ever since that bastard died, the dream kept coming back. Her heart was so damaged, it had even changed her hair. She was at her limit and didn't have much time left. It was all because of that winged bastard. Then a message reached her. She was told to look at it right away. The Philosopher's Stone had been found. It wasn't complete, but its operating system and composition principles matched what they had been tracking. The Magic Tower had revealed this after buying the inscription at the auction. The night before, they announced it, and the Queen's aides said they had to get that final piece no matter what. Any method was allowed. When the last auction day arrived, all the tower's big players were there. Everyone came, even the Summer Queen's son. He was adopted, but the Queen had given him her blood to make him stronger. Then the auction began, and the first bid was called. Prince Express offered the elixir. People challenged him. What the hell was he doing? That artifact was divine medicine. Even the heavenly wing of art wanted it in their hands. It was something money alone could never buy, which showed just how valuable the Philosopher's Stone was. Its worth had reached that level. Shaking, the merchant started reading the offers one by one, but the others refused to back down. Did he really think he could get that inscription so easily? He stood up and denied it. They didn't want just one inscription. They wanted all of them. Then the earlier buyers were told at once that the inscriptions had been stolen. Everyone shouted, asking what he had just done. Was he trying to declare war on the entire Magic Tower? He laughed. At last, he had it. The secret that could heal his mother and let the Red Dragon rule the tower. Meanwhile, they laughed too, because they had expected this. In the new settings, they had planted the wrong formula on purpose. Demons and dragons are natural enemies of poison, so this would be deadly to their bodies. And since her body was already ruined by her heart, it would only get worse. By the time the Summer Queen noticed something was wrong, she would already be poisoned. Fueled by hatred, she would fly into a rage and head straight for the place where the inscription had been accepted. This was the witch's home on Walpurgis Night, and Brahm was honestly impressed. He never expected a plan this precise. He still believed it could work out, so he had to move fast. As for the Summer Queen, she was thrilled. She had finally gotten the Philosopher's Stone. People said the Summer Queen wasn't just the clan's leader. The real reason the tower feared the Red Dragon was because she was the source of its strength, sharing her power with its players. She was the core of the Red Dragon, almost the Red Dragon itself. But what if something went wrong with her? Right then, the Queen was hit by terrible pain. The others asked what was happening to her. Meanwhile, he returned to the floor of disaster and found parts of the exploration journal. That told him the auction house was the real thing. At that moment, he was ready. Using the stone, he activated new abilities and gained the third celestial spirit, which held evil spirits and a swarm of monsters that he ordered to spread out. He remembered Brahm's words. He had called him evil. This method was completely different from Brahm's. They watched in shock as the monsters devoured each other, but they had to step back. Now it was time to start the plan. The demon said the air felt amazingly fresh. He had managed to give birth to a low-class demon. Then the system warned that every demon on the 98th floor was furious. The demon introduced himself and thanked him for the summoning, promising to serve him forever. But Yahello cut him off. He needed to shut his mouth. Brahm looked at the ring and was surprised that something so small could cure the ruined illness. Meanwhile, even Marquise Caliburn of the Bloodland was asking about him. He was one of the 2 swords the gluttonous emperor valued most, and now he demanded to know what happened that day. John figured a small lie might help. He had heard the players of the land were bound by loyalty, so he made up a story that Elohim had clashed with them. Then Lao told him to run while he bought time. Because of that, they survived, and Lao died like a true knight. Caliburn believed it and invited him again. John couldn't refuse since his comrade had sacrificed himself so he could meet his master. Right then, Caliburn swore on Lao's will that John was an ally and would be protected from any danger. Elohim would pay for all of it. John thought that was good enough for now, but when they reached their land, everyone had been slaughtered. They asked what had happened there. The Duke told him not to worry about his condition and explained that the Red Dragon had gone mad. The Magic Tower, the magnate's people, and the bureaucrat had turned not just them, but the whole tower into enemies. He had also heard what happened to Elohim. Saying his name, he swore to raise his army again. Outside, those Red Dragon or Elohim bastards would kill the pests in the name of their emperor. That was how Bloodland declared war. The peace they had kept because of their common enemy, Archia, finally began to break. When they got there, everyone saw the place was a wreck. John summoned Boo and told him to find out what happened there. Thinking about it, Brahm asked where he had found that spirit. Even for a lich, that kind of growth made no sense. He must have been famous when he was alive. Brahm guessed he was probably one of the 9 kings. John didn't buy it. Was Boo really on the Summer Queen's level in his past? And why would a king fall into a mere soul? Then Bu showed them what had happened. The women cursed and said they had to escape that prince. Those two also appeared in Jongwoo's memories. Ark and Margaret, members of Viera Dune and the first witches born from the mother of witches. The Lich opened a portal to their base. Through it, he told everyone to gather information on Ananta. He didn't know if there were traps, and the place reminded him of his past. Even so, they had to go in. They entered the infinite world of night. The system warned that this was private property. Without the owner's permission, they would be at a disadvantage. As they moved, he realized it was a barrier of fear and illusions. It also drained life force, though Brahm could lessen it a bit. Still, they needed to become allies by forming a group contract and casting immunity on them. Then Jungwoo got 2 missions. One was to capture the Red Dragon, dead or alive, within 3 days. The other was to destroy Walpurgis Night. Even if they denied the charges, the Summer Queen would never accept that denial. John understood. In the end, the office had stepped in. The Red Dragon struck back without holding back, and attention shifted away from Walpurgis Night. But no matter what happened, Doom and the witches were finished. That worked for them. They had to hurry. There was no time. As they moved on, everything was in ruins. They had to watch everything, but when he turned around, his allies were gone. Then he heard Adora's voice. That should have been a relief. But John cut off her head. The body thought that was too much, even if it wasn't really Adora. John understood this had to be a doppelganger, one of the test subjects. He summoned Shannon and told her to capture it. John was a little surprised. Shannon hadn't been this strong before, and her personality had changed too. The doppelganger's body kept healing, but Shannon kept tearing it apart. In the end, it spilled everything, hoping it could at least die a little faster. It revealed the structure, the weakness of the place, and even details about Walpurgis Night. But John planned to hand that lying bastard over to Sesha and save it for later. It thought John had promised not to kill it if it talked, but John had never said that. After getting the information, he told Rebecca to rescue the rest of the group. With what he had learned, she didn't want to leave him alone, but he calmed her down. The witches were only magic experts, and he wasn't weak anymore. When he entered, he already had someone under his blade. She thought that was impossible. How had he broken through the fortress? No intruder should have been able to enter. John wanted to squeeze out every bit of information he could, but she only told him to shut up and kill her. Still, John already had the power to see the memories inside souls. After killing her, he learned that Ananta was locked underground beneath the castle. That was why she had lost contact with her father, and Sesha had been captured by Viera Dune. He had to save her. As for the god of the bow, he was covered in blood. He had escaped the Horn tribe, a tribe feared especially because of the Martial King. He had heard that man was one of the most monstrous players, even among the 9 kings. Being chased by someone like that felt exciting. He rarely felt threatened, but now he felt like he was back on Earth, where danger was always close. He said he still had a long way to go before seeing his sister. Then he noticed flyers in the air and grabbed one. It was the mission about Walpurgis Night they had seen before. He thought crushing Walpurgis Night sounded interesting, and if it went well, he could take control of it. As he accepted the mission, he prayed the masked man would be there. Soon, hundreds of witches cast their magic, and the Red Dragon forces were hit hard. The prince couldn't understand it. Even if they were the first witches, they shouldn't be able to keep pulling off miracles like this. He was sure they were using some artifact. Seeing the battle, a commander said they had already lost a third of their troops and needed to retreat now. But the prince refused. The cure for his mother was there. Then in a single instant, everything changed. The prince had no idea what happened, but this was the opening they needed. They had to arrive before them. Back at the castle of Broken, she reported that the monster formation had just collapsed, and the 5 protective barriers were about to break. Only the underworld boundary formation remained. They didn't know which bastard had been tearing through them, but the enemy was close. They had to stop them no matter what. She believed that even incomplete, it could still hold them back. With the Philosopher's Stone, they had a pure one. Nothing like the stones from the inscriptions. Everyone had to get ready for battle, since they had all consumed the same stone. Then she caught a heavy smell of blood behind her. She wondered who that bastard was. She hadn't sensed him at all. And where were the other witches? When she looked around, they had all been slaughtered. She needed to warn her lady, but something was wrong. The stone was reacting. Chan Yongwu figured this had happened to all the witches. That made 42. It all came down to his solid work. There had been no flaw in Walpurgis Night's stone, because the Philosopher's Stone was perfect. It didn't need help from other magic powers, and Bu used that point to block the flow of magic. Because of that, the witches' stones turned into ordinary rocks, and they pushed forward into the castle. Viera Dune kept receiving reports about what was happening in the castle. The mercenaries were closing in fast. The Trafalgar clan was at the south gate, and even Chow the Ranker had appeared. Elohim was just outside the north gate, and they reported that the barriers had been destroyed by the Martial King. Everyone panicked. The Martial King himself had shown up with his tribe. At this rate, their clan was clearly doomed. There was no hope. They all stared as their mother prepared to speak and calm them. In the laboratory was the answer. Soon a being would appear to protect her helpless daughters. Chan Yongwu thought Elohim had been a big help, but he couldn't let him take Viera Dune's head. He told Bu to handle the basement while he went after Ananta. When he reached the lab, he found her. It was Ananta, and they tell the story of how they first met. His brother had noticed her strong spirit, and that led to a close friendship despite their very different personalities. Years later, she was captured and tortured for the location of test subject BX-71, the human dragon she had stolen. But she refused to talk. They were insane. She said they should tell that bitch Viera Dune that she would tear her apart someday. After saving her, Cha Yanwu wondered what they had tried to do. Her mind was almost gone from her body. If this was Ananta's condition, then the other test subjects should already be dead. He teleported Ananta away and decided the best thing he could do for them was destroy them and set them free. After getting out of the room, Wu says he managed to bring the entire library, the other philosopher's stone, and hundreds of witches. They were running because everything had been stolen. They asked their leader if she is okay, but after seeing the damage, she can't believe it. The materials for making a vessel were gone, so they could no longer summon their mother. Still, she orders them to prepare another vessel, even a temporary one. She says she'll go down herself and punish anyone daring to interfere with her plans. Then she lashes out, calling them useless, and ordering them to find, no matter what, Ananta and the intruder. When she sees the traces, she thinks that magic looks very similar to dragon magic. It also reminds her of him, and then a huge explosion suddenly erupts there. When she sees Zhongwu, even through the mask, she remembers Zhongwu. She says she wanted to become the leader of Walpurgis Night, so she would leave Artia behind. She believed better than anyone that her brother would understand, but she still poisoned Zhongwu, and even used his daughter as a test subject. She made the worst choices. He wonders what happened in her past to make her think like that, or if she had always been faking everything. Then he slices her throat. Doom wakes up, and they ask why she had suddenly been moved into this body. This was her special ability, inherited from the Great Mother, letting her move the data of her ego into another body. In other words, she could switch bodies. She curses, saying there's no way that bastard should be alive. She killed him, but those eyes were definitely his. She threatens her servants, demanding they confirm that she really killed that bastard. They swear they are sure she did. She apologizes and says she lost control. The moment her head was cut off, the Philosopher's Stone activated. It had been set to save her in case of danger. She tells everyone to take a defensive position, but then someone asks where the hell she thinks she's going. She wonders where she is now, and then it keeps going, more deaths and more deaths for the same reason. She begs desperately for him to stop, but Cha Yan-Wu refuses. Ananta, Seisha, and he had suffered far more than she ever did. She had no right to ask for mercy. Terrified, she screams, asking who he really is. Cha Yan-Wu laughs. He never took off the mask, so this wasn't fun enough. Then he says he hoped she would keep coming back to life so he could kill her again and again until her spirit could no longer survive. Then he feels a killing aura. He praises it. That speed was beyond most rankers. His senses had sharpened even more. Kindred asks where the dead Brahm was, because he knew Brahm had died, yet he was walking right nearby. Cha Yan-Wu wonders how the Devil Army knew that. Did they get someone to track him? He needed to be careful with them. Then he's told they had been waiting for him this whole time. The heavenly demon had declared that Seisha must be with them. He doesn't know why they needed her. He was only following the heavenly demon's will. But inside he laughs. That was nonsense. He had stopped following those orders a long time ago. Now he tells him to come along. But the protagonist asks what would happen if he refused. That angers Kindred. How dare he resist a heavenly demon's orders? Did he really think he had any other choice? Cha Yan-Wu says yes, he did have one. Dune is shaking with fear as her castle starts collapsing. What had MC done? He smiles. This was just the beginning. Galliard says everything is ready. But what were they about to do? Wasn't that magic supposed to require an insane price? Brahm calms him down. All of this would be enough. The witches could never have imagined getting this. The Philosopher's Stones made to protect them would now become projectiles. Meteor Strike, this spell normally needed at least half the mana from a dragon's heart. Rankers, mercenaries, S-class fighters, none of it mattered before this disaster. Cha Yan-Wu thinks that after an attack this big, there shouldn't be any body left for her to transfer into, so he decides to look for the corpse, but someone behind him shouts his name. How dare someone like him hurt him? Shang Yun-Wu praises him. It was amazing. He never thought he would survive that, and now he really wanted to see him do it again. He asks if he really thought he had planned only one attack. Another meteor strike follows. He confirms it, that one was also a shadow. The guy was incredibly stubborn, but there still should have been mental damage to the original body. And when he looks to the side, there it is. He thinks she died too easily, and should have been killed in a more painful way. He uses the Devour skill and gives it to Bu to consume. Thanks to the dagger, he managed to move some skills into his body, but his dragon body rejected them, so the system gave him regeneration instead. Cha Yan-Wu thinks it worked. That skill let him get closer to the being they called All for One. Players had discovered this was one of All for One's abilities, which they called immortality. It didn't mean he couldn't die, but that he could come back even if his head and soul were crushed. The power to return again and again. Because of that, no player could climb the wall. If someone mastered that skill and met the conditions, they might surpass everyone, even the Summer Queen or the Martial King. He had gotten everything he needed, so it was time to leave. Then an unknown mission is completed, and he receives as a reward dragon blood. It was a unique item. Since dragons no longer existed, it could no longer be obtained. It was valuable, but he didn't know how to use it right then. Suddenly he feels a powerful energy. It was clearly the Summer Queen who shouts about the Philosopher's Stone and demands he hand it over. Yeonwoo thinks finishing that mission was a mistake, since it alerted her that he was there. She points at him, so it was him. He was the one who killed Dune and took the stone, and now he had to give it back. He thinks one small mistake could kill him. His chance of dying was 90%. Even so, he was ready to bet everything on the other 10, but then someone grabs his shoulder. He lets out a relieved breath. It was his master. The dragon woman tells him to hand over the stone. Very politely, he says he has no idea what she means, but then remembers that was what she wanted, wasn't it? The protagonist knew he would pull something like that. He was calmly standing against a dragon right in front of him. Seeing her rage, he tells his disciple that even though he wanted him to watch his master's greatness, he needed to leave. Yahello asks him not to hit her too hard and thanks him. No matter what, he had to win. After blocking the attack, he laughs. He had rushed into that kind of battle just for one disciple. He had become much softer. After being disappointed by 2 disciples, he had promised himself never to give his heart to another student, but he couldn't say no to those bright eyes. Besides, a master couldn't allow himself to be ashamed. As he activates his power, the Red Dragon's followers can't believe what they're seeing. There was no way their mother should be losing power. But one of them smiles. This was his chance to keep his position, and he jumps in to help her. The princess curses him for always acting without thinking, but since he already moved, everyone else had to help too. She thinks that not even the martial king could endure all those attacks, but then a bolt of lightning crashes down. Someone challenges them, asking who dared interrupt what the king was doing. When she sees him, she can't believe it. Was that the bloody philosopher? He stops, moved to learn that someone still remembered an old man like him. But he warns them if they interfere in his king's battle, they will die. Seeing all this, the princess realizes she has no other choice. She activates her power and rises into the sky, declaring they would show him what it meant to belong to the Red Dragon. We learn her name is Vij, the eldest of the 9 dragon children, and she orders her siblings forward, making them all transform. They shout that they have to protect their mother. They open portals as well, calling out their army, but then the army of the Horn tribe appears too. The old man calls her foolish. Was she really coming in for hand-to-hand combat? But when he sees her first attack, he's stunned. That was the technique of the 100 Fists. He demands to know why she could use his clan's secret technique. He couldn't understand it. The martial king stood at the peak of martial arts, and the summer queen stood at the top of magic. Had she created someone like this just to hold back the martial king? He laughs, then says she must be from the Horn tribe, and asks whose daughter she is. If she doesn't want to answer, he says he'll beat it out of her. He admits the summer queen tried hard, but everything she made was flawed. If she kept trying to connect poppied pieces, there would always be a limit. It was only a fake path she was walking. She tries to defend herself, but then at her side, her great mother is sent flying through the air. The martial king laughs and says she should go on a diet. Everyone praises their king, but then an unnatural bloodlust erupts. She screams that she will kill him, kill all of them. The martial king says this fight will decide who gets the right to smash the annoying face of all for one. That was when someone watching from afar thought it was incredible. He knew they were strong, but not this strong. Still, power made people self-centered and careless about their backs. He felt like it had been a long time since he sensed something like this, something similar to what he felt with his boss. He says goodbye to the martial king, but as he aims, his whole world turns red. He wonders what this is and where he is. After checking every spot, he finally finds him. But who is Yahello? Clenching his fist, he thinks this fight is his. That woman had hurt his brother badly, and she had to pay the same way. Then someone whispers in his ear that if that's what he wants, he should go fight. But Yahello ignores it. He knew that soul might come out someday. Thinking about what to do, he checks his inventory and sees King's Festival. He had chosen a Jewel ingot as the reward. As he gets closer, someone stops him and asks who he is. When he answers with a fake voice, the man curses. So it was the scammer who sold him fake inscriptions. He insults him and asks if he came to laugh at his bankruptcy, since he had hired mercenaries for that mission and it all turned out useless. After recognizing him, Yahello says they should talk later to Nocturne, and also tells him about the mission. He can't believe the reward and begs him to please say what he wants. He'll do any mission. Yahello says he wants to buy his entire stock, including the dragon-slaying spears. He also buys the assassins and the rest of the items. Later, Yahello is with his captains, and as he looks at them, Shannon reminds him that from now on he is the master, and he must never forget it. He apologizes and says no, he will not think like that again. Yahello understands, so they make their declaration. With the domain spirit arts, reinforcement demon arts and monster power all prepared, it was time to melt the souls into his own magic. The mages also realize the time to begin had come. He starts strengthening his muscles with magic, aura, and his skills. The pain tears through his body, and it seems unlikely he can endure all of it. The system warns that his whole body is starting to collapse, suffering irreversible damage, but his regeneration skill is now complete. Yahello decides he is ready. He coats his spear with the Demon King's venomous demonic magic, thinking he should clear out the pests first. The Horn tribe calls for a retreat. That creature is about to launch a killing blow. Then a light begins to shine in the sky. The dragon shouts for his brother, calling him a damned bastard. He swears to kill him, but his spirits in Yahello strike him at the same time. Then something bites him and drags him away. Still, Yahello tells them not to chase him. They need to get to the Summer Queen. He thanks him, knowing there was still some affection left in that family. But he denies it. His mother is going to die tonight, so he needs a lot more blood. Another chain from the queen's heart has been cut. The martial king uses that opening to attack. Still, he is annoyed. He expected more, but the only one worthy of him should be all for one. He is truly ashamed of his disciples and tells her to dodge the attack no matter what. She has to run. Then she remembers Yahello's words, telling her she would fight alone for the rest of her life and in the end would only close her eyes. But she snaps back, screaming at the top of her lungs to bring it on. Damn it, wings of heaven. The martial king is ready to kill her, but Yahello apologizes and says he will stand in his way. With her last breath, the queen thinks it is wings of heaven, and so the last dragon of the tower falls. No one can believe that someone so strong and powerful has died. Not even the Horn tribe can believe it. The princess also cannot accept that her beloved mother has died. Cursing the martial king and showing her horn, she vows to kill him. He does not understand why that girl has a horn. Then up in the sky, hundreds of portals appear. He gets angry. What were those damn things doing here? It was the Bloodland clan. He asks why they are here, while they call him a pig. Then he is greeted. Wasn't this his dear friend, the martial king? It was the commander of Bloodland, the gluttonous emperor. In the past, when the gluttonous emperor tried to eat the flesh of the Horn tribe, the martial king stormed his castle alone and nearly destroyed it. Now he has come to propose an alliance. On top of that, his disciple is a friend of his, and he points at Jungwoo. Without caring about the mood, he starts the music and changes his appearance. They should drink and enjoy themselves. He wonders if he can finally get a taste of dragonkind meat. Her allies tell Digi she needs to run, but she only wants revenge. The army moves in to devour her. Jungwoo activates his dagger and takes in the soul of the Summer Queen. Even though from the start she resists, Jungwoo does not know what to do, and the assassins warn him to be careful. The martial king is completely furious. How dare he? How dare he steal his victory? Still, after saving him, he knows this is part of his revenge, so he does not say much more. Then they leave, and what lies ahead is a complete mess. Adora is very worried about the huge bump on his backside. And that was the fall of Walpurgis and the Summer Queen. With the reward finally claimed, the office grants him a treasure vault from the castle, an armory full of precious artifacts, a packed library, and finally the outer space of the endless world of night, though that one had to be rebuilt from scratch. After that, he creates his clan house there. Around that time, he also visits the Horn tribe, where Sumogopu tells him all the preparations are done. After absorbing many witch souls, this being has grown fast, and even its thinking has improved. It even asks for a laboratory, and when he steps into the one he was given, it is astonishing. This creature is clearly very valuable to him. As he walks, he reaches the place where they prepared what Jungwoo asked for. He thanks them. It was time to begin. The moment she sees him, for a second, she attacks right away. But Boo locks her up at once. She demands to be let go. How dare Wings of Heaven? Then Cha Yanwu removes his mask. This was not the Wings of Heaven she knew. His name is Cha, the protagonist. Even while she hurls insults, he still apologizes, but says he will tear her apart for what she did to his brother. She just laughs, sure that nothing will happen to her, while her body is still there. He does not get it. So they explain that every part of her body is useful, and they will cut it apart piece by piece right in front of her, telling her exactly what each part will be used for. That breaks her. She begs them to stop and just kill her, or she will do anything they want. Chaeun-woo wants to know why his brother died. The diary explained everything in detail, but he still could not understand why they betrayed him. Even if they feared him after he grew as strong as the Nine Kings, Archia was not a place that would fall so easily. What he really could not understand was why the Nine Kings suddenly joined forces against his brother. There had to be something he did not know. After promising she will be killed, she explains it was because of the Soul Stone. He had Lucifer's Soul Stone. Lucifer, the being known as the one who brought light to that world. He belonged to neither demons nor gods. He only wandered. Then 1,000 years ago, gods and demons tore off his wings, and he fell. That made everyone greedy. With that stone, anyone could become incredibly strong with ease. When he asks where the stone is, she says she does not know. But Jungwoo warns her to be a little smarter. If she knows nothing about the stone, their deal is off. He tells Boo to handle her. Then she tells the same story she once told Brahm, and he says that with this information they should bring out the main dish. Viera-dun is summoned, and the second she sees him, she only wants to kill him. But Jungwoo knows she will not listen, so he tells Brahm to go first. He too, after all, he suffered a lot because of that woman. In his hand was Jungwoo's elixir. Sung made it because he was curious whether a ghoul-type monster could be hurt, and he was not sure it would work on her, but he wanted to try. After hours of torture, her spirit finally breaks. She begs for mercy, and agrees to tell them everything. Jungwoo brings up the idea of Mother. He knows they wanted to revive the so-called Mother Earth. She was one of the few great gods that existed at the beginning of the universe. Viera-dun had a link to her, but those ties were suddenly severed, which is why they wanted to call her back. She screams that she already told them everything, so they should kill her. He tries to speak calmly, just like he did with his brother, while she keeps trying to excuse what she did. Jungwoo tells her his brother longed for her until the final moment of his life. He never let her go, even after all of that, but now he knows for sure how foolish that kid was. She denies it. He was just as insane as the rest of them. He always wanted more and more. He always tried to take everything. He was always hungry for power, and everyone got sick of him. She laughs and says his brother was just as much of a bastard as they were. As she casts a spell that lets her be taken over, the darker her mind becomes. Jungwoo asks if she is done. He calls her stupid for not even realizing what his skills can do. He stabs her again and again, staring into her eyes, and tells her to show him her real self. She curses him, and then it becomes clear they had been siblings. Jungwoo is stunned. Was that Mother Earth? They explain that she finally achieved her dream. The moment Jungwoo absorbed Viera, he realized he had only taken a tiny fragment of her soul. Viera-dun had already left the lower world and become Mother Earth herself. She had swallowed the being she served by using the Philosopher's Stone she completed. She cut out Jungwoo's heart, used that dragon heart in the Soul Stone, and with her infinite mana skill, copied her own magical ego data. Then she slowly devoured Mother Earth itself, like a virus slipping in without anyone noticing. Jungwoo understands that was her plan to ascend. The result was a monster that even consumed its own master, and gained all of it by killing the man who loved her. But to her, she only came down to warn him. Jungwoo does not understand but now it sounds like millions of voices speaking at once. She says she had a warning, she never wanted to be involved with them. She does not regret her life, and since she is dead in this world, he should stop his revenge against her. Jungwoo laughs. He feels sorry for his brother, who gave her everything, his body and heart, but to Viera Dune, his life was only one more step upward. Jungwoo warns her that he knows the gap in power between them is huge, even greater than with Hermes or the Martial King, but she should wait there and keep her neck clean, because it will not take him long to come for her head. All the gods are stirred up, some praise his courage, while others think a mere human has no right to speak that way to a god. She accepts it and says she does not believe a mere mortal can ever reach her, but if he does, she will be waiting. Brahm cannot believe it. The being that took and stole his daughter is now a god. Looking at Jungwoo, he asks him to keep his promise. He will help however he can. Jungwoo accepts the burden. Brahm says that in that moment he believed in that simple human. Even with only a faint faith left and though his holiness was gone completely, there might still be a small prophecy where everyone could smile. Second life ranker. End of season. And so after the Summer Queen's death, the Red Dragon grew weak, and its 9 children started a civil war for the throne. 3 factions rose in that war: the White Dragon, led by the Spring Queen, Waltz, the Black Dragon under the Autumn Lord Tom, and the Green Dragon, commanded by Hyol, Lisso, and Baharton. That is how Floor 72 was thrown into a fierce war, with each side trying to devour the others. And in the middle of that chaos, others jumped at the chance to grab that power, building new clans as fresh rankers arrived. That kicked off an age of chaos where strength was the only rule. But while the tower was burning in war, Jungwoo and his group entered a very different phase. With Ananta's information, she was healed, and after some time she finally woke up. Still, while Bram walked with her through their hidden little village in the forest, she slipped down from the protagonist's arms and ran happily toward her mother, then suddenly stopped when one cold look left her stunned. Jungwoo couldn't understand it. Upset, he realized that even though everyone had wanted Ananta to wake up, now that she didn't recognize anyone, and her eyes still wandered blankly. Frustrated, MC drank, thinking that if he had known about all of them sooner, maybe he could have saved her in time. But the voice in his head challenged that. Without clairvoyance like All for One, or the prophetic sight of the 3 Norns, no one could have seen this coming. That voice kept telling him to stop blaming himself, but it didn't change how pathetic and lonely he felt. Just then the siblings showed up, worried about him, or at least Adora was. Seeing them, he understood that there were now too many people he had to protect. His niece Ananta, Brahm, his spirits Shannon, Han, Rebecca, and Boo, the siblings, and Galliard too. Carrying all that, and determined to become the shield over them all, he decided it was time to tell them the truth. Vante, excited, just hoped he would finally take off the mask. Then they froze when they recognized him as Heavenwing. Sometime later, Yanwu finished telling them his tragic story. He spoke with an eerie calm that clashed with Fante's reaction. Furious, and seeing him as a brother of the tribe, Fante believed they all had to help him. So right away, he decided to go talk to his father. But Adora stopped him with a sharp shout. She made it clear that if their father already knew Yanwu's secret and still did nothing, it was because he wanted him to spread his wings on his own. Even so, the protagonist wished that they could be his wings, because what he was about to do was reckless. It would likely put everyone around him in danger, including their tribe. Fante, still sure of himself, said they would be there for him, his absurdly strong sister, and himself too, since he knew the successor's seat would be his, or he'd beat whoever took it. Adora did not enjoy that jab, and the two started to fight while Yanwu smiled and thanked them both. Still, Adora had one question. What exactly was his next step? He said he wanted to build a clan, so trying to become like a sword, to the point that his body and the blade would become one. He opened his gap of sensing, his extrasensory perception, focusing on the overwhelming image of the Martial King's power. His eyes changed, and a horn of shadow formed on his head as he planned to strengthen at least the tip of that power. Then a red essence of wild power was shattered like glass by his sword, triggering a huge blast that hurled the target away. That target was Yanwu, who slammed into a burning tree and admitted in frustration that it failed again. Even after combining his dragon body, the Philosopher's Stone, and regeneration, a mix that made his power grow at a ridiculous rate, his body still couldn't keep up. No matter how many times he climbed the mountain to trigger that chain of powers, it always felt like he was crashing into a giant wall. With no other choice, he sat down to rest and clear his head. That's when Galliard showed up and asked why he looked so miserable. Yalmo thought about how stuck he was, but what really threw him off was seeing the elf carrying a huge basket of fruit and vegetables, apparently on a serious mission to convince the little dragon girl that vegan food had benefits, because she was way too obsessed with meat. MC instantly switched into chef mode and suggested making bean meat, even giving him a solid recipe, so the girl wouldn't notice the difference between mashed beans and steak. The elf, hoping to drag him along for help in the kitchen, gladly agreed. Soon the little dragon girl loved the fake meat feast and praised her uncle's amazing cooking over Galliard's terrible skills, which stabbed him right in the heart. Yelmo warned him not to serve it all the time or she'd catch on. Once they got the girl to sleep while her mom Galliard washed the dishes, he kept insisting he could talk about whatever was bothering him. At last, Yanwu opened up, admitting his growth had stalled and that he couldn't keep Laura's form stable. Galliard listened carefully and told him to follow him to the backyard. There, Galliard picked up a simple branch and took a guard stance, telling Yanwu to attack. At first, the protagonist had no idea what he meant, but when Galliard insisted they fight like at the start of the tutorial with no skills or tricks, he realized the elf wanted to show him something. Even though he knew his combat level was far below Galliard's, the confidence in that challenge left him confused enough to accept. So he charged in at full speed, and then, with one flick of the arm, Galliard's branch warped and moved so fast that it slipped past Yan Wu's sword and smacked him right on the head, dropping him instantly. MC lay there in total shock, staring at his opponent, unable to believe what had just happened. Not even with his dragon eyes or his extrasensory perception could he react to a simple branch. As calm as ever, Galliard just offered him a second round. Yan Wu's accepted, not about to lose to something like that. He watched the branch with total focus, trying to read every tiny vibration, every possible path, moving in while calculating the odds, dodging the strike, or so he thought. In the next instant, he felt something behind him, and it was another hit that sent him flying. While he spun through the air, he tried to figure out how he had failed again. Seeing him get ready to try again, Galliard warned that nothing would change. But Yan Wu, sure this time he could do it, unleashed his power only to end up on the ground again, pushed down like it was nothing, by a simple branch. He was completely stunned, unable to understand how, even using all his abilities, he kept losing to someone who wasn't even using magic. That's when Galliard told him what he lacked: awareness. Yan Wu still didn't fully get it, so his friend explained that pushing his body to the limit in training could work, but the real problem came after that. His abilities weren't failing. His imagination was. That was what his body had been trying to tell him. And he finally understood. It was the ability to turn what happened inside him into something he could project outward. That awareness could be used in two ways: extrasensory perception, to feel the area around him, and aura, to harden and strengthen the sword. But right in front of him, Galliard was using a plain branch to make wind slashes and even lightning bursts. Also, Yan Wu would understand. Seeing it with his own eyes, the protagonist punched the ground in frustration because he finally got it. All this time, he had focused only on raising his destructive power and ignored awareness. Galliard offered him a hand to pull him up and reminded him that without it, he would never control what he had. Yan Wu then remembered how his brother always saw him as his first teacher, even if he never liked that title. A soft wave of nostalgia hit him as he thought of Chao-MC, the one he had also trained, mostly by smacking him with branches. So since Yan Wu had called him master, Galliard decided to give him a few lessons, just like he had done with his brother. Meanwhile, in a city, guards chased a figure hiding in the shadows, someone who seemed to remember Yan Wu's eyes, calm but able to set everything ablaze. It was the look of their captain. They remembered those days of war, when their sister died in their arms. Now that the captain was in the tower, they planned to use the chance to finish what they had started back in the war. Meanwhile, Yan Wu kept training, listening as Galliard explained how to control mind and body, starting with footwork, light steps, steady rhythm, and the ability to compress space to move faster, a signature technique of all for one, which he already partly understood. Then the elf showed him how to become lighter than air, or heavier than lead, or even fast enough to leave after images, while moving with absurd stealth. So stealthy that Yan Wu didn't even notice when Galliard vanished and reappeared right beside him, giving him the chance to complain that this was all demonstration and no practice. So his master finally gave him his first exercise: run 1,000 laps around the village. Because of that training, he became the town's biggest rumor, with everyone seeing him as some weird guy hopping around like a frog and feeling his dignity die while Galliard kept coaching him. The commotion drew the Horn siblings' attention, and they watched as Galliard threw nuts into the air while Yan Wu had to chase them down, like a squirrel. Fante cringed hard at the sight, while Adora thought he looked like an adorable puppy. Yan Wu, though, was too focused to notice anything else, locked on his goal. At last he understood. In his case, he had to turn all that hypersensitive sensing inward so he could better read changes in the outside world. That let him gain mental energy, a channel where spiritual power flowed, useful in many ways, and the more it grew, the closer it would bring him to spiritual enlightenment. Yan Wu ran at full speed, aware that thanks to his brutal training, his muscles were hard as rock, yet flexible like rubber, and he could feel the cellular pulse of his whole body in the air. With that, Galliard decided Yan Wu had mastered the basics. Now it was time to move on. The protagonist was ready for what came next, so his master pulled out a stick to train him. This time, the clashes were so strong that even the air shook, leaving the Horn siblings completely stunned. Adora looked a little worried, but Fante was the one truly shaken when he saw the huge gap between them. So while he walked through the village, he couldn't stop thinking about when Yan Wu asked them to be his wings. Back then, he spoke with total confidence, but now, Fante admits the gap between them keeps growing. Since meeting someone that amazing, he's been fooling himself, hiding how inferior Yan Wu makes him feel. Still, he refuses to spend his life chasing from behind. Gathering every bit of courage he has, he storms into the governor's chamber, where the bloody philosopher is waiting. Without wasting time, Fante asks to learn Blood Thunder. The old man doubts he even understands what he's asking for, even though Fante knows it comes from the Brain Demon, a formless art mastered by the bloody philosopher himself. He says the bare minimum to learn it is brains, and Fante is weak compared to many others. He tears him down even more, saying people only call him a future king because of his father and little sister. And now he has the nerve to seek out someone even demon forces avoid, the creator of the ancient scriptures, the man who even shaped his father, the martial king. He can't see how someone this weak and naive could ever handle his red blood enlightenment. Fante's pride cracks, but he forces down his anger. The philosopher takes that as surrender, but with a firm bow, the boy asks for one chance. Just one. That catches the old man off guard since he thought Fante would snap, and he knows the trouble the boy keeps causing comes from his impatience, which is his biggest flaw when it comes to blood arts. Still, seeing him stand there without backing down, he gives him a chance. Now he wants to see if Fonte is truly worthy. Fonte lights up though he has no clue what to do, and the old man, annoyed, tells him to figure it out himself before throwing him out of the library. He ends up sitting on the floor, thinking right when Adora arrives ready to leave. She quickly realizes he's decided to climb the tower, accepting that they want the same thing, even if they'll take different paths. She asks him to stay safe, and he watches her go. Not long after, Galliard brings Yenwu the news that Fante entered the sealed training room, a tiny place where food can be brought in, but the door can't be opened from inside. At the same time, Adora left behind only a note, so Yenwu figures she's climbing the tower. That pushes him to grow even stronger so his juniors don't catch up, and so all three of them begin their own quiet paths. As time passes, he gains full control over his mind and body, and he masters flash steps and learns wind path, techniques made by a lonely dark elf, who found comfort only in the wind until he became part of it. Yaonengwu also gains storm eyes, which control the air around him to land a critical strike, and he tests it right away, seeing the wind currents clearly, then gathering them into an energy orb in his hand before it vanishes, leaving him stunned by his new power. His master is just as impressed, calling it a huge feat for someone of his race, and now he hopes John can do the same. Then Yenwu takes his stance, trying to keep his balance as he pours energy into his sword. He covers it with aura, but in the end, the energy breaks apart again. Frustrated by another failure, Cha Yenwu remembers that months ago, he went to the Martial King to ask for advice about his plateau, but the only answer he got was that this wasn't his path. That only confused him then, but now the protagonist realizes the 8 trigrams and martial extremes were never meant for him. With complete control of his body, he accepts that his sword talent has reached its limit. Galliard tries to cheer him up, telling him not to rush and saying it's better for now to greet the guest who just arrived in the village, assuming Yenwu already knows who it is. Meanwhile, the tribe looks over the merchant's goods as he speaks nervously, because he remembers every one of them. One for beheading a monster with way too much excitement, another for crushing and eating a dragon. But among these killers, one person scares him most, a calm-looking woman, who once piled up a mountain of corpses at her feet, starting the Horn Tribe's contest of who can build the biggest tower. The merchant is terrified, and it only gets worse when the Martial King appears. Just feeling that huge hand on his shoulder makes him think he's done for, even though the giant is only trying to be nice. But when he mentions Frisia, he annoys him enough to forget his fear, though in the end, nothing happens, and he gets ready to leave the village. Cha Yenwu stops him, reminding him about contacting the top brass. But the merchant explains he couldn't arrange a meeting, only a contact, and he pulls out an orb, one that can take MC straight to the most important people in the business world. In a flash, Cha Yenwu appears in a beautiful place, almost like a polished version of Brahms' world of imagination. He's amazed by the power inside the crystal, and starts to grasp just how far the organization called the Table really reaches. Then a hooded woman appears, riding a huge white wolf. The merchant immediately steps aside when he recognizes her, Lady Frieza. He trembles, never expecting her to come in person. Cha Yenwu didn't expect her either, and admits his surprise when their eyes meet, creating instant tension between the two masked figures. He remembers her from his brother's past, back when Artie received her sponsorship, the first time the Rising Guild met the table. They had offered crazy amounts of support for free, and that's what made his brother suspicious. He never learned why they backed him so heavily, but Cha Yenwu understands one thing now. Frieza has a pattern. She only appears before people she sees as real candidates to become kings of the tower, so he assumes she sees the same value or interest in him that she once saw in his brother. She asks why he wanted to see her, and Cha Yenwu gets straight to it. He's going to form a clan. Since the table sponsors several of them, she quickly reads his goal. He wants their backing, but plenty of people ask and get turned down. Yenwu takes that as her answer and starts to leave. Both merchants try to stop him, but he thinks the deal is over. Verdisha, though, assumes the human is just pretending to walk away, so she'll accept him. Still, she thinks that trick is too simple for someone as sharp as the man she investigated, so she asks for a short talk. He agrees, and Frieza begins with one question. Why does he need sponsorship if he has all of the Summer Queen's wealth? Cha Yenwu tells her that money is gone. She's confused, since the report said the fortune was in his hands, and it was, but by then he had already spent all of it. The protagonist recalls the massive sum he got from the Summer Queen, enough to fund any guild for years, yet he still burned through it all building dungeons, restoring the outer universe, renewing major labs, and setting up workshops until every last coin was gone. Frieza can't believe he spent a great clan's yearly budget that fast. He even sold off everything except the bare essentials through the merchant, who is still shocked because none of it was easy to sell. Even so, Frieza just smiles as she realizes the hoarder is also a big spender. As she waits to hear how much he wants to borrow, Cha Yenwu hopes it's a large amount, because he knows it'll disappear fast. Amused, she waits for Atron to explain the rest. Before that, though, she makes one thing clear. She never takes part in losing deals, and if she ever thinks they can't pay, one cold look is enough to make the threat clear. To Cha Yenwu, she seems like a classic ruthless loan shark, and now she says goodbye until next time. Atran bows to her, and now that the protagonist has enough money again, he plans to climb the tower once more. But first, he has to deal with the Summer Queen. All of this is being watched by a snake, which turns out to be the eyes of a very interested Hermes. He's with Athena, who seems deeply worried about the boy, something unusual for her, since she rarely lets emotions take over, especially after her incompetent uncle chose to interfere. Hermes, however, isn't worried at all. He remembers how the boy humiliated Ares and figures Poseidon will end up the same, so he just wants to enjoy the show. Athena doesn't like that carefree attitude, but Hermes reminds her they can't do much from where they are, annoyed by a system that clearly seems to favor Apollo. Even so, what surprises him most is seeing his sister care about an ordinary boy who isn't even an apostle, figuring plenty of other gods and demons already have their eyes on him. Meanwhile, Dion keeps walking for a long stretch until he reaches Boo's dungeon, where he's greeted respectfully by a huge army of spirits lining the halls. Passing through them, he finally arrives to find Boo riding a demonic horse with a large guard of spirits. Dion thinks the whole display is way too much, golems, zombies, demons, and even specters, all acting more loyal than ever. So he tells Boo to get rid of them and asks for the report on the bone dragon. Boo takes him to a sculpture made from the dragon's remains, carefully pieced back together. And right beside it stands the Summer Queen, wearing a lifeless look. She only raises her eyes toward Dion, who smiles and asks if she enjoyed watching her corpse get torn apart and rebuilt. She smiles too, realizing her time has finally come. The protagonist says this is the moment a smaller dragon devours one of the great ones. She truly is ready, remembering how she spent her life trying to become the strongest among dragons, and now she can finally rest. Now she understands what it means to stop being a shadow, what Xia Yongwu always wanted for her. She regrets only understanding it on the day of her death, instead of when that boy first asked her, remembering that smile one last time. Now she sees the same face again, but with a cold expression saying goodbye, and she can only laugh at the irony. And so Xia Yongwu, he takes in Summer's flame essence. A surge of power starts moving inside him, like it's searching for something. Then a huge light flares up in front of him. It starts going wild, and he thinks it might explode, but at the very last second, it stops, and Xia Yongwu wakes up. Boo's voice greets him, congratulating him on taking in the Dragon Queen's soul. That earns him the title Master of Souls and boosts his spiritual power. Still, he doesn't feel much different, so he checks what changed. He heads into the realm of consciousness, that dreamlike space where the wall still stands before him, even after his body and soul have gone deeper than ever. Because of that, the eyes that used to watch him in secret no longer even try to hide. Some stare at him with warmth, while others burn with pure anger. Either way, he wants those gazes gone. Then it's time to leave. Brahm stays behind to manage the lab, wishing him a safe trip, and hoping Xia Yongwu starts building his clan while climbing the tower. He also hopes the protagonist finds strong new talent. MC says goodbye and promises to return before stepping through the portal. When he reaches the 26th floor, he arrives at the Wall of Lamentation, a frozen battlefield ruled by a giant fortress. He quickly realizes he landed in an annoying guardian mission. The other guards clearly don't like him either. His spirits, as usual, think he can just ignore everyone and handle it alone. But Xia Yongwu reads the mission carefully. He has to protect the wall that has blocked the monsters falling from above for decades. The problem is, this time it's not a normal wave. Millions of monsters are coming in. A massive freeze. To protect Ra's tears, he knows he'll need help, though judging by everyone's faces, that seems unlikely. Xia Yongwu studies the abyss and remembers this place represents the war between the sun god Ra and the night demon Apophis, who sends ice monsters made from cold energy that feel no pain, even when torn apart. That's why the deeper you go, the harder they get to handle, even for top players. There are only two ways to clear this floor. The first is defending Ra's tears for a full month against attacks that begin at midnight. But that plan is slow and hard, especially with such limited supplies, which often leads players to fight each other. So he knows he needs allies, but his spirits make it clear no one here is willing. Once he accepts teamwork is hopeless, and since he doesn't want to deal with both monsters and players, he goes with Plan B. As the others move in to confront him over his reputation for taking everything, he only tells them to protect the fortress and the tears while he goes after supplies. Then with one of his stones in hand, he jumps from the top of the wall, dropping fast as he recalls the other way to clear the floor. Steal Apophis's fang from the heart of the monster swarm. He spreads his wings of fire and glides through the storm, fully aware this route is far harder than the first one. So he calls on Shinan and Hanova. Together, they're going to wake the monsters up early. At the same time, the wall starts shaking, and the guards have no idea why. In the distance, they spot an enormous army of monsters rising up, and Leonhardt has to carve a path through them. He shines like a ball of fire in the middle of that massive horde. He gets ready with the Queen Summer's power poured into the vampiric dagger. The blade spills out bloody streams, then returns to its original form through sacred and draconic power, restoring Leonhardt as a holy sword that boosts its user's vitality. The more enemies it faces and the stronger they are, the more its power grows. It also activates Blessing Diffusion, which spreads blessed energy to nearby targets whenever one enemy is struck. On top of that, the hero's indomitable spirit awakens sleeping heroic souls when there's enough resolve or hatred. It gives a huge boost and can even purify dark spirits, though the curse still needs one more day to fully fade. Even so, he uses it and unleashes Igneous Wave, creating deadly whirlwinds that melt through the creatures. The protagonist wants the battlefield to burn even hotter, and one of his spirits worries he'll get caught in the flames. But Leonhardt remembers Galliard's training and realizes he was never meant to resist the fire. He had to become part of it. He lands in the middle of the huge horde like a fireball and starts swinging his sword wildly. With every strike, the flames around it begin to fade, the glow dims, and by nearly 100 swings, his slashes barely stir the air. Even so, he keeps moving forward, held up only by his determination. As the brutal fight drags on, vigor turns dark. darker than the abyss itself. Then a black flame appears, and with it, he kills the monster's commander. The protagonist earns a flood of achievements after learning to trust himself, creating a new skill built on understanding and release that evolves the core skill of Thunderfire into something far more destructive, powerful enough to blow through barriers with ease. Using that strength, he keeps tearing through monsters, turning the battlefield into a giant open-air crematorium. That hellish display catches Azrael's eye, earning him a blessing, which Agares does not enjoy at all. Meanwhile, many other gods and demons start paying attention, seeing him as a terrifying bringer of death. Even in the middle of all that chaos, his spirits complain that he's enjoying the slaughter too much. He denies it, though they may be right, and he keeps pushing through the ice fortress until he reaches Apophyse's lair. There, a massive serpent is shocked that he made it this far and still dares to face it despite being clearly worn out. So it assumes he'll be easy prey for its other heads, which lunge to devour him. The protagonist admits everything here is powerful, and Apophyse's aura is overwhelming. Even so, he's still disappointed. He vanishes in a blur and appears right in front of its face, then activates Territory Declaration, Dragon Form Awakening Stage 3, and the Goddess's Stigma. The combined force builds into a massive energy that turns the whole area into a blazing hell, and just like that, it's over. He could leave, but one of his spirits reminds him about Apophyse's fangs, hidden high-grade items. He barely remembers but figures the explosion probably didn't destroy them. So he heads back with his spirits, who already know they serve a madman, but still didn't expect him to shove one of them straight into the burning hell. The spirit comes back out holding the damaged fangs. The real reward of this place, along with a divine liquid rock gave them to protect the castle, though it's badly worn down. The spirit angrily complains about being thrown in there, but the protagonist basically asks, "Did you die?" Then ignores him and swaps Ra's liquid with Apophyse's poison to create the Spring of Gods and Demons. Now he has to choose between divine power and demonic power. It's the same choice his brother faced. After thinking it over, Jongwoo gave the divine power to Aether, who betrayed him after taking it. Tired of his brother's soft-hearted choices, Jongwoo already knows what he'll do. Take the power of both gods and demons. That energy awakens the divine essence Brahm had gained, though it's still very weak. Then he's transported to the waiting room of the 27th floor, the Pavilion of the River of the Dead. This is one of the rare times the rest area comes at the start instead of the end of the test, because in this section, instead of one trial in one world, there are several connected trials across different floors. Basically, he has to complete a perfect route from floors 27 to 29 to reach the final test on floor 30. He thinks it feels a lot like the tutorial, where he only had to find the first place, so he decides to enter. Inside, he finds a group of people standing in front of several sunken barges. Then the protagonist checks the mission: become another soul. He must travel across the River of the Dead to the afterlife and cross it within 48 days. If he fails, he'll remain a ghost wandering forever. The first challenge is crossing the River of the Dead, which is so corrosive and toxic that normal wood can't survive in it. That's why everyone ends up turning to Charon, a trader known for building boats, bringing him materials and payment. The problem is his results are random, so many players have sunk to the riverbed for trusting him. Right on cue, Charon appears as soon as the protagonist enters the floor, offering him a way across for the right price. Himolyu chooses the other option instead, and warns Charon he'll report his shady deals to the higher-ups, using that as the right price to get information without paying anything. Once Charon leaves, he goes after the materials, starting with the tough trees at the center of the island. Before that, he runs into two guys who already know his reputation: a big man named Hector and a small one named Ibrahimovic. Cha Yang-woo doesn't really get why they introduce themselves like they're famous. They proudly claim they belong to the Fantasy Regiment, even though it's his first time hearing of them. He figures that after the fall of Blue Sword and the split of Red Dragon, the clans changed a lot. Now All for One leads the way, followed by White Dragon, Black Dragon, Oheim, Demonism, Bloodland, Sea of Eternity, and the Daigud Brotherhood, which also opened the door for new powers to rise. One of them is the Fantasy Regiment, a coalition made up of many clans that swept through the lower floors. Still, in the end, he sees them as one big group of weaklings. They suggest he join them because getting the materials takes too long alone. Cha Yang-woo quickly notices a bunch of players behind them doing all the hard work in that so-called partnership. He figures his own guild isn't all that different, but rejects them anyway without hesitation. That irritates the big guy who tries to stop him by force. Cha Yeon-woo answers the same way, moving in a flash and stabbing his side as his partner watches in horror. The other guy goes speechless as the protagonist asks if he wants to try anything else. Fear locks him in place, and the scene shifts. In the forest, Cha Yeon-woo checks the tree he came for. It is the only wood that can survive the River of the Dead. This ghost wood suddenly growls, trying to scare him, but MC just cuts it down in one strike. That finishes the job. Meanwhile, someone is watching from between the trees. That same man later runs to Ibra and reports that the hoarder is gathering rare materials. Certain that Cha Yeon-woo is always hunting hidden items, Ibra says they need to hurry. They must finish the boat before they miss something important. The scout still does not get why Ibra plans to trap the protagonist out in the river, where he would struggle to protect himself and the ship without a crew. That is when they plan to place the Devil's Pact seal on him, their forced recruitment method for growing the clan. So Ibra sends the boy to bring Charon more materials and speed things up. Back in the forest, the spirits still do not understand why their master is collecting materials that clearly are not on Charon's list. But he never needed that scammer, only a skilled craftsman. It seems he arrived at the right time, because a tribe suddenly surrounds him. They are cannibal monsters. Though their tribe is oddly organized, Even so, they live up to their name. They like eating players, and the spirits start questioning their master's judgment. But with the first attack, he proves those monsters never had a chance. He blocks, counters, and kills them with their own weapons, then demands to know where their village is. Even as they drop one after another, none of them wants to talk to a player. So the slaughter goes on while he waits for someone to break, but nobody does. His spirits remind him that he should have left at least one alive for questioning. The advice comes too late because all of their souls rise into the sky and are sensed by the village's high priest, who prays for the dead as he begins his counterattack. Just like that, the whole floor becomes harder with the arrival of the cannibal mans. Soon a group enters the forest, armed but already scared of the monsters. That fear gets even worse when they find a huge massacre ahead of them, including the teams they sent earlier. Shaken, one of them asks the elf Heidi what she thinks. She studies the scene, trying to understand why the cannibals, who usually hunt players like prey, now act like crazed beasts. It is all because of the high priest, who, broken by grief, raises the floor's danger. As the cannibal abomination appears, monsters begin to surround them, and the group panics when they see them rushing through the trees, all strengthened by their bloodline skill, which lets the survivors inherit the power of the dead. So the fewer remain, the stronger they get. At that level, the group cannot fight them. They hide before they are noticed and barely avoid the horde, but trackers appear behind it, leading a massive creature. Heidi freezes, wondering if anyone alive could beat something like that. Luckily, the monster ignores them and keeps moving. Not everyone is so lucky. Nearby, another group is slaughtered without mercy. The giant creature devours the players with terrifying ease. Hidden among the rocks is Ibra, unable to make sense of what is happening. He remembers a strange creature warning him that the cannibal's rage was probably the protagonist's doing. Realizing he has no better choice, he runs to the boat he hid from his own men, disappearing into the trees. He is thrilled to find the boat still there, sure that he is finally safe, until huge footsteps come crashing down on the vessel. He looks up at a giant creature that seems pleased to have found such a cowardly rat, and that is the last thing Ibra remembers. When he wakes, the boat is shattered, and he cannot understand how it ended up like this. Then he recalls the creature tossing him around like a toy. Hurt so badly he thinks this is the end, until Jian drops from the sky with fiery wings, and the monster panics like a terrified child. The sight leaves Ibra barely alive and completely confused. He cannot imagine what kind of being could cause that much fear, but his eyes can no longer focus. The cannibal abomination is killed, and the tribe becomes even more enraged. They send wave after wave, making the floor harder, but Jian calmly waits for the next rush, and in moments he wipes them all out, almost looking bored. Still, his plan goes on, and the high priest, sensing him and consumed by fear, sacrifices the lower priests to speed up the birth of the cannibal king, hoping that form will finally be strong enough. Without wasting time, Jian takes off toward the fortress of the cannibals, heading into a cave where he finds the huge king, shocked to finally see the one who has been hurting his children. He notices the sword of flames of the cataclysm, an infernal power fit for the king of the dead. Blessed by cataclysmic waters he plans to use to drown the place and put out the fire. The protagonist remembers that his brother barely managed to fight this thing, even with help from his friends, but he needs no help now. In a flash, he appears beside it and cuts through its entire body with one massive slash, killing it in front of its people. Jishil admits he is disappointed to face another weak boss, but the boss was never the real goal. What mattered were the rest of the tribe, who were not only warriors but also craftsmen and boatmen, who knew how to cross the river. Their boats could do more than sail. They could reveal hidden routes, the same ones his brother used to meet his second teacher Lana, whom he hoped to meet around this time. So before what was left of the tribe, he tells them that if they want to keep their lives and dignity, they have one choice: submit. More than anything, he needs the cannibal king's token, which should force the tribe to obey him, just as they once obeyed his brother. But even with it, he cannot break the will of the tribe leaders. So Joan starts threatening the weaker ones if they keep refusing, and they expect him to bargain. Instead, the protagonist makes it clear that they only need to obey. Seeing no other option, they accept the oath of subordination. That makes him their leader, and he claims the tribe and its lands as his base. He still thinks whoever designed this floor has a sick sense of humor, since a territory is not very useful in a place he has to leave in 47 days. Even so, it can still serve as storage. That matters most for someone like Bayluk, who is obsessed with poison. Yanwu is sure Bayluk is somewhere here based on the clues, but he knows he cannot track him down in so little time. Meanwhile, the cannibals help build his boat, and the many players they had captured are released, thanking him for saving them. But he does not have time to deal with them, so he just sends them away. Then they cross the lake straight toward the main island. Once there, nobody really knows what to do. Some think about going back to the hoarder, but they are still scared of him. Just then, a blonde elf steps out of the forest, shocked to see them still alive. Soon she hears the full story of how Jian defeated the cannibals and brought the survivors under his control. But the rescued players are still lost. There is little time left, and they have no supplies because the cannibals took everything. Heidi understands that well. Her group is safe and can build a boat, but she finds it impossible to just leave so many people to die, refusing to repeat her father's actions. So she asks to be taken to the hoarder and confront him. In the end, she asks him to let everyone board his ship, in exchange for half their karma points and any extra work he wants. A dark aura rises around the hoarder as he doubts she can really keep her word. Still shaking inside, she stands firm for the sake of everyone counting on her. At last, Jian agrees. He lets them aboard peacefully, but raises the price and orders them to obey him, while ignoring whatever else he does. She goes back to tell the distressed players, who break into celebration, The spirits are amazed that he now seems to have a second group of slaves, though that is not fully true, because slave group number 1 is of course all of his spirits. Even if they get annoyed by how he treats them, he ends up paying more attention to the player's leader. He and the others recognize her talent and know she could be useful, but they also know they need to watch her. Meanwhile, at the Hall of the Alliance of Illusion, 2 men are sparring, until one of them gets disarmed. The winner is the captain, who stays humble, and says his soldier almost had him as he helps him up with a wide smile. That captain is Croydit of the Alliance of Illusion, and he seems very happy, until a soldier arrives with an urgent message. The moment he reads it, his mood completely changes. He crushes the message in his hand, knowing his leader will be even more furious when he finds out. Days later, the crew has already spent a long time traveling along the River of the Dead, and Hades recalls rules 2 and 3 from the protagonist, finally starting to see why they matter. Then one reason shows up. Ferocious hunting monsters slam into them from every direction without pause. Hades tries to organize the team however she can, wondering why out of all the safe routes they could have taken, they ended up on the most dangerous one. In the end, the monsters fall easily to the protagonist's blazing flames. After turning them into monster sushi, he stays perfectly calm while everyone else is worn out. They leave the area ruled by the Sea King Fish, only to run into pirates. Chao Yanwu seems to have expected, which leaves Hades even more confused. She gets her answer later, when after wiping them out, he questions a few survivors about the Crystal Palace and the Blue Rose. Hades keeps trying to make sense of it all, less and less sure they will get out alive, but the protagonist at least gains a new pirate slave, and the journey goes on. Chai Yan-woo checks one of the treasures he got from the giant fish, the sea pearl, and thinks it would make a good gift for the Blue Rose. That means Lana, a pirate woman who once trained his brother and ruled this floor. He remembers their first meeting, and it was anything but friendly. A misunderstanding led to a fight, and with his third awakening and heavenly wings, Chai Yan-woo thought he had to hold back so he would not hurt her. Instead, he was the one who got hurt. Lana was a master of both magic and the sword. She had an easygoing, bold charm that pulled him in and filled him with admiration, turning him into a cute but stubborn little stalker. It annoyed her at first, but over time they grew close and became mentor and student. That bond lasted until Chai Yan-woo fell, and she stayed loyal through the war against the clans. Even though it cost her all the power she had built up, she never regretted it, and later seemed to hide away in a place called the Crystal Palace, somewhere along the River of the Dead. The protagonist plans to find her and bring her into the clan. He trusts that the pirates told him the truth, and that the gifts they brought will be enough to persuade her. Then he suddenly feels something and orders the ship to stop. Heidi listens right away, though she is just as confused as everyone else when Chai Yan-woo jumps off the ship into the acidic water and slowly sinks below. He wraps himself in fiery wings to protect his body, and when it becomes clear that he is still alive, the spirits of the third heaven go on alert and rush him, but he scatters them with flame. That only excites Azrael even more, so the blessings keep pouring down on him. The protagonist sees that as pretty useful, while he keeps descending. Agares meanwhile keeps arguing with the others and claiming Yeonwoo as his property, but nobody cares and the protagonist keeps going until he finally reaches the Crystal Palace. But once he moves through the wreckage, he realizes not a single part of it was left untouched. The barrier that once protected it fell long ago, and the remains of a huge battle are being eaten away by the river. He presses on until he finds a door. Behind it, countless jewels float through the water. For a moment he thinks they are part of Lana's collection, but then one item in particular stops him cold. A pendant Cha Yun-woo had once given his teacher as a gift for Teacher's Day, and she always seemed truly happy to have it, keeping it with her until the end, as she now sits lifeless on her throne. Meanwhile, above, the ship falls into chaos when everyone sees their supposed captain jumped into the river, and they all panic except Heidi, who tries to keep them calm and make them wait. But right then, a huge fleet of ships arrives. Back below, the protagonist keeps staring at Lana's body and tries to bring her back. But even using all his power, after so long under that corrosive river, it is useless. He cannot restore her mind, only use the faint traces left behind to read her final memories. In those memories, he sees who dealt the last blow, and learns the truth. The greatest betrayal came from Benteke, her fiancé, who tells her to apologize to his queen and says this is all the result of her own choices. He had been her right hand and lover for years, the disciple of Poseidon who stayed beside Lana, who herself had been a disciple of the old sea god Seto. Together they ruled the Blue Rose pirates without opposition, until Lana lost her power by supporting Cheon-woo, and Benteke used that chance to overthrow her. He clings to the idea that she had grown weak and been left behind, that the strong should take everything, and she should accept that fate without complaint. Lana, remembering the moments that were supposed to be happy with him, gets tired of listening and throws herself at him, only to be stabbed again. Benteke leaves her there alone on the throne while water seeps through the hall and slowly fills the room where the dying Lana waits for the end. In her final thoughts, Chaeyeon-woo appears just before the water covers her completely. At last, the protagonist understands why Poseidon always thanks him, because one day he will be the one who has to deal with Benteke. Even so, he gains a relic, the sea talisman, given by Seto, who holds a deep grudge against Poseidon. The old god is too weak to act directly, so he chooses to use the protagonist for revenge, offering blessings in return. With this talisman, Chaeyeon-woo can control sea kings, creatures descended from Seto. Its strength depends on his magic and current power. He also gains the Song of the Sea, which lets him read the ocean's memories, though to master it fully, he must complete a mission. Meanwhile, Agares tries tempting him with more power. Athena feels sad about the path of revenge, and Poseidon simply waits to see what choice he makes. The protagonist senses the power Lana left behind, along with Seto's grudge, which boosts his divine power. He activates the Song of the Sea to start tracking Benteke, who is not far away, because above, ships bearing the mark of Triton are attacking his vessel. Annoyed that Poseidon moved first, Che Yongwoo flies upward at full speed. At the same time above, Heidi uses her shield to block massive attacks and tries to keep everyone focused. On the other side, the pirate leader announces that Benteke has decided anyone siding with the hoarder will be thrown to the beasts, though they are being offered a chance to surrender and given 1 minute to choose. Tension spreads across the ship, and many start running toward the other vessel, leaving Heidi alone as she tries to stop them, so all the cowards end up floating in the river trying to surrender. The pirate is left confused because he never said he would rescue them, so they just stay there in the burning river completely fooled. Meanwhile, Heidi keeps blocking savage fireballs as the ship is torn apart, sure it will sink soon until a huge whirlpool of fire erupts from the water. That excites the Triton captain, who decides to punish the hoarder with everything he has. That only makes the protagonist smile, because he decides to send back a gift in the form of a huge horde of sea creatures. The beasts begin tearing into the ships from below while the protagonist unleashes his Igni wave, turning the area into a blazing hell and burning the pirates, as if telling them to stop acting like minor villains. The real target is Benteke, who watches the chaos from afar, while his men report they have lost 15 ships, and ask for orders, but he seems to enjoy the fireworks and is eager to join the battle. Realizing Poseidon finally remembers him after all this time in the underworld, Benteke thinks whatever the hoarder did, it managed to anger his master. To him, that means he has finally found a worthy opponent. He grips his spear and shouts with all his strength, "Storm!" A massive burst of thunder explodes across the area. As the protagonist rushes forward, he sees the incredible display of divine power from his enemy and assumes it comes from Triana, Benteke's divine artifact, which he holds in his hands. It lets him compress the river's water. And when John confronts him, Benteke's greeting is basically a crushing handshake made of pressurized water that drags the protagonist away. He withstands the artificial current, which makes Benteke admire his strength. Then Benteke vanishes and attacks again in an instant, but John blocks him with ease. At that distance, Benteke notices the pendant on John and assumes he already found his old lover in the castle, mocking the memory of those two pathetic dead people. That enrabs the protagonist, and he is not the only one. Poseidon's killing intent becomes so clear that Hermes and Athena both grant blessings to John, and a clash begins that leaves Olympus frozen in shock. Still on the water, John stays calm, hoping Benteke will not turn out to be another disappointment like the earlier bosses. He unleashes all his skills in the next strike, catching the pirate off guard when he stops him. Benteke sees something in John's eyes, a murderous look that reminds him of his own. The protagonist admits this might actually be fun for both of them, then releases all his power. The pirate reaches for the necklace, but the protagonist's recoil keeps him from taking it. John uses that chance to send a sea creature at him, forcing Benteke back and opening the way for a thrust from the protagonist that makes him spit blood. Even then, Benteke admits the fight is thrilling, while John keeps stabbing him. All Benteke wants is to see the face of the one entertaining him so much and judge how much he enjoys the slaughter, so he tries to tear off the mask. Even Athena gets nervous watching that. The protagonist feels the pressure as his energy runs low, and to break free, he begs for just enough strength to launch one last attack, unleashing a storm of fire that traps Benteke inside. Now, in the middle of that mist-covered chaos, the protagonist can only hope his ship escapes. He regrets that his relic's power is limited. That is the only reason he managed to win it all. Benteke's strength is absurd, and if he wants to compete on the higher floors, he knows he has to grow much stronger. Even so, he cannot deny that for the first time in a long while, he had fun. But it is not over yet, and the spirits carry Benteke back to the surface. John looks at him like a real monster, which is pretty ironic coming from him. Still, it is obvious the pirate's relic is completely drained, and his god's curse has eaten the rest of his strength. Benteke says that really they are both the same now. No relic, no power of their own, so this should end with their fists. Then a twist hits. Triana vanishes from the pirate's hands and flies straight to John, becoming a new shackle of the Black King. The change is so sudden that Athena is left stunned and all of Olympus with her. The protagonist can only stare as the Black King's power activates again, still not understanding what it means or who he is supposed to be. Meanwhile, Poseidon is furious and scrambles for a countermeasure with help from his attendant gods. Azrael laughs and enjoys the chaos, while the Pantheon, represented by Malak, god of divine society, watches it all in silence. Asgard's side also chooses not to speak. The divine society and the heavenly church, though, seem sure that something huge is about to happen. Yangwu checks his messages and sees one from Agorius. Agorius keeps begging him to accept, while Hermes and Azrael seem to know something he still doesn't. But he's not the only one getting fed up with the gods. Benteke is getting chewed out too. He basically tells his own god to go to hell, then he slips right back into his usual classy attitude. Even though he admits the scolding ruined his mood, he still wants to keep fighting no matter what the gods think or how drained he is. He only cares about finding out who's stronger, so he rushes Yangwu, sure they're no longer on equal footing. MC blocks the strike, stunned by what he realizes about his opponent. He fights with careful planning, while Benteke relies on pure instinct. One can heal, and the other doesn't care about getting hurt, so they clash like true equals, driving blades into each other's hearts at the same time. It should all come down to who has the stronger will to hold on to that thin thread of life. At least that's how it should have gone. But everything changes. By using foresight, Yanwu had steered every event to reach this moment, making Benteke the only one who was truly stabbed. Benteke is confused, but even with a fatal wound, he keeps laughing like a conqueror. He refuses to look weak. Unlike his fallen allies, he grabs the sword stuck in his heart and refuses to die like them, reaching for Yanwu's mask again. He can't pull his sword free because of the pirate's insane grip. With no way out, Benteke's power starts crushing the mask. Then out of nowhere, Benteke's hand is sliced off and sent flying. Yanwu jumps back as Benteke stares in shock. A moment later, his commander Ran grabs him and pulls him away. The protagonist keeps retreating, his mask badly damaged, trying to escape with the last of his strength. Barely able to focus, he finally sees his rescuer, a knight who calls him Brother of the Bloodland. Meanwhile, Ran flies off at top speed with his captain on his back. Benteke complains about being saved, but Ran tells him that in his condition, facing Duke Arvan was impossible. They had to wait for a better chance. At the same time, the Duke holds Yanwu in his arms, though MC has no idea who he is or why he's here. While fixing his broken mask as best he can, he hears Arvan explain that he was sent by His Majesty to bring him safely back to the Bloodland. Arvan reminds him that he once promised to return, but never did. That's why they came looking for him. Yanwu realizes Arvan still doesn't know what he did, so he hides his identity just in time and admits he's completely spent. Then, more familiar faces appear from the sky. The Queen of Spring descends. The sight confuses him because she should be busy starting a war for the throne. But Arvan realizes this isn't her real body, it's her original body's projection. A clone made from internal energy, one of the Horn Tribe's highest level skills. Yuan Thul doesn't fully get what's happening, but the Queen makes it simple. She wants the same thing the Duke is protecting. She wants to tear him apart, and if she's lucky, feel even a little payback for her mother's death. She even thinks watching him get eaten might help. But when Arvan steps between them, she realizes this won't be easy, so she unleashes her power straight at Arvan. He's surprised a clone can be that strong, but figures she only showed up because Yuanwu has hit his limit. To him, it's only a matter of time before everyone nearby ends up dead. And he hears a voice in his head, promising to help the hoarder escape and telling him to throw Yanwu on cue. It's Heidi. She starts counting, and the second the signal comes, the Duke throws the protagonist right into the elf's arms. She tries to run, but the Queen of Spring's lightning catches them. Pain tears through Heidi, and her companions shout in horror, refusing to accept the plan. But holding tight to Yanwu, she refuses to let go. She refuses to become like her father, and is ready to prove it no matter what. Her energy suddenly bursts out, forming a barrier around her. That's when her true appearance is revealed. MC sees her clearly. Blue eyes and silver hair, unmistakable traits of a noble family everyone thought had died out. Even so, she makes it back to the ship and yells at everyone to stop freezing up and set sail now. The Queen of Spring tries to stop them, but the Duke blocks her path, holding her off while the ship gets away. On the Giseon, everyone tries to understand why the elf saved him. She only says she doesn't want to be like a certain person, hoping that's enough. Yanwu doesn't press her. He just entrusts his life to her, then passes out. As she watches, Heidi smiles, surprised that the hoarder wasn't a monster after all, and lays him down so he can rest. But it looks like he won't get any real rest. His mind is dragged into a place of deep darkness. He tries to figure out where he is and sort through the confusion, until the presence that brought him there with dark magic appears. It coldly wonders how one part of itself dares question being summoned by its other half. In its eyes, they are the same being. So Yanwu shouldn't talk back. That alone is enough to set him off. He grabs it by the neck, but stops when the calm clone notices his killing intent, and sighs that he's way too easy to anger. It points out he isn't as cold as he thinks, which annoys Yanwu even more, and he demands to know why he was brought there. The clone says it doesn't matter, it only wanted to complain. With all those amazing skills, he still put on a fight as boring as the last one. To the clone, he's sadly too weak to satisfy its hunger. Then it reveals its demonic eyes, and Yanwu jolts awake. He remembers that doppelganger warning him this would be his last chance, the final one. He wakes thanks to a hidden Philosopher's Stone ability that restores his body at a ridiculous speed, but he still can't help feeling disgust toward that part of himself that saved him. Just then, an elder from the tribe tells him the factions are still hunting the ship, so Yanwu decides to take everyone to the only safe hiding place he knows, the fortress, hidden behind layers of defensive formations that make it nearly impossible to find. With his new skill, he can pull up Balok's memories without losing track, and since it's an anti-poison fortress, it's their best option. Getting inside still won't be easy though. The defenses are active and ready to make things difficult, so he prepares to break through and sends a wave of energy into the water, though it seems to do nothing. Heidi tells him not to push himself so hard. He finds that a little ironic coming from someone who's clearly just as exhausted, only in her case, the stress of being chased is tearing her apart inside. Right then, a huge explosion erupts, completely destroying one of the ships chasing them. Heidi is horrified by how far ahead Yanwu thinks, and how deadly efficient he can be. After that, they finally spot land and get ready to head for the island. Once they arrive and start disembarking, the protagonist notices everything is different from what his brother wrote. The place feels like a giant ghost town buried in fog, with the kind of silence that chills you right away. It's empty, but he can tell people were living there until very recently. There's unfinished food, open books, and tools left behind, as if everyone vanished in an instant. Then someone points to a tower, where a flag falls down. It bears Artia's emblem, leaving Yanwu completely shaken as he realizes this place once belonged to his brother's old guild. Heidi notices his reaction, but he pretends everything is fine and decides to split up to investigate, sending the others another way. Heidi understands he wants them away from him. She promises to help, but can't hide her worry when she sees him walk off with murder in his eyes. Yongwoo remembers that both Leonte and Bahal betrayed his brother, but Bailuck and Viera Dune were directly responsible for what happened to him. Bailuck even created the poison that slowly devoured his brother and cut off any chance of help. But what makes MC angriest is that after all this, they're still staining Artia's emblem on the island. His brother gifted him. Even though wiping everything out would be easier, he chooses to kick down the door and investigate first. Since they made so much noise arriving and got no response, he assumes nobody is left on the island. But that doesn't fit Bailuck, who would never leave anything standing if he had truly escaped. He searches the tower's documents and finds nothing, which only makes him more uneasy. He keeps going deeper until he reaches the lab. There, he sends out all his spirits to inspect every corner, and they finally uncover a hidden passage. His brother knew this place very well. It was where he used to question his friend about why he needed an entire island, just for experiments. Even when he sounded polite, he was always trying to pull out the truth. What exactly Bailuck was trying to create? Bailuck's answer was clear and horrifying. He was chasing divinity. Now Yongwoo thinks he found what Bailuck was after when he sees a huge row of potions in front of him. They're anti-poison bottles. Bailuck wanted to use to recreate the mythology of his old world and make a god. He figures he may have succeeded in boosting divine power, so he calls for Boo, knowing more than half the bottles are probably deadly poison traps. He wants his scientists to study them and report back. Leaving the spirits in the basement, he keeps searching the upper floors, expecting to find the lonely madman in some gloomy room. But when he arrives, he finds it's actually much nicer than he expected, and he lets out a short laugh, realizing that no matter how monstrous Bailuck was, he still had something human left. A second later, Yanwu gets angry again, seeing how that traitor built himself a cozy home with a great view after betraying his brother. That anger stirs the Black King's shackles, which have been growing stronger little by little. They begin to understand the Black King's sadness and despair. Right then, the protagonist gets a message from Azrael, who, like Malak, seems more and more interested in him, with Azrael insisting that Azrael tells him to check the items, so the protagonist goes along with it. He starts reading their descriptions and finds one that stands out. It's about the shackles, unique relics born from the Black King's despair. The others feared the terror he inspired, grew jealous, and betrayed him, leaving the king trapped in darkness. Consumed by rage, he eventually became one with those chains. The protagonist guesses those traitors were the Olympian gods. That would explain why he keeps devouring divine relics, though he still can't figure out how they went from enemies to allies. He thinks back on the godly wars he knows, times when beings rose to or fell from divinity, and starts to wonder if the Black King was one of them, maybe tied to death itself. That idea instantly catches Thanatos' attention, along with other death gods who watch him with mockery and curiosity, while both gods and death demons wait to see whether he can uncover the Black King's identity. He understands why. They know this power goes beyond necromancy or voodoo. It can command huge numbers of souls, crush them, and make them stronger. It's an overwhelming power, and it still isn't complete, something even greater than divine authority. Azrael urges him to accept the king's chosen fate and become a god. He even offers to make him his apostle, and no one objects. Olympus stays especially quiet, and that silence starts to shake his theory, because Azrael is a god tied to Malak, someone outside the Greek gods. The Olympian underworld god is Hades, yet he said nothing. The protagonist wonders if it could be him, then doubts that too, since Greek mythology has plenty of betrayed figures. So he decides the best way to solve it is to complete the set and connect it to what Adora said about the 3 artifacts and their link to the Olympian Trinity. He figures the final piece must be Hades' relic, Ken, but since he has no clue which apostle has it, he decides to visit the Cyclops first. Right then, Boo shows up with the report he asked for. Meanwhile, Benteke is still asleep, healing from his wounds. One of his men is beside him and suddenly looks shocked when he wakes up. Benteke immediately gets up and grabs him by the neck, demanding to know where Ran is. Ran walks in calmly with food and tells him to relax, but Benteke throws the poor guy aside and complains to his commander for pulling him out of the fight. Still, when he sees Ran's steady gaze, he has no choice but to calm down. He doesn't want to repeat the mistakes of his former lover, so he accepts his subordinate's choices. Even so, he makes it clear he's focused on one thing: why his arm still won't regenerate despite Poseidon's blessing. Once he thinks it through, he finally smiles. Now he gets it. Jian has his severed arm, and since it's part of a god's vessel, it's basically pure nourishment. The voice in his head urges him to devour it. Poseidon answers with fury, but Jian starts absorbing it anyway. Benteke can feel that sensation from afar, and he actually enjoys the tingling, hoping Jian grows even stronger so they can have another wild fight. That boosts Jian's divine essence by a huge amount. It spreads through his whole body, mixing with dragon and demon essence, and changing every cell in his body. He also gains more knowledge from Poseidon, including water skills, and thinks that if he gains the water attribute, he'll grow much stronger later on. He earns even more hatred from Poseidon, but he doesn't care. Now that old weakness, only using fire and darkness will be much easier to deal with. The arm leaves him a little full, but wanting to absorb the rest of Benteke's power in their next fight. Sometime later, outside the floor, Sherpa appears, worried about him, and Nemesis scolds him too for leaving them out of his battles. In those fights, he clearly lost control and forgot the calm he needs for revenge. Jian can't deny that. He admits that deep in his mind, something is locked away like a beast waiting patiently to devour him, an inner demon he doesn't want to face. But at that moment, he accepts that the thrill of battle swallowed him, and that can't happen again. No matter who he faces, he has to stay cold. He admits how frightening that was and takes the advice of his companions seriously. Sherpa even tries to defend him from the dragon, who clearly isn't convinced. But Yanwu's focus quickly shifts to something more urgent. Waltz, the annoying stalker he's been tracking through a safeguard he set before leaving. It shows them in real time what's happening at the River of Souls. There, the Queen of Spring is still fighting Ardbad and several other dukes in the Land of Blood. But even all of them together can't hold her back. The craziest part is that she isn't even using her main body. The protagonist is amazed by her strength, but the dragon is more interested in Yanwu's new projection skill, even though he's really just using one of his vassal's eyes, having planted his spirit inside that duke before Heidi helped him escape. The dragon says that's enough to distract Waltz for now, and she'll keep searching for him. But the protagonist knows all he has to do is keep running. Even so, he wants to see how far the fight goes. The queen hurls Ardbad into the air, and that's the exact moment Yanwu uses to order Hanyang to finish it. He appears in front of the duke in an instant and cuts him down with one slash, leaving everyone frozen as his head hits the ground. Even Waltz is stunned, but the other dukes assume she did it and launch a furious counterattack, pushing the battle to a whole new level. At the same time, Hanyang reports that with his mission done, he'll now move to recover the target. As the protagonist watches the spark he just lit with a duke's death, when his endless hunger for the gluttonous emperor's dragon flesh is enough to turn into an army, he realizes a war has begun and he plans to use it while they still think he's on their side. Still, his two companions don't like any of this. To them, that backstab was too dirty. He brushes it off and says the victim only has himself to blame for being fooled. Meanwhile, Hanryang absorbs the fallen duke's soul, breaking past his own limits. The protagonist recognizes how much power the duke had, and when he's absorbed, the one watching is left in disbelief after learning everything that led to this point, though there's nothing she can do. And John feels no guilt. Both the duke and the gluttonous emperor betrayed his brother. Even so, he admits this time it was mostly luck. Luck that the duke was distracted, and that Hanryang found the perfect opening. Otherwise, it all could have gone wrong. That makes him realize that if he doesn't want to rely on dirty tricks again, he and all his men need to get stronger, just like Hanryang, who has now become a death noble while staying completely loyal to his orders. The scene shifts to Jahan on the ship. After his last move, they leave the island because mission time is running out. Even if he couldn't do much more, he did manage to burn Baluk's house and the whole island to the ground, and enjoys watching it burn. Next on his path is Triton, the organization backed by Poseidon and led by Benteke, his direct disciple. Its top officers are apostles of Orion, Antares, and Charybdis. According to Sito's mission, Jehon should kill them, though that's too difficult for now. Still, he was able to study the result of his draw with Benteke and discover his biggest weakness, his resolve, that unstoppable drive to push forward no matter what, like a conqueror. Jehon knows that whether from confidence or pride, Benteke will face him alone again next time. He plans to use that in their next battle, so until then, he'll prepare well. Days pass like that until they finally leave floor 29. Everyone celebrates, thrilled to still be alive, especially Heidi's group, who thank him for saving them. She feels relieved and knows she should thank the hoarder, but he's already jumping off the ship, tired of the waves and glad to be back on solid ground. Even so, he knows Triton is waiting for him again on floor 30. Then he's stopped by a shy Heidi who can't find the words, and the protagonist reminds her their contract ended when they arrived. She knows that, but something inside her still says she should stop him. Seeing her hesitate, he admits she's a rare talent, sharp-eyed and a natural leader, so she'd be a great choice. He tells her to come find him later. She doesn't fully understand what he means, and watches him leave. Meanwhile, he feels bad for not recruiting her right away, but seeing how many people depend on her, he decides to let her stay their leader for now. Meanwhile, in the castle of the Tritons, Rang gets a visit from Ted and Elaine, who came for the captain. Apparently, he finally had a little fun, and Rang explains that he's still recovering his arm. The others ask whether that treatment is really so special, especially Ted, who confronts him directly. That starts to annoy Rang, who knows Ted has done nothing to earn his respect. Still, he keeps control and moves to the more important topic, the hoarder, who seems to have recovered well from his injuries after clearing floor 29, and it's only a matter of time before he returns like a storm. Ted thinks Rang is exaggerating. The trial of the dead is too hard to clear that quickly, so he says they can relax. Rang insists they must not underestimate the protagonist, but Ted doesn't care, and Elaine cares even less, barely paying attention. Ted, confident that as the place's second-best warrior, he can tear the protagonist apart. Seeing how stubborn he is, Rang decides that at least Ted's eagerness can be useful, send him in as bait, and use him to study the hoarder's weaknesses, so he gives him that job. Ted gets annoyed because it sounds too much like an order, which his brother quickly mocks. Even so, the goal is met. Ted becomes convinced that this will finally earn him the position he believes should be his as second in command, already dreaming of seeing Rang kneeling before him. Meanwhile, the protagonist reaches floor 30, where the test says that after spending so long in the land of the dead, his body has been fully tainted by that essence, and he has 3 days to cleanse himself to pass. He thinks that fits floor 30 well, since every 10th floor brings together everything learned before. That is why learning along the way always matters, and now he has to figure out the poison and make an antidote somewhere inside the huge tomb of the dead, a harsh place that would turn this trial into a desperate race for anyone else. But he has slaves for that, so he calls out his spirits, and orders them to gather the materials while he plans his next move. Bu, meanwhile, hopes he has finished studying Baluk's elixirs. Out of all of them, only 4 are usable, the rest are deadly poisons. John plans to copy Baluk's method, because his brother's journal says Baluk was so strange that instead of looking for antidotes, he kept chasing stronger poisons. He drank everything he found to build up an absurd level of resistance, which makes it pretty clear he was not right in the head. Even though Bu understands the idea, he still thinks it is a terrible plan to swallow. Not just herbs, but extreme poisons too. John admits it is far from smart, but he still wants to obtain poisonous blood, the signature skill of that poison-crazed man, which lets him create deadly toxins through his blood, and if used right, wipe out all life around him. The madman who made it took a long time to succeed, but John wants results fast, so he has to push hard. Still, it is not a reckless gamble. He plans to rely on his calm mind and his regeneration if things go wrong. Then he drinks the first elixir. The system says the poison has entered his body. At first, John feels like it does nothing, but a second later his whole body goes wild. Something twists inside him, and he starts using his abilities in desperation. Even so, he keeps drinking poison after poison, until he finally gains his new skill. It is not quite what he expected because thanks to the Demon King's poison, he develops a leftover ability that makes him immune to many poisons and creates a new organ that secretes a toxic corrosive substance. It can even hurt him too, and it also lets him produce a poisonous mist. Even without fully understanding how it works, he starts testing it right away, heading to a port of Triton, God, where he plans to begin by releasing his slaves and using his own blood to coat them so they can spread it. He admits he does not really need to, since he has Igni Wave to cover a wide area. Still, using it to boost his beasts means he can send fewer of them in much stronger groups. So during the landing, the boards at the gate start shaking as a stampede of monsters arrives and begins tearing the entire port apart. No one can stop those powerful undead carrying a lethal poison that inflicts a huge debuff on the enemy's abilities, along with confusion and bleeding. One by one, people start falling brutally. Meanwhile, the protagonist watches the destruction from above, pleased that it worked even better than expected, and now his monsters need far less support. Until now, they were mostly a surprise weapon. But after seeing the power they truly have, he decides to use them as his front line, hoping all this will draw out his target. Right then, something approaches. He assumes it is Benteke, but the aura is different. Ted drops in like a meteor and slams into the ground, shouting for this chaos to stop, while his men cheer because he can destroy the spirits. The protagonist is not worried though. He is disappointed it is only an executive, not the leader. Ted, on the other hand, realizes the hoarder really is here. He is surprised since the undead were not in the report, and assumes they are some trump card, meaning he should not have to dirty his hands. From that, he guesses the protagonist still has not recovered from the last fight, and decides to capture him alive before charging in. But Shanann stops him, and Han quickly creates a large ring of darkness. Ted, who was already confused by those creatures, suddenly feels the poison hit him. Completely shaken, he cannot understand how it is affecting him, then realizes he needs to force it out with his divine power. That distraction is all the 2 spirits need to pierce his body, leaving him mortally wounded before Cha Yon-woo, who has not even lifted a finger. The spirits declare that no one leaves the protagonist's domain without permission. Drained and broken, Ted finally starts to accept death, but his pride keeps him fighting. He still wants to be the one who surpasses Benteke. He remembers the fight that decided the ranks inside Triton, where he lost to Benteke and was pushed into 2nd place. He refuses to admit it was because he was weaker. In his mind, he only made one small mistake. And now that his rival lacks Triton and one arm, Ted believes he alone should hold the rank of captain. That is, ironically, his last thought as he is about to die. Agreed, the protagonist mocks, seeing it as something Ted never had the power to back up, while his energy is being devoured. To him, Ted is just a pitiful egotist, who never had a real chance against Benteke. As the executive's divine essence merges into his body, it angers Poseidon more and more, which makes Cha Yon-woo laugh, since that god never does much beyond complain. Still, one thing surprises him. Ted barely matches the power stored in a single arm of Benteke. He is not shocked that nobody cares about Ted's death, but he cannot understand why no one else has shown up, despite all this destruction. He is annoyed that even a massacre like this is not enough to force the captain to come out, leaving what remains of Ted to his spirits. He starts thinking of another way to drag Benteke out, even if he has to force him. Meanwhile, on the upper floors, word spreads fast that an entire port and General Ted fell in a savage attack. Rumor says the one behind it is the famous hoarder from the lower floors, who is still destroying Triton's strongholds even now. A lot of people start to worry about how far the hoarder might go, and at that very moment, he is standing in a desert, frustrated because he could have left this floor already. He has destroyed so many strongholds, yet Benteke still will not show himself. He cannot even find him with his expanded senses, so he assumes Benteke may still be badly hurt after all this time. Still, after everything that has happened, he thinks Benteke should have gotten back up by now, because he is no coward. Just then, Han uses an overly sweet tone to politely ask for Ted's soul, while Shanann protests, saying that is unfair, and insisting it should go to him instead. The two start arguing, but the protagonist ignores them because his thoughts are on Rebecca, who refuses to use her human form and barely answers his questions. He cannot understand why someone who supposedly wanted to live again is acting like that, but that can wait. Right now, he senses a presence, a small troop near an oasis. It is not who he is looking for, but their emblem says they belong to the Fantasy Regiment. He remembers killing their leader near the start of the river, after being provoked. Normally he would not care, but the sickening aura around this group, as if they were waiting for him, gives him a bad feeling. so he heads straight there, completely ignoring his spirit's argument, and reaches the regiment's camp, where they seem far too calm, letting him walk in like an honored guest. Even so, the protagonist stays cautious when he is greeted by Craves, the regiment's commander, who says he only wants to talk. In short, the blonde man, acting as the regiment's second-in-command, ordered the clan to bring him in, but they took the order in the most literal way possible by force. That led to the earlier mess, something he still deeply regrets. The protagonist can tell he is sincere, but something still feels off. Even so, he accepts the apology, though he still does not fully understand why he was summoned. Kreutz thanks him for taking it so well, and explains that the clan leader wanted to meet him, calling him an old friend. That leaves the protagonist stunned, because only a few people could say that. Maybe the Horn brothers, or perhaps Khan and Doyle, if they are still alive. He thinks Khan is the most likely, since his natural leadership would fit. Even then, he doubts Khan could have cleared the floor that quickly without inside information like his own. Still suspicious because Kreutz clearly has no intention of naming the leader. The man apologizes and says revealing it now would be risky. He asks the protagonist to meet with the leader once training is over, and also requests permission for his people to act as guards for a while. The protagonist finds the leader amusing, thinking he has already spent quite a while being followed by people from all kinds of factions. Though the blonde man denies any tie to those groups, he warns that they could be hostile, especially now that two of the so-called divine beings are in conflict. Yanwu has never heard that title before, but apparently it was given to the super rookies who reach the upper floors. Among them are Faceless, Dr. Dom, Ranul, Benteke, the regiment leader, Adora, and the last one, Yanwu himself. All of them are seen as candidates to overthrow the kings. Most are already building clans that threaten the current balance of power. He is not surprised by his fame, but he is surprised Adora has made it this far. He figures she cleared floor 42 and became even more driven after his request. He also finds the name of her faction funny, the Castle of Demonic Beauty, and imagines her brother would hate it. Kreutz assumes the people following Yonwu are allies or enemies of Triton God, so if he allows the regiment to shadow him, they can drive those people away. MC does not like the deal, but he can use it to remove some variables, now that the whole tower is watching his war, so he agrees on one condition. Spreading his wings, he says only someone who can keep up with him may come near, then expects Kreutz to follow as he shoots straight into the sky. Kreutz, confused, realizes he will need wings. Meanwhile, in the palace of Triton God, Elaine complains that even with Ted dead, their leader still has no intention of coming out. Rank sees the situation getting worse. Ted is dead, the Hoarder is closing in, and Elaine seems far too happy even though her brother just died, making it clear she is not normal at all. He simply tells her that the captain is still preparing. There still isn't a single sound coming from inside the room, and that annoys Elaine because she knows the Hoarder and the other factions are already closing in, so she decides to go tell him herself. But when she tries to open the door, a magic barrier stops her. Rank explains it's not that he refuses to pass the message, he simply can't. Benteke is in a divine trance with Poseidon, and getting too close would let the god drain his power. Instead of worrying, the woman gets excited and wants to know more, but Rank has no time for her, because unwanted guests are about to arrive. And then the protagonist finally shows up, annoyed that he had to travel so far just to find Benteke. He's surprised the castle is giving off such strong divine energy, so strong he thinks Poseidon may have descended in person. Still, he can tell something about what Benteke is doing. Feels different. As he looks over the area, the protagonist tries to decide his next move. He knows the people tailing him are split into two groups. One is ready to attack the second. He makes a move which would throw everything into chaos, a mess that could actually help him. There's also the other group, Kreutz's side, which won't interfere unless the protagonist gives the order, acting like a hidden trump card. So he starts sizing up his enemies, but it takes almost no time because there isn't a single troop guarding the castle. He walks in easily, moves through the place and reaches the spot where a calm Rank is waiting, the same man who pulled Benteke out of the last battle. He seems completely relaxed and offers a peaceful deal. The protagonist reminds him they were the ones who started this, and Rank apologizes and even offers compensation, leaving Yonwu genuinely surprised by how quickly he's backing down. Then he notices he's being watched and realizes Rank just wants to avoid a war they can't win with their patchwork forces. But the protagonist only wants one thing, Benteke's head. Rank warns him about Poseidon's wrath, but MC is already used to making him mad, so the talk ends there. Rank regrets it and gets ready, releasing his power hard enough to crack the floor beneath his feet as huge serpents burst out, along with a swarm of troops. The protagonist quickly wipes out the pirates, burning them alive, then uses them as momentum to charge the hungry snakes. He doesn't get how an apostle of Orion can control them and tries to go straight for Rank, but he can't even move. Something stops him as his body starts breaking apart, and out of nowhere he's sent straight into a creature's mouth. Dragged across the battlefield, he defends himself with his sword and fights from being swallowed, guessing he's up against an apostle tied to Poseidon's daughter Charybdis, the queen of monsters. Rank takes the chance and unleashes a tsunami attack, creating a massive raging current that crashes in like a deadly tide. But before it can hit, Yonwu shoots into the sky, letting the full force of the attack slam into the giant serpent instead. With both enemies exposed, he drops a blazing hell on them, setting the ravenous creature on fire. Rank escapes, but the heat tears through his body and leaves him stunned by how much Yonwu has grown since last time, not giving him a single opening. Then he calls Boo, summoning a giant eye in the sky that shocks Rank and nearly stops his heart under that crushing stare, dropping down on him. But Elaine has it even worse. She lets out a terrified scream, crawls across the floor and begs for mercy. The protagonist is surprised she came out of hiding so easily, all because of fear, and decides she's an annoyance he should finish first. But at that moment, someone appears behind him, a figure wrapped in bandages who grabs her at once. The bandages rip away the rest of Elaine's body piece by piece and she drops heavily to the ground. Rank stares in shock. The mummy's furious screams become a signal for the troops to rush in, led by that same figure, but they're stopped by the protagonist's spirits, angry that someone stole their prey. Even so, the mummy shakes the shadows off with incredible skill, surprising the protagonist. Seeing how precise the aura control on those bandages is, he figures this must be another one of the new divine beings, the faceless one, who can even endure his hellish gaze without blinking. Yahello still finds him annoying, so he charges to kill him, and the fight is about to start when a portal opens and cuts them off. Another enemy steps out, Ranul himself, the bringer of misfortune, who with one motion summons an absurd number of magic circles. The protagonist recognizes it as a style similar to his brother's, and now he understands why even the faceless one chooses to pull back. The circles aren't complex, but there are far too many, and they're far too strong. They could wipe out the whole area. Up in the air, Kreutz cuts through the magic circles, remembering he promised not to interfere, but protecting Yuanwu matters more now. So he goes straight for Ranul, activates his holy cross, and forms countless swords that fall like meteors. Ranul deflects them without effort, but in doing so he tears up the ground. From the rubble, someone starts walking forward, fed up with seeing chaos in his territory, looking over his fallen allies and swearing to kill everyone, daring to challenge him. It's Rank. Standing tall, he calls on all of Orion's power with a burning stare, and Orion answers, starting a divine descent. That power floods through his whole body, giving him a celestial form that leaves everyone stunned as Orion revels in being there, free. He moves his massive limbs packed with power, unleashing such an overwhelming force that it creates a small ocean of its own, a violent tide that makes him the fourth major force on the battlefield. Even then, Ranul and Yuanwu keep fighting without pause. Kreutz tries to hold Ranul back with his swords, but soon notices the enormous tsunami rising over the land. Fear hits him as he thinks about the protagonist's safety, while the protagonist, instead of panicking, simply waits for the wave and activates his time distortion. He gains just enough extra seconds to study the situation, knowing how chaotic things get when the super rookies enter the field. The thrill of it all makes him think Benteke definitely won't be able to stay away, especially when a vice commander starts releasing all his power in desperation. He's also curious about the regimental second-in-command, so he plans to use the chaos to test how far that man can go. With those extra seconds of sharpened time sense, Yuanwu calmly watches every violent force, learning exactly what he needs and finding the precise crack where everything falls apart. Then, without wasting a moment, he bursts forward at full speed toward that point, forcing his way through and clearing a brutal path. In the middle of all that chaos, the protagonist realizes that, after all, he didn't finish everyone. The faceless one is still standing and still eager to fight, while other figures in the back look worn out. One of them is Kreutz, watching in amazement at the incredible power that made his leader take such an interest in the protagonist. He remembers that absurd calm Yuanwu showed while a storm of attacks came down on him, and thinks maybe he worried too much about someone who clearly stands above the 6 new stars. That brutal exact slash stopped the strongest blow of the battle, letting MC escape with only a few injuries and stay conscious even underwater. Ranul, on the other hand, is left completely drained, coughing up blood after all his magic circles explode, and the backlash leaves him badly injured inside. Even worse is the protagonist's gaze, that awful stare that feels like it's pressing straight on his soul. Terrified, he realizes that as long as that gaze is on him, he can't properly use his dark magic. He has no choice but to retreat, hoping to return later, and vanishes with a scroll. Yuanwu follows his escape for a moment, but then his focus shifts to the faceless one, who seems entertained by the chaos and pleased by the level of everyone present. If his goal was to kill Benteke, then after seeing the protagonist's overflowing power, he decides Yuanwu might be able to handle it alone. So he leaves it to him, though he warns that if he keeps getting stronger, he'll keep an eye on him, then leaves. The protagonist is puzzled by the mummy's behavior, thinking that body holds far more souls than it seems. He also notices the last explosion did absolutely nothing to him, and realizes his aura, skill, and foresight are abnormal in every way, enough to mark him as dangerous, though not an immediate problem. The real problem is Rank, who has already collapsed on the ground, staring blankly after failing to endure the divine power. That works well for the protagonist, but now he has to deal with the pirates rushing in to avenge their leader. That irritates him, making him wonder why they're still alive after all this. Wanting to end it fast, he grabs Rank's face and starts absorbing him. But with his last strength, Rank cries out that Yuanwu still hasn't won, reminding him that as long as Benteke lives, Triton God will not fall. That absurd loyalty only makes MC angrier, and he crushes Rank's head at once to shut him up. Rank feels pain not only from the force but also from his soul being torn from his body, and even then he stays loyal, wishing the best for his captain. Yuanwu's disgusted by that level of devotion to a traitor, just as the pirates arrive to avenge their leader. They're quickly stopped by Kreutz, who claims that fight for himself and his men, letting the protagonist keep moving toward his real target. Yuanwu agrees, though he's surprised by how fast Kreutz recovered. He moves on and leaves him behind as the knight charges into battle. Soon he reaches the huge doors of Poseidon's temple, sure his target is inside. He studies the massive iron gate guarding the entrance, but what stands out isn't just its toughness. It gives off a heavy, choking presence. And from within, a voice tries to force itself over his will, pushing him to kneel. But Yuanwu doesn't budge. His cold blood keeps him steady. He ignores the voice completely and drives it out, though some unknown energy keeps trying to bind him, an energy carrying a small trace of Benteke's power. It leaks out more and more in a huge flash of light as the door opens, and without understanding what happened to Benteke, Yahello finds him sitting comfortably on a bed, waiting. He now has a new arm, and it's packed with power. Benteke is thrilled it finally arrived. Chidi, the protagonist, stares at the arm, totally confused. It's the same thing Benteke once called a cursed gift from his god. Benteke rips off the bandages, revealing an arm soaked in divine power. Chidi MC tries to make sense of it. That isn't a divine item, it's a living piece of something heavenly. Benteke admits he got it after his real arm failed to heal, so Poseidon tore off part of himself and used it as a replacement. At first, Benteke accepted it without understanding anything. Then that thing fully took root. Once it became his new arm, it flooded him with overwhelming power. Little by little, Benteke turned into nothing more than a vessel for Poseidon. The god kept trying to fully absorb him and strip away what was left of his humanity. Poseidon wanted enough power to face the hoarder, promising Benteke a place for his soul in the pantheon he ruled. But Benteke refused in anger and fought the takeover. However he could. Now all he can do is slow it down, because that arm keeps trying to consume him. While he watched the fight outside against Yahello, he lost everything. His men, his land, his whole life. Trapped in that ridiculous sanctuary, he feels like a guard dog at the gate and hates his god's cowardice. Poseidon went this far over one mortal he clearly despises. He finally puts it together. Everything involving him, Lana, and Benteke is part of something bigger. Poseidon doesn't feel hatred. He's terrified. And from the start, what he feared was the power of death. Then the fight begins with a massive attack from Benteke. It smashes the ground down on the protagonist. Yahello dodges and strikes back with his flames, but the divine arm swallows them at once. The arm rises skyward, not even bothering to block the protagonist's stab. He barely has time to react before a spear shoots from Benteke's arm and forces him back. Their clashes keep growing stronger until they end in a huge explosion. From it, drops of blood scatter, though both seem to have taken most of the impact without falling. Benteke feels blood run down his cheek, and it excites him. To him, nothing beats a fight like this. Battling a madman while trying not to be eaten by Poseidon. That mix drives him even crazier, and he wants to meet his end like a true conqueror. So he unleashes a brutal strike that sends the protagonist flying. Everything in its path is wrecked. Yahello gets back up after activating all his abilities, then sees Benteke release an absurd amount of divine power. At that point, he can only accept that this is now a kill-or-be-killed fight. But then the damage finally starts bringing down the temple, and below, the pirates spot the finisher fighting in the sky as they desperately search for their captain. They finally find him under the rubble, still getting up even though divinity has nearly consumed his whole body. Seeing their worry, Benteke tells them not to waste it on him. No matter how much Poseidon tried to ruin him, he still led them to victory again and again. His men cheer for him like the conqueror he is, full of hype. Kreitz watches in shock as a few words raise the pirates' morale, thinking Benteke is preparing them for a final war. But Benteke does the opposite. He orders them to scatter and hide until they can build their strength again. He tells them to leave everything to him, and promises he'll find them later. They obey and start pulling back. That leaves Kreitz totally confused, as he orders his men to chase them. Now only Benteke and the protagonist remain. The pirate mocks the knight's stupid look when he sees them. Yahello can tell from Benteke's confidence that he seems to remember the time he managed to damage his mask, so he adjusts it just in case, assuming Benteke only wants to save his followers. But Benteke laughs at the misunderstanding. That's not why he did it. He wants to protect the value of Triton, God, where a leader can never show weakness. Unlike Lana, he won't let his men see him as anything but an absolute conqueror. Hearing Lana's name, Yahello thinks maybe his cover is blown, but it no longer matters. He grabs his weapon at the same time Benteke does, and they charge at each other with one clear goal: settle once and for all who the real winner is. Then the fortress fully sinks beneath the water, while their savage battle keeps going through giant flashes with no sign of an end. Yahello is already exhausted from landing so many critical hits. He pushes through the constant waves of his enemy's power. Benteke, now almost fully consumed by divinity, says this fight has already brought him back at least 20 times, and he even dodged the poison. But despite his casual attitude, Yahello can see his body is at its limit, so he attacks once more, shattering what remains of Benteke's guard and landing another direct critical hit to the chest. Sure, the fight is finally over. But Benteke stays on his feet, smiling even with the sword buried in his chest. Shaking, he admits Poseidon was right. He can't beat that lunatic. Even so, he reaches for the protagonist's mask one last time. In that final effort before accepting his judgment, he clings to his survival creed that only the strongest remain, but he still can't manage even that. He regrets not dying on his own terms as his body gives out and drops. The protagonist watches him fall, thinking the poison has finally kicked in and all that's left is the finishing blow. But before he can reach him, something stops him, just as Poseidon tries to speak to his apostle one last time, though Benteke is already unconscious. Taking advantage of that, the god fully takes over his body. Yahello freezes, not because Poseidon is here but because he descends with unimaginable power. MC guesses he used the deaths of the other apostles as a tribute, proving again what a vile madman he is. Now he finally stands face to face with him, mocking the fact that the god thinks he's important enough for an entrance like that. Poseidon doesn't fully get the remark, but it doesn't matter. Yahello's at once. He drives Vigrid straight at Poseidon's heart and activates its bloodthirst, absorbing a huge amount of divine energy, and sending his stats soaring. The protagonist knows perfectly well that Poseidon is a monster, but he also knows the god would never harm his apostles unless he truly feared the power of the Black King. And right now, more than ever, that power is something Yenwu does not want with all his strength. Completely unhinged, Poseidon grabs him by the neck and crushes down. He instantly sees the plan. The god wants to finish his descent before he can absorb more energy for his awakening. That leaves him only one choice: hold on and endure. Even when his own divine power starts to awaken, it comes out as a huge unstable glow because he has no followers and no experience. But then something unexpected happens. The other divine beings form a direct link with him, boosting their blessings. Athena, Hermes, Azrael, and Chios pour so much energy into him that for a second Yenwu understands what a real divine descent feels like. Their presences feel so close it's like they're breathing down his neck. And one of them really is Hermes, who shows up stunned that the boy is still creating miracles even in this situation. Poseidon rages at the interruption, while Hermes is outraged to see his protege being strangled. The sea god insists Yenwu is getting close to a terrifying power and tries to justify stopping him. Then another presence appears, touching the protagonist's cheek with unexpected warmth. Athena arrives and agrees that her uncle's intentions are obvious. She also says they'll act by their own rules. Fed up with his brother's children, Poseidon accepts the challenge and the struggle continues, creating a massive storm that churns the water into a giant whirlpool around them. Exhausted, Yenwu tries not to collapse as he watches the percentage of his ascension keep rising. Hermes, though present only in spirit, apologizes and says MC is like Heracles, someone who overcomes the impossible. Athena supports him too, sending calm into his mind, while the percentage rises further with the arrival of Azrael and Chaos, followed by all the gods and demons tied to death. Yenwu ends up completely surrounded by a divine cloak that speeds the process up even more. It's like a huge legion of gods and demons is holding him up from every side. His nephews tell the Sea King to surrender before it's too late, but Poseidon curses them all and keeps resisting. Meanwhile, as if stuck in a corner no one noticed, Agares pouts in jealousy because nobody called him. The protagonist is honestly relieved that little weirdo didn't show up, but once he realizes he's surrounded by gods and demons, he admits he needs all the help he can get and finally agrees to let him come. Agares obeys instantly, appearing to claim what he thinks is his and attacking Poseidon. The sea god seems to freeze up while Yenwu keeps clinging to him. Agares gladly pays him back for all the time he spent choking him, warning everyone else not to touch what belongs to him in such a crazed voice that even Poseidon sees him as completely insane, right before Agares rips off his head and sends it flying downward. The protagonist absorbs it, gaining a huge amount of divinity. He ends up just one step from awakening, and at least it feels like this is finally over. He hopes everyone will just leave now, and then Agares starts laughing like a maniac. At least he admits it, he's crazy about the protagonist, declaring in a weirdly aggressive romantic tone that Yenwu must not die because if he does, Agares will follow his soul into the afterlife and devour it. Fed up, the protagonist tells him to get lost and cuts off the summoning link, along with the other divine beings who start fading away. Only Hermes remains for a moment, leaving with a smile. Athena also stays behind for a bit. The protagonist had never seen her before, and with power that great, he might have guessed she'd be cold or cruel. But her sincere smile and warm eyes tell him otherwise. So he asks why she's kept helping him ever since she gave him the shield of Eris, and protected him from Agares, thinking it all must be because of the Black King. That leaves the goddess speechless. Yenwu takes that as a yes, but before she goes, Athena promises to explain everything when he reaches her side, then disappears in a bright flash. But he still isn't alone. One demon remains, whispering to him. Azrael whispers in his ear, telling him to stop jumping to conclusions. He reminds Yenwu that he's only human, and says the road ahead will be easier if he takes his hand and becomes his apostle. For a second, it almost works, but just before, the protagonist knocks his hand away. He admits he's curious, just not that curious. Azrael sighs at yet another rejection, then fades out, the last divine being to leave. At last, Yenwu can rest. He drops right away and falls straight toward the sea. His spirits catch him in time, amazed that he summoned so many gods at once. Once again, they realize their master is incredible, but he also clearly needs serious sleep, so they find a cave where he can rest, and all of them guard it together. Even so, an enraged Azrael barges in, furious that the mortal rejected him again. He can't stand that the chosen one of the being he serves prefers that insignificant human. Still, he decides to guide Yenwu by force, knowing the Black King doesn't care about chance, order, or the other gods. Power is all that matters to him, so Azrael tries to force his energy into MC, and that angers every divine presence around them. Before anyone can step in, his body moves on its own and grabs Azrael with such force that he freezes. Looking into those eyes, he doesn't see Yenwu. He sees something else inside him, something furious that his fun was interrupted. Terrified, Azrael tries to apologize, but the Black King won't hear it. The grip tightens, then slams him down. As they struggle, golden threads appear, stretching out to distant platforms. Azrael instantly realizes they connect to his real body. Yenwu's body, now bearing black crow wings, studies those threads while ignoring Azrael's desperate cries. Then it seizes his lifelines and tears away his divinity. The Black King does it without mercy, ignoring every plea until Azrael is left in a huge pool of blood like a stain on the floor. After that, the possessed Yenwu steps back, strangely hollow at how easily a being can die. Then his shackle starts to glow with a purple light, the sign that the King's Seal of Sorrow has activated. Even if Azrael was a fool, in the end he still proved useful, and letting the Black King out at least gives him some time to enjoy being free. Later, the spirits are still guarding the cave when Yimwoo wakes up and asks if anything happened while he was asleep. They all look confused. They've been watching the whole time. Yimwoo turns to Rebecca, but she didn't notice anything either, which leaves him even more confused. More than that, he can no longer feel even the slightest link to Azrael, and he's also lost the authority Hermes and Athena had given him before. Hermes and Athena try to calm him down, but Agares just smiles in satisfaction, clearly knowing more than they say. Yimwoo wants to know what happened during his blackout, so he searches for some clue and finds something unsettling. The Black King's seal has been lifted. Looking deeper, he learns that the Black King's despair and pain have fused into one shackle. That raises the number of souls he can bind and gives him a skill called Black Death, which lets him consume specters and turn them into dark energy. He also gains a summoning skill that uses souls from his collection to force a dead soul to appear, and it can even make his army of monsters evolve to completely insane levels. Still, he can't understand how, right when Azrael vanished without a trace, a new skill from a sealed artifact appeared, one that not only replaces his blessings, but boosts them even more, so much that he starts wondering if the shackles aid Azrael. Then he laughs at himself, because the idea that something strong enough to devour a god is wandering around the tower would be way too big of a problem. Even so, the doubt stays, and he keeps asking himself what really happened. Meanwhile, in the sea god's sanctuary on Olympus, on the 98th floor, Poseidon fumes over how they stopped him. He can't believe they were that foolish. That kind of stupidity is what he expects from his nephew, not from every god and demon tied to death joining a mortal who could become a huge threat to the tower. So he decides to stop Yimwoo, and since his brothers aren't around, he turns to his sisters Hera, Demeter, and Hestia. Back with the protagonist, he gets tired of overthinking it, and sticks to what matters. Azrael is gone, he's stronger now, and one annoying stalker is finally out of his life. So he focuses on his new skill, which lets him forcibly summon a soul from the underworld. As long as it's someone familiar or tied to an object, the soul keeps its free will, and unlike the souls he collected as followers, now he can bring back anyone in the afterlife. Thinking of all the deals and advice he could get from the dead, he tests it right away, spending a huge number of souls to try talking to Benteke again. The energy gathers and starts taking shape, swelling until it bursts apart. His first try fails completely, just like Yimwoo expected. The pirate's soul had been completely devoured by Poseidon during the descent, so he rules out any souls that never reach the afterlife and needs to pick someone else. Then he sees his pendant, and the answer is obvious: Lana. The energy condenses until it forms the spirit of the former pirate, who appears with an empty stare and asks who summoned her. Yimwoo takes off his mask, and with one motion he leaves her stunned by showing that familiar face. Lana breaks down right away, crying as she believes Cha MC is alive. Sure, that's why she never found him in the underworld. She throws herself into his arms and hugs him tightly, grieving for how scared and alone he must have been all that time, unable to hold back her joy that her boy is still alive. Yimwoo stays quiet. Later, once she calms down and feels a little embarrassed, Lana apologizes for showing such a pathetic side. Now she understands that the person before her isn't him, but his twin brother. She greets him with a bow, guessing that if he called her here, then they must have something important to discuss, though she admits she'd rather do it with alcohol. Luckily, Yanwoo happens to have plenty of the German beer Lana liked, and he's surprised that souls really can drink. Apparently they can drink a lot. He even pulls out some of Galliard's stash for her, hoping he won't get mad, though somewhere far away, Galliard suddenly gets chills. As he keeps bringing out the elf's reserves, Yanwoo tries to explain everything that happened over the last 5 years, but Lana takes over and fills the talk with stories about herself and his brother. He doesn't mind. Seeing how excited she is makes him realize how much she cared about his brother, and for him, it turns into a good talk. Sadly, their time runs out, and the protagonist promises to see her again, but before she leaves, she asks for her necklace. He gives it to her, and she pours in energy that automatically completes Keto's mission, freeing the sea talisman along with the god's blessings and authority, because she knows he'll need a lot of power soon. Even Lana is surprised by how much Seto cared for him, giving him so much power without holding back. But before leaving, she asks one last thing. What happened to Benteke? Yanwoo clearly remembers the pirate's huge smile, and that detail makes her laugh, because she never had one like that. Then with a calm smile, the former pirate fades into the air. Yanwoo looks at his pocket watch, relieved and thankful that the tower isn't made up only of traitors, but also people who truly loved his brother. That alone is enough to keep going. So he activates the skill again, and this time tries to summon Xia Yanwoo. But the energy scatters, it can't find him. MC refuses to accept it, and tries again and again, but every result is the same. His anger keeps building, almost beyond control. He demands that they bring him his brother, and in exhaustion he begs the gods to tell him what happened, even offering to become anyone's apostle if they give him answers. He gets only 2 messages, and after reading them, his frustration gets even worse. Everyone, even those who supposedly care about him, stays completely silent. Yanwoo curses and closes the windows, forcing himself to think clearly. If the summoning failed, then the target must still be alive. That means finding his brother's body was not some cursed dream. The other option would be total soul destruction, but from his memories, he never went through anything like what happened to Benteke. With both choices ruled out, he still can't understand what happened. Even so, his calm mind finds a third possibility. His brother's soul may be bound to a transcendent. He remembers that some of their apostles can keep souls in any state they want, which means Xia Yanwoo could be in one of their hands, It makes sense considering the protagonist himself carries several souls with him. With that theory in mind, he imagines his brother betrayed in life and now trapped in someone's collection, suffering, and that means he has to find him fast. So he plans to search for answers on the 50th floor where the ancient dragon who brought his brother's body to the earth lives. Kalitus. Right then, Nemesis appears, worried by how out of control his emotions are, and Yanwu tells him everything. The dragon is just as shocked by what happened to his former master. Then MC notices a small hand mirror and realizes that going to the dragon temple might not give him anything new. It could just waste time. So he decides to use Frisia's mirror, which lets him connect to the desk after all this time. It's time to make contact again. He pours energy into the mirror and it links him to the friendly Atron, the merchant who became his manager. Atron complains that it's been years since he heard from him, and inwardly grumbles that even though their deal got him promoted, Yanwu hasn't bought anything in ages, leaving him bored with nothing but paperwork. Still, now that he sees him again, he thinks he might finally make a sale, so he hopes he has money. The protagonist immediately asks about the three Cyclopes. Achina knows them well, the trio of smiths who forge weapons for the Olympians. So Yeonwoo asks Atrian for information on the Cyclopes and where they are. Atrian thanks him for trusting the table, but says this request is harder than it sounds. Luckily, MC knows how to get results. He offers a pile of gold and Atrian is suddenly fully on his side. The first lead points to Persephone's temple, where the trio was last recorded about 200 years ago. He finds that useful and pays up, then asks if Atron knows anything about Hades too. Atron bets that if he brings back something worthwhile, the reward will be even better. That thought wins over all his loyalty. Then he vanishes in a flash to get to work. With that done, Yanwu waits and hopes this lead on the Cyclopes will help him understand the shackles, and finally let him find the last missing piece he needs to control death itself and learn what really happened to his brother. He puts everything on this one gamble and waits on a rock in silence until Frisia's little mirror starts to glow. Aniachan burst back out of it, excited by what he found. The search was easy, but once he sorted everything out, he realized this wasn't just worth good money. It could also help the whole table. Yanwu sees that as a problem, so he quickly buys exclusive rights with an extra tip, enough to secure the merchant's loyalty. Before leaving again, the protagonist asks for the rest of the report. Atron confirms the Cyclops brothers did go to that temple, but it happened more recently than expected. The ones who went were their apostles, and he hopes that helps. Yanwu heads there at once, helped by the fact that it lies on his route and serves as the entrance to a hidden stage. It's known as a great place for rankers to train their mental and elemental power. A path to hell made up of 10 rooms, each worse than the last, with the final gate leading into the underworld itself, reachable through Persephone's temple. But Atron gives one last warning. During the search, no one seemed too shaken, since strange things had happened there before. Among the gathered reports, one of Agarus's apostles who escaped once drunkenly said that Hades had called them. That immediately raises Yanwu's suspicions. There's barely any information on Hades or the underworld, and he figures whatever happened between Hades and the Cyclopes was buried by time. Atron can tell MC knows more than he does, but he only pays for secrecy, saying nothing, convinced they won't dig up much more about Hades or the Cyclops brothers anyway. Still, he's confused, because after all the times he has pushed death to the edge, Hades has never shown up. That makes him think the god's absence is tied to the Cyclops' disappearance, and he at least hopes to learn something about Cain and Hades' divine artifact. Atron, though, doubts anyone can get information on that god and says goodbye until the next job. Meanwhile, Yanwu moves out with one top goal: find the brothers. On the way to the temple, someone suddenly appears. Kreutz, looking seriously worried because he hasn't heard anything from the protagonist since the battle at Triton. MC barely even remembered him, and he's not great with clingy people, so he spreads his wings and shoots off. The blonde man chases after him, begging him to see a doctor or healer, or at least let him come along. All that devotion makes Yanwu a little uneasy, but it also makes him curious about what kind of leader could inspire loyalty like that, so he lets Kreutz follow and keeps going. Their trip ends at what looks plain at first, but is actually Persephone's temple. At the entrance stands a figure wrapped in a cloak. Kreutz is shocked and recognizes it as Green Shadow, a being far above any priest or priestess, and its presence means something is wrong. Yanwu understands right away. After what happened with Poseidon, it's obvious Green Shadow already knows who he is and why he came. Still, that saves time. When they land, Green Shadow welcomes him and invites him inside, saying Persephone is waiting in person. That stuns Yanwu. He expected maybe a message, nothing more, but he moves to enter while Kreutz stays behind. That throws him off, since Kreutz followed him all this way, only to stop here. He assumes the invitation is for him alone and that Kreutz will wait outside. Green Shadow confirms it, and the two head into the temple. Inside, it's far humbler than most, and Yanwu is surprised that a hunter was the first to greet him. The warm feeling there even stirs Rebecca, who seems to miss her old life. Green Shadow admits it's unusual for someone like that to serve in a temple, but explains that as Demeter's daughter and Hades' wife, Persephone needs constant care because of the huge role she plays in the cycle of the seasons, handling the power of life and death inside an endless flow of time. For Yanwu, it feels like a direct reflection of his own power over death. Green Shadow leads him onward until they reach a glowing field, and he's told to enter without shoes or weapons. He obeys and walks through the garden, amazed to finally stand inside the temple. For the domain of the underworld's goddess, it's nothing like he expected, bright and beautiful. Then a voice catches him off guard while he's distracted. It comes from a beautiful girl with a gentle smile. He recognizes her at once as Persephone. Even so, she lacks the overwhelming divine pressure other gods carry, even when they hide it, like Hermes. From her, he feels nothing at all. If this weren't her temple, he'd think she was just another player. Even so, he introduces himself as politely as he can. With a small gesture, Persephone makes a tea table and invites him to sit and talk, asking him not to feel so uneasy. She explains that humans and gods both have souls, and before death, all are equal, so that's how she chooses to treat others. Yahello sits, still surprised by how different she is from the other gods. Unlike those who only want control, her respect feels real, so he goes straight to the question on his mind. He asks about Hades' divine relic, hoping to avoid hunting down the Cyclopes. But even in a peaceful marriage, Hades keeps work and private life separate, so only he knows where it is. The only thing Persephone remembers is that something happened in Tartarus, and Hades rushed there at once, saying he'd return, but he never did, and it has been a long time. Yahello falls into thought. Tartarus isn't just any place. It's the deepest pit in the underworld, the prison holding the titans and giants who challenged the Olympians. So if Hades still hasn't come back, something serious must have happened, especially since the Cyclops apostles were also called there and vanished without a trace. Even so, he knows Tartarus can't be reached through the normal gates of the underworld, so he can't just go. Luckily, Persephone says that since he's already after Cain, she hopes he might also find her husband along the way. She's clearly worried about his disappearance. Yahello wonders how a mortal could do that when even Hades' brothers could not, but she knows very well about his bond with death. That makes the protagonist think of the Black King, and the mood shifts for a moment. Still, she makes it clear that she knows all about the Black King as a transcendent of life and death, but can't say more because of an oath sworn on Stygia. Her parents made that oath out of deep fear of the king, but her generation is tired of living that way, so she says she'll help however she can. But right now, she needs him to go down to Tartarus and learn what happened to her beloved. With that, she unlocks his mission and grants her blessing. Yahello knows he would go there even without being asked, but the problem is he has no idea how he'll pull it off. Still, he chooses not to rush ahead and accepts the mission. That alone makes her visibly relieved, though one last question remains for him. He needs to know where his brother's soul is. The moment he asks, her expression turns cold and distant. She explains that while managing the underworld without her husband, she doesn't know everything that happens there. Even so, she promises to look into it as thanks for his help. After saying that, she leaves, but Yahello can't shake that look from his mind, a painful mix of sadness and guilt. He feels sure she knows more than she chose to tell him. Right then, the pocket watch starts shining brightly, and a voice comes from inside, freezing him in place as he recognizes his brother's voice, without a doubt. Meanwhile, high above the Protectonoid tribe, a place inhabited by beings who were once gods but lost their transcendence after falling from divinity, their blood is still treated as sacred by the Elohim, making them a key faction in the clan. Among them lies a half-conscious man named Aether, an elder of the guild who became leader after the death of Paneth's father. Now Paneth stands over him, and after a long round of torture, she accuses him of betraying the clan by joining the devil army. She throws down proof of that betrayal, making it clear he even rose to a high rank. She also reminds him that even without sharing a drop of blood with Leon, the former leader was still his adoptive father. Paneleth makes it plain. She is disgusted by the man before her, a traitor who sold out his own clan and still wanted to be its leader. Aether snaps back, saying someone raised in privilege could never understand what it was like to grow up branded as a traitor's son. He admits he really did become one in the end, but insists his father never was. He was a hero of the tribe, condemned by that title over a single mistake. That constant hatred made Aether despise them all, and swear he would rise above everyone who rejected him, no matter who he had to join. Paneth acts like Aether's story is already over, and he's honestly shocked when he realizes they really plan to execute him for treason. With death right in front of him, he quickly changes his tone and pretends he was just a helpless puppet used by the demon army. He denies having anything to do with Lone's death and begs for mercy with everything he has left. Annoyed, Paneth takes that chance to put something around his neck. Aether instantly recognizes it as the Ring of Raimono, an item even transcendence fear, and her first order is simple: be her damned dog. Soon after, the tribe receives its first prophecy in ages, sent through the oracle by the Olympian gods. It says they must descend into the deepest darkness before they can rise again. The message shakes everyone. The chance to regain their divinity feels like hope they had already lost, so they quickly gather a huge expedition led by the young descendant with the strongest royal blood, sure she will lead them to success. In a formal ceremony, the elders place all their faith in the chosen woman, and she fully believes she will come back as a god. From afar, Aether watches it all, burning with frustration as he remembers that his father once trusted him that same way. He always wanted that trust for himself, but now he's nothing more than a resigned watchdog. Thinking back to the one time someone believed in him without question, the days he fought beside the Celestials in Cheyan-Wu, a piece of happiness that no longer exists. Still, he snaps back to reality and feels pathetic for missing Artia, knowing that like the Elohim and the demon army, they were all just tools for his own goals. Even so, he can't help regretting how everything ended. Right then, Paneth shows up and rushes him along. She says they already wasted too much time on what she calls old people's nonsense, and asks if he's ready, because now he'll serve as the guide dog for the whole force, leading them straight to the deepest darkness, Tartarus. As the troops begin marching, Uther's frustration only grows. Back with the protagonist, he's still shaken by the voice he thinks belonged to his brother. The Green Shadow hears nothing, and when he asks Kreitz, he gets the same answer. That only makes him more certain. His brother called out to him, even if for a second. He wonders whether he imagined it. Still confused, he looks down at the watch, trying to understand what just happened. Clearly rattled, he sends out every soul he can to search the area from top to bottom, but they all come back with the same answer. There was nothing. They tell him to forget it because there's absolutely no sign of anything. Reluctantly, he calls them all back, but he still can't believe it was only his imagination. His eyes return to the watch, whose hand normally moves in a small, steady way, but now it's completely erratic. He starts to think summoning the dead somehow affected his brother, though he can't make sense of it. That authority should outrank any other power, especially inside the Queen of the Underworld's temple. So if his brother really is in the underworld, he should have appeared somehow. He's sure his brother is the one who moved the watch's hand, and even if he has no proof, his dragon instinct and something even deeper in his heart, his twin instinct, screams, it's true. Later, after leaving Persephone's temple, he learns two things. First, the dessert he ate was nectar mixed with the elixir of immortality, a powerful sacred medicine even in diluted form. Second, his mission is to go after Hades in Tartarus, since his wife only knows that he summoned the Cyclopes and then vanished. Now with the goddess's blessing and the authority of death on his shoulders, John gets ready to enter. The first step is clear. Cross the hidden stage called the 10 Gates of the Underworld. So he starts down that hellish path at the first gate, which Krates has apparently crossed before. Krates complains about facing the heat and poison again, worried the protagonist might get hurt. But John barely listens. He and his pets seem to enjoy this hellish place, which deeply unsettles Krates, who has no idea John also enjoys being poisoned, since it boosts his abilities and even earned him the title of Fire King. He's almost disappointed by how easy this feels, though. After thinking it over, he remembers they're in the underworld, a place perfect for someone with fire affinity, darkness, and authority over death. Krates, on the other hand, uses sacred power, the exact opposite of this place. Realizing how useful that could be, John decides to keep him around. That matters even more after noticing Krates' holy sword. Sakafar has been complaining non-stop since the moment they entered, and Krates knows it because he can hear her. There's not much he can do to calm the blade, and John is surprised to hear that the blonde can talk with his sword. Krates is even more shocked that John acts like that's strange, because John understands that resonance without any trouble. It's a high-level skill used by elite warriors of the Horn tribe, so the fact that Krates uses it so naturally proves his talent is exceptional, especially since he doesn't even belong to the race most famous for that technique. The blonde admits this isn't the first time someone understood him so quickly. His captain did too from the start. That makes John assume the captain must be at least master level. Krates still feels uneasy about moving on while his sword suffers, but by now he has accepted that if someone doesn't have a personal bond with John, he won't hesitate to leave them behind if needed. So he asks not to be treated like dead weight and promises not to interfere with the mission, trusting that he can keep up without causing trouble. The protagonist agrees without caring much, sure that if things get bad, he'll just leave him behind. Then he orders his summons to keep moving, and the group advances together. Krates watches as Jahayan moves ahead with the blonde. Knowing he can't fall behind, he decides to move too and tries to call his dragon, but the system returns an error again and again. Once he realizes summoning it is impossible, Krates gives up and has no choice but to keep going as best he can. That's how they reach the Mountain of Blades, the first of the 10 gates, each shaped by the taste of one of the kings of hell, the judges of the dead. Because of that, Jahan knows he can't waste time if he wants to move fast. He heads for the cliff, though he can tell those steps are absurdly sharp. One mistake would be enough to end everything right there. So he activates his dragon eyes and maps out a safe route with his gale steps. He moves through the blades with ease, rushing ahead and leaving the other players behind as they struggle just to stay standing. When they see that speed, many assume it has to be the Hoarder, and start accepting that he's someone already close to divine. That lets him reach the second gate without trouble, the Lake of Boiling Fire. Jahan gets ready to cross, thinking fire is still better than many other things. The problem is finding a place to launch from. He considers using his fire wings but knows they won't carry him all the way, and swimming would be even worse. The moment he got tired, he'd sink and die. Just then, Sidhu's collar starts to glow, showing that the authority once held by Lana has passed to him. It grants him the rank of apostle, and as king of the sea, control over his offspring. Along with that comes faster thinking, a clear boost in problem-solving, and Tanen's fear and overwhelming terror that crushes weaker beings, weakening them, and if he can break their will, it drains their life force and lets him control them. He also gains Water Guide, which lets him control small amounts of water. With those new skills active, the protagonist jumps into the lake and uses his control over water to form a layer of protection under his feet. Then he starts moving forward, walking over the boiling fire. But as he advances, alerts appear and lava serpents rush in to attack him. The second they surface, they feel that power and are hit with intense fear, making them back away with ease. The protagonist realizes crossing like this will be easy, just slower than if Boo had cast a flying spell on him. Still, he wants to save his achievement points for now, so he decides to test another ability instead, filling his body with an energy that spreads fear into the creatures living in the river of lava. Once they're terrified, he takes control of them and pulls them up to the surface. That leaves them all floating there like corpses, leaving the other players staring in confusion. Those makeshift platforms let the protagonist hop across them and move faster. He does wonder what will happen when they wake up, though he doubts they'll kill many people. Sometime later, Krates drags himself in with shaking legs, totally exhausted but glad he managed to reach the lava lake for the second time. So he assumes the protagonist can't be very far away, since this area shouldn't be easy for anyone. Then he notices the huge number of dead beasts floating on the surface, and hears the players at the lake non-stop complaining about the Hoarder. so it's easy to put the pieces together. The protagonist already came through here and caused all this. Kreitz can only sigh in silence, feeling like his body is finally reaching its limit. Meanwhile, the protagonist keeps moving from gate to gate with disturbing ease until he enters a swamp packed with different poisons. They keep infecting him without stop. The toxins are so vicious they pierce even his defenses, but he refuses to stop because the Cyclops were last seen in this area, and that alone is enough to push on. Luckily, his medicine is much better than Atron's, so he won't melt like everyone else here. The real problem is that the overload of poison makes tracking anything nearly impossible. Even though he didn't want to rely on that yet, he realizes he has no other choice, so he decides to call Boo to wake them up. Then, in a language no one can understand, Boo starts chanting, and magic spreads through the swamp. It pulls things in from every corner. Restless souls and vengeful spirits hiding in that place. Yang-Wu hopes their stories will finally give him the answers he needs. Meanwhile, Kreutz reaches the poison swamp, totally worn out. The place terrifies him. Plenty of players end up literally melted there, fused into the ground with blood, poison, and acid. It looks like a nightmare. Even so, he feels instant relief when he realizes he finally caught up to MC. But MC is surrounded by a giant storm of souls, and that sight kills the blonde man's cheerful greeting. Seeing how focused he is, Kreutz realizes this is no longer just an order to follow him. It has become personal. He really wants to learn who he truly is, so he decides to wait. As he does, he silently apologizes to Sakafar because he needs to borrow that power to survive the swamp, activating a divine shield that keeps the poison out. At the same time, Yun-Wu's overwhelmed by all the spirits Boo called from the swamp. There may be tens of thousands, and every one of them wants its tragic story heard, creating total chaos. He has no idea how to find the right one among so many souls, especially since their power levels are similar. Making it this far meant they were all strong enough to survive that hellish path. In the end, he has to trust luck and check them one by one, using temporal difference to keep it from taking forever. So he starts questioning spirit after spirit, until he finally finds the one he needs, a soul glowing bright green. Hermes and Athena watch closely, confirming he's right, and he immediately pours in part of his will. That syncs the two souls and triggers the memory replay. The scene shifts. He sees three brothers running across the lake of fire, chased by some unseen presence. The oldest, leading them, tells them not to stop until they reach Tartarus. He's also carrying a chest. Yang-Wu realizes he's watching the apostles being hunted. Something is after them, though he still can't fully tell what it is, and he watches Bon split with his ifsti. The shame what he does with Zalves. Their whole journey until they reach the swamp, where that presence it finally shows itself as a sinister force moving fast behind them before taking the shape of a huge silhouette. The apostles stare in horror, knowing it's an enemy they can't beat. The oldest brother instantly understands there's only one choice. He gives the object to his brothers and begs them to keep going, because if they stop, the entire surface will be in danger. Getting that thing to Hades matters most. The others don't want to leave him, but he's already made up his mind. He unleashes all his power, ready to sacrifice himself, and calls down divine descent, refusing to let titans or giants be controlled again. He begs his god to pour everything into his next attack, not to win but to buy time for his brothers to escape. Meanwhile, Yun-Wu studies the memory, confused by the mention of titans and the object the other two carried away. He guesses the beings locked in Tartarus are connected somehow, though the shadow doesn't seem directly tied to them. He keeps watching the clash between the apostle and the dark entity until a clean hit reveals something hidden inside it, and Yun-Wu tries to get closer to see it clearly. But the final impact twists the whole memory, and a void opens, throwing him out of it without warning. It leaves him dazed, but he has to recover fast because a sudden event triggers, bringing a wave of poison so dense that even his resistance can't fully stop it. Only his cold focus lets him stay conscious. From outside, Kreitz watches in real fear, as something twisted rises from the ground, a poisonous spirit-like creature slowly lifting itself before them. It keeps crawling out of the earth, and Yun-Wu is stunned by what his senses tell him. This thing is ready to fight. The protagonist decides he can handle it, and takes to the air, stopping right in front of the titan made from suffering souls. They beg for the pain to stop and cry out for someone to save them, making it clear this is the same thing that chased the apostles. It's a shapeless mass forced together from spirits full of hatred and poison, and the toxic aura around it is so thick it almost burns his throat. It's strong enough to test his skills, but that's not even the worst part. More of them are rising. Yan-Wu figures these anomalies may be exactly what Hades is searching for, but he doesn't have time to think, because the giant creature, now fully formed, throws the first punch. He dodges at the last second and draws his weapon. The fight turns destructive right away. Soon, Yang-Wu ends up exhausted, inside a crater trying to stand after the last hit and admitting how tough this monster really is. He barely gets back up before he has to leap away from another attack. Then he activates Declaration of Domain, along with everything else he can use before another massive punch shakes the whole area. He blocks it as best he can, but the shockwave tears up the ground around them. Then he calls out his spirits, and one of them, furious to see its great master pushed this far, opens a portal. From it comes a skeletal hand that crushes the titan's face, sending it down into a ravine. But the relief doesn't last, because more start climbing up from underground. So Yun-Wu releases Henry Yong, Shannon, Nemesis, and Chirpy, all of them ready for an all-out war. He admits they weren't this strong before, but now his allies are powerful enough to face titans. Right then, a memory from the old Cyclops apostle slips in. The old man is lying on the ground, badly wounded, stripped of divine power, facing that titan of grieving souls. This is the final memory of that spirit. Yarnwoo realizes this must also be the moment the apostle dies, so he pulls him straight from the underworld, and the apostle appears as a soul bound to that land. He's completely confused about how he's here after clearly dying. Yarnwoo is surprised that after all this time, the apostle's memory is still intact. Sadly, he has to deal with something else first, so he turns back to the battle with the titan. Looking over the fight from above, he admits the dark titans aren't strong enough to stop him, but they are slowing him down. The longer this lasts, the more it becomes a battle of endurance, and if something stronger waits beyond the next gate, he's finished. So he decides to end it right now by finding a way to land one decisive blow. Just then, his shackles begin to tremble together, like they're reminding him of something he's forgotten. The problem is, he can't remember what. While thinking about what he can use in this gate full of death, Seto's necklace activates too, showing him a resonance with the depths. Then he realizes there was never any need to fight at all. He's about to try something that could leave him brain dead if it fails. But even so, he takes the risk and spreads his will like an aura over the whole place. The pressure reaches even the shadows and starts slowing them down, while the spirits think their master has another plan. They watch an essence begin choking the titans, trying to weaken them enough for him to take control. Then he closes his eyes and enters their minds, but the backlash hits at once. The vengeful souls flood him, overwhelm him, crush him, and for a moment he loses control. He feels them close to erasing his mind, but keeping his cool, he steadies himself again, and decides to treat them like any other soul, break them by forcing down even more pressure. His power collides with that endless sea of suffering souls, and the clash turns into a huge spectacle that Krut watches from afar, unable to believe anyone can hold that much power without breaking. Then Yarnwoo activates Soul Collector, starting to absorb a massive number of souls straight into his collection, gaining more energy to keep the rest contained. But the ghost level is too high, and things start slipping away from him, so he has no choice but to release Nemesis. Nemesis appears, imposing but clearly confused that his master wants to rule something he hasn't even killed. Still, he helps by forcing the creature into sleep. Using that chance, Yarnwoo raises all his power and unleashes it, driving the thing into the abyss. Little by little, the souls give in, and at last the suppression is complete. Krut sees the whole thing clearly, and he simply can't believe what he just watched. Later, Yarnwoo checks his collection and sees it now holds more than 100 souls. He's shocked, since he shouldn't even have room for that many. He figures he's using the void's extra space, and he's honestly thrilled to have gained such high-quality spirits. Then Nemesis cuts him off, telling him to stop messing around, because he's the one stuck carrying all those ghosts inside his void. MC tells him that's how he charges rent for the Philosopher's Stone. The dragon complains too, since he's not the only one living there, but it's not like he can charge rent to a kid like Chirpy. That answer is enough to shut down the dragon's complaints, though Yarnwoo knows he'll reward him later for being so good with Little Phoenix. Now that the chaos is over, he returns to the Apostle of Brontes, who is completely shaken after seeing a mortal use the power of death. Noticing that reaction, the protagonist worries the man is rambling and might disappear before giving answers. So he asks directly if he's still connected to the Cyclops and whether he knows where Hades went. The ghost gets agitated the moment he realizes Yarnwoo knows that much. MC explains he's there on Persephone's mission. Understanding the spirit doesn't have time for long explanations. The apostle, seeing his condition and realizing he's facing a messenger, decides to speak honestly. He says he and his god have waited for centuries, just as the prophecy said, one that apparently foretold Yarnwoo's arrival. Even so, with so little time left, he'd rather send him straight to the Cyclops, and with that he starts to shine and forces a descent. The divine being opens a massive gate, burning the last of his soul. On the other side stands Brontes, the eldest Cyclops brother, who seems to have been bound there for ages. He kept draining his own divinity, while waiting for someone who could take over his task. A simple one on paper, by Hades' order, carry something called the Flame to Tartarus. That box used to seal away the Dark Titans, and it was the reason Brontes had to sacrifice himself and remain trapped there. Yarnwoo can't hide his shock when he realizes the flame they carried is the same thing he knows as the Soul Stone. Brontes, though, calls it only the flame, the primordial flame. The name hits him hard, but Brontes barely reacts. He just says Hades urgently needed it back then, so they delivered it. That makes Yarnwoo cut him off and explain what the primordial flame really is. It's what he knew as Lucille's stone, the one now in Viera Dune's hands. Before that, it belonged to his brother, and even earlier, the Cyclopes were the ones meant to transport it, but they vanished on the way. Maybe the other brothers failed, and somehow Jingwoo got it, only to lose it later too. Still, that doesn't match what Jingwoo read in the diaries, so he starts thinking there may be another Lucille stone. Seeing the protagonist won't explain anything, Brontes quickly starts telling the full story. In the beginning, there was a flame guarded by Lucille in the lighthouse, but Lucille was tempted by something he should never have wanted, and in chasing it, he devoured the flame. That raised him to a godlike level and gave birth to the being called Lucifer. Gods and demons were enraged, and they soon captured him. As punishment, they tore off his wings because what he consumed was the source of every myth about immortality, something no one was ever meant to own. Even then, Lucifer never gave the flame back, so he was cast into the underworld. There, his soul was shattered into pieces. Those fragments became soul stones, pieces of what was once the primordial flame. That's why the flame the Cyclops carried was purity, one of the 5 that had gone missing. And apparently there are 14 in all. They came from Lucifer's descendants who gave rise to both light and darkness, and from that, the 7 virtues and 7 sins. Now it finally clicks for Yarnwoo. There isn't just one stone but many, and just one was enough for Viera Dune to devour Gaia and rise to the heavens. Gathering the rest would mean unimaginable power, but before MC can go further, Brontes asks why he's so interested when he already has one of those stones. That freezes him. Yanwu has no idea what Brontes means until the Cyclops points to his pocket where his brother's watch is. It turns out the watch is actually a Lucille stone. Brontes is impressed by the craftsmanship, better than almost anything he's seen. The only strange part is that it's inactive. He demands answers, but Brontes is exhausted and running out of time, so he'd rather fade away than keep talking. With no other choice, the protagonist listens to the end. Brontes says Hades ordered them to bring it to Tartarus because a great darkness was coming. As a craftsman, he never knew the whole picture, but he understood the important part. The giants and titans trapped in Tartarus were close to breaking free. Yanwu realizes they forged something with the stone to stop that, and Brontes confirms it. But spectral titans found them anyway. The rest, MC already saw. He's confused, since it sounds like someone betrayed Hades' side. But what worries him more is that Brontes is fading fast, and almost happily. After waiting so long, he finally finished his last duty, though he still regrets failing to protect his brothers as the eldest. Yanwu understands that feeling. That regret is strong enough to keep a soul bound, and he can't let Brontes go yet. There are still too many questions, so he offers him a chance to reunite with his brothers in Hades and seek revenge. Brontes might have cared, but there's so little of him left that it hardly seems worth it. Even so, the protagonist holds out a hand and offers a soul contract, knowing that just like Brahm said, once transcendent beings die, they can be controlled like any other soul. Brontes, nearly gone, stares at this so-called descendant in disbelief before accepting the deal with Yanwu. Just like that, Brontes the Cyclops becomes his subordinate. His form stabilizes again, but he's clearly upset that in a weak moment he let a mortal bind him. Still, seeing MC as a descendant of the one who cannot be named, he decides to accept him as master, and assumes Yanwu kept him for one reason, to ask more about the flame, so he asks how to fix the watch. Meanwhile, Kreutz is still stunned that the protagonist claimed a god's soul and is now using it, leaving him totally lost about who Yanwu really is. Brontes explains that the watch doesn't need repair. It still works. The real problem is that all its functions were sealed on purpose. That hits MC hard. He'd been carrying an insane power source all this time, so he asks Brontes to unseal it. The answer is a firm no, not because Brontes refuses, but because he can't. He instantly recognizes the hand of the smith who made it. The workmanship rivals his own, even though the design clearly came from a mortal, so he asks if Yanwu knows who created it. He knows very well. His brother would probably be proud to hear that praise, though he still doesn't know what the seal was hiding. Still, Brontes corrects himself. In theory, he could open it, but only with help from his brothers, so he offers a deal. Since the protagonist is already carrying out Persephone's mission, he should help with Hades' mission too. And if he does, Brontes will find his brothers to help unseal the watch. Yanwu agrees. The mission updates, adding a subquest to find the remaining Cyclops. At the same time, he notices something troubling. The Titans already know he's here. Even though he left survivors among those monsters, he figures there must be an informant, and Brontes confirms it. He knew of that traitor in his time too, though not their identity, only that they're dangerous. Before Brontes can fade again, Yanwu asks who it might be, but there's no time to chase that now. Spreading his wings, he pushes on toward Tartarus, passing the 7th gate with ease and quickly reaching the 8th, the Iron Phase. There, his summoned spirits and all the others are already fighting a huge savage shapeless creature moving through melted iron paths. Everyone tries to make an opening for him, including Kreutz, who gives the signal. Yanwu answers by unleashing every single attack he has until the monster is finally burned to ash. Then Nemesis asks what he thinks of the creature they just beat, called Medusa. Yanwu says it was strong, but Nemesis pushes for a real answer. He gets the point. Without his elemental advantage, he wouldn't have stood a chance, not even with everyone fighting together. With that in mind, Nemesis warns him Tartarus is full of monsters like that, so moving forward in this state may be a bad idea. That brings MC back to his brother's memories. Yanwu entered the hidden stage with his group, but after the 7th gate they ran into monsters that were stronger and more insane each time. Those battles wore down both their power and their morale until they had no choice but to retreat and wait for another chance. Even then, Yanwu was left with deep regret because he couldn't even glimpse the entrance to what lies beyond the 10 gates. Tartarus, Nemesis reminds Yanwu that even his brother had to give up, along with all of Artia. He understands. Right now, he's almost alone, and his spirits are getting tired. Even so, though turning back would be the smart move, he can't bring himself to quit. If he leaves now, he may lose the chance to learn more or even see his brother again. More than anything, he feels they still need one last talk with him, and that need keeps him moving. So he enters the 10th gate, the Dark Abyss. Amid constant fighting, the spirits feel that if this keeps up, they'll die all over again. Even so, they know Yanwu has no plan to stop, and through their bond they can feel his desperation growing. He wants clues about his brother, but it's also clear he's worn out, so they realize they have to support him if they want his resolve to last to the very end. Together they press on with Yanwu leading the way. On this new floor, the mission sounds simple: just move through the thick darkness. It's supposed to be a test of willpower, but that's not the real problem. Too many beasts serve the Titans here, and some are strong enough to challenge Yanwu directly. He barely holds them back with Dragon Fear and Infernal Sight, but the exhaustion is starting to hit. Still, he can't let them loose, because fighting would only make things worse. The farther he goes, the more he feels the eyes of titans and giants on him. At the same time, help from the heavenly world is mostly blocked, only Hermes and Athena still have a clear link to him. Well, and his personal pest, who keeps mocking the gods for not being able to see him. But the protagonist ignores that. Thanks to Kreutz and his divine power, barriers can be raised so MC gets short moments to rest. During those breaks, he reads the memories left in the place and finds something unexpected. The Cyclops brothers cross this level without much trouble. That surprises him, since his own group only made it by avoiding every fight they could, otherwise they would have died. Even so, they finally clear all 10 floors and earn several rewards, unlocking the next hidden area and finally arriving before the gate. Tartarus, the place Brontes never thought he'd reach. Yamu stares at it in silence. This is Tartarus, the prison of the god Zeus, struck down. Even stripped of his power, that fallen being never looked away from the 3 Olympians who brought him down. Kronos, the god of time and death, is likely waiting beyond this point with his followers. What Yamu can't figure out is why the gate won't open. As Brontes explained, a place like this would never be left unguarded, so instead, he has to use Hades' hidden passage. He releases a soul Hades sent to guide him through his realm. When the summon still works, he realizes Hades must have believed he'd make it here one day. He moves through a place built far better than expected, filled with art everywhere. Even Kreutz is impressed by how grand it is, and Yamu finally notices what has stayed with him all this time. It followed him through every hellish gate without a single complaint or question, so he decides to let it stay with him until the very end, trusting it to stand by him no matter what. The spirit leads them onward. Between old statues and relics, the hidden path appears, and at the end of it stands a strange portal before them. Yamu looks over his allies one last time and steps forward. Inside, there's nothing but total darkness. The system warns that the area is too dangerous for players and urges immediate evacuation. At the same time, hostile gazes and evil energies start closing in from every direction. Then the mission suddenly changes. Before moving on, though, he feels something else. A heavy stare fixed on the back of his neck, full of distrust. At first it makes no sense, until he realizes those eyes aren't on him. They're on the Black King's shackles. Whatever is watching them feels deep disgust, almost by instinct. That throws him off, but he doesn't get time to think. The ground suddenly gives way under him, and he realizes he isn't standing on stone at all, but on something soft, sticky, and horribly familiar. Then it hits him. He's standing on a Titan's eye. He jumps back at once, sure he's made a huge mistake. But when he looks down from above, the Titan's eye doesn't move at all. There's no life in it, making him think it's dead. He rises higher to get a better look, and finds that no matter how far he goes up, the body seems endless. Just as he's about to use his perception, another presence draws near. He knows moving now would give him away, and the massive being coming closer releases such crushing pressure that even the gods and demons backing him react. Yamu quickly understands this thing is on Agari's level, so he hides among the rocks and watches a giant leg pass by as if searching for something, and he fears that something is him. That leaves him with 2 bad choices: attack with almost no chance of winning, just to try escaping, or stay still and wait to be found. He hates the second option, so he activates his dragon eyes. But no matter how closely he studies the giant, he finds no weakness. Even so, he feels he has no choice and draws his sword, ready to strike until a voice suddenly stops him and orders him not to move. Not knowing who spoke, he obeys and hides his aura again. The Titan decides there's nothing there and leaves. From his hiding place, Yamu then sees a large squad arrive, furious that he almost challenged the giant Perses inside his own territory. He recognizes them right away as Hades' Legion, the force that protects the underworld. Pluto. Every member carries divine power, and they fight titans and giants in Tartarus without rest. Kreutz is with them too, clearly relieved to find him alive. The protagonist admits he's not exactly doing great, though he figures Kreutz already knows. He's right. The Legion saved Kreutz the same way. That makes one thing clear to Yanwu. Even if his pride hates admitting it, if that really was Perseus, their clash would not have ended with a simple hit and run. That's why the Legion's leader treats him like a reckless fool. Still, MC first wants to know who he is. The man introduces himself as Rai, commander of the 19th Legion of Pluto. Rai asks if he used Bronte's guide to get here. Yanwu confirms it. The commander is glad they managed to save someone their lord had asked them to watch for. He wants to meet whoever sent them, guessing it's Hades, since he has a message from his wife. That clearly surprises Rai, who tells them to follow him somewhere the giants can't crush them. As they move, the protagonist keeps studying Rai with interest. Even with everything he learned from his brother, he's never heard of this man. Still, Rai's level is clearly that of a transcendent far above him. Downwood isn't sure whether Rai matches his master, but what confuses him more is this. Even after reaching that level, Rai still hasn't become a god. So what's stopping him from crossing that line? Rai starts to feel uneasy under MC's stare, though he tries to ignore it. That only makes the commander more irritated, and he bluntly says he can't stand players. Yanwu understands why, and Rai doesn't even try to hide it. To him, players barge into a holy war zone like it's some perfect farming spot, then leave after clearing one hidden stage. Rai sees this battlefield, one even the gods must respect, as far more than a place to grab a skill and run. So he assumes him will be just another one, making the 10 men sent to find him a waste of time and manpower. At least Rai says, the protagonist does have useful information about the Cyclops and Persephone. The protagonist takes that as a very clear warning, and from Rai's short temper, he figures the war is going badly. Even so, they keep moving, until Rai suddenly stops everyone when Persephone himself appears, almost excited to find them. Rai tells the others to run while he holds the giant back and buys time. The clash is about to begin, and Yongwu does more than just watch. With every authority from the gods and demons blocked, all he has left is Dragon Awakening. He hopes that with Ignis Wave and his spirits he might be able to endure. But before the battle starts, huge bolts of lightning crash from above and strike the giant in the face, blinding him for a moment. Yongwu watches in confusion, guessing it has to be a god, and with lightning, Zeus would be the obvious answer. But the one who appears is Hades himself. The eldest of Zeus' brothers came down into these depths because of this war. The king of the underworld can unleash with one swing of his sword, a massive power that tears through the giant's arm and leaves him crying out in pain. Yongwu freezes under the pressure of Hades' presence. Still, his cool head holds long enough for him to realize that even against the giant, he'd only need to push his dragon eyes to the limit for a chance to find a weak point, but Hades has no such opening at all. Right then, Hermes sends him a message, saying he's a huge fan of his uncle's warrior side just like Ares and Hercules. Athena also sends one, telling Yongwu to ignore Hermes. Still, seeing Hades rule the sky with that overwhelming presence makes it obvious why he holds such respect in this world. Even so, Perseus still dares to challenge him. To Hades, that's an insult coming from a pathetic giant who only got bigger by feeding on Kronos' corpse, so he decides to crush that pride in the most direct way possible. In a movement so fast it's hard to follow, he slices a huge wound along the giant's side. From that cut, the strength Perseus stole from the Titan starts draining away. Then a dark energy appears that Yongwu can't understand. He suspects it's the same force that let Kronos tear through Tartarus. Even so, it feels strangely familiar, just like the cries twisted by the Black King's pain. Confused, Yongwu watches as Hades finishes the giant off with a single slash. But that dark essence rots away and escapes, drawing Hades' annoyance. He instantly turns his eyes to MC and in less than a second appears right in front of him. The pressure alone leaves him completely frozen, as if his soul were bound in place by Hades' presence, so intense that even his calm starts to melt before that god, and that only makes him angry. Furious that he's being overwhelmed without being able to answer back, he pushes time difference to its limit, driving it through his whole body and forcing every cell to its edge. At last, he manages to stand firm before Hades. That earns the approval of every divine being supporting him. Hades is surprised to see his nephews there and even the oddball Algaris, but what really catches his eye is that Yongwu carries the legacy of the one who must not be named, and as he draws closer, the shackles ring out with endless rage and burning pain. Hades watches with clear interest, finding Persephone's messenger far more entertaining than expected, along with his unusual group. He even glances at Kreutz, who can't lift his head in front of him either. Then Hades sends the whole group back to the temple. With that, Persephone's mission ends and Yongwu receives her blessing, authority, and a divine item. He figures that after delivering the message, she now knows about her husband, so he can move on without worry. But a new mission appears right away. Before checking it, he looks over the Ring of Living Souls, Persephone's only reward in exchange for news about the man she loves. The item restores fatigue and grants soul rebirth, which can purify the colors of a person's soul. It also has soul growth, a power forbidden to ordinary mortals, but one he can now awaken. He uses that new awareness right away to ease the pressure on his soul from simply being in Tartarus, the same strain is hitting Kreutz, but his divine sword makes up for it much like the ring does. As for the rest of the rewards, he still can't use them because he lacks the authority for it, just like Persephone warned. Like the other gods, she doesn't have direct access to Tartarus, so he has to wait until her husband allows it. That's why his new mission is to help Hades end the war that has wrecked Tartarus, and get him back to his temple and his wife so he can claim the rest of the rewards. That technically wasn't part of the deal with John, so he feels tricked. Even so, he understands what it means to want to be with someone you love so badly that even a goddess would trust everything to a mere player. So he doesn't plan to complain. Besides, he already had another reason to help Hades. He needs the Cyclopes to fix his pocket watch. That brings him to the lower edge of the underworld temple, which is completely ruined. Not what anyone would expect from one of the three great temples. Hades notices where he's looking and seems surprised that he hasn't asked anything, despite being clearly curious. Yongwu studies him, trying to read what he wants, but Hades is hard to grasp. Other gods were blunt, or at least acted in ways that match their nature. The being before him isn't just cold or mocking, he's far deeper than that. Hades cuts in and tells him to ask if he wants, but carefully his main driving force is trade, not compassion or trust. He only cares about fair exchange, so every answer will cost information in return. Yongwu agrees and thinks carefully about what to ask. He sets aside the question of why his powers won't activate, since he already knows this place has no link to gods or demons, so his first question is simple. What was that first being he saw when he entered this place? Hades sighs at the question, saying he should have paid better attention, but confirms it was Kronos. The answer stuns Yongwu. He now understands what became of the primal god of Olympus, the one who heard a prophecy that one of his children would overthrow him, and found no better answer than devouring them, until his wife rebelled, raised Zeus in secret, and Zeus finally defeated him. Kronos isn't just the source of Olympus's myths, he's also its greatest monster. Hearing Hades speak of him so casually, Yongwu drops his main theory that this was the Black King. He's left shocked that a being that huge died here, and Hades instantly reads that thought. He explains what happens to the god of time and death when time itself is taken from him, leaving him exposed to his question in return, wondering whether Persephone told him anything else. Confused, the protagonist says she only asked him to find Hades. That visibly relieves Hades, surprising Yanwu to see such an emotional reaction from a god who seemed so cold, especially when his only real concern appears to be his wife. After that brief exchange, Hades gives Yanwu the floor again. This time he asks how the war is going down here. Hades says it's not really a war anymore, just a small resistance inside a ruined Tartarus. In fact, things have stayed like this ever since Hades arrived centuries ago. The reason is simple: giants and titans, once far weaker, started feeding on the fallen power of Kronos. Little by little that let them push back Hades' army. Until now, this temple is all that remains of the old order of Tartarus, which is now ruled by the very prisoners it once held. Yanwu finally gets why Pluto is in such a bad mood. They've basically lost. Even so, he worries about what happens if that ends, and what it will mean for the surface. But now Hades has a question of his own. Seeing MC still here, he realizes he didn't come only as a messenger, and wants to know why he's staying. Pluto answers honestly, he came for Kinna, his divine relic. As they keep moving toward Hades' throne, Hades tries to figure out what he wants with Kinna, then smiles when he realizes Yanwu doesn't even know what it really means. If he truly wanted it, he'd have to inherit everything Hades has, becoming his avatar and the leader of all his followers. With that in mind, Hades warns that he's only just met him, has no idea if he's worthy, and even if he were, their short time together already proves he would never serve anyone. He understands the refusal, but he can tell Hades isn't angry, he's amused, testing him. That's exactly what he's doing, and when he gives him nothing to work with, Hades gets bored and drops the game. Then he says the real problem: he can't hand over Kine for one very simple reason. He doesn't even have it, leaving the protagonist stunned. Then he remembers how, long ago, the Titans and Giants mocked the Cyclops brothers for how they looked, forcing them to seek shelter with the Olympians, whom they helped to settle old grudges. Back then, they brought 3 divine relics, each meant to raise its owner to the throne. Astrape, which called down lightning, came to represent Zeus, while Triana raised the tides and stood for Poseidon. Canine unleashed darkness and symbolized Hades. It was the very weapon he used in that ancient war. But during his battle with Typhon, the king of the giants shattered it. Since then, Hades has used a sword that can barely handle his divine power. He admits he misses his old weapon, especially in this war, and not just because it's gone. He also lost the 3 Cyclopes who could have repaired it. Yanwu listens closely and asks what exactly Hades means. Calmly, Hades says that if all 3 Cyclopes were still alive, they could reforge Canine, but now only 1 remains. MC reacts at once when he hears that Steropes and Arges never made it. Hades is surprised he knows their names, but confirms it. As Bronte said, they died on the way. Steropes fell in a Titan ambush, and only the youngest Arges survived. No matter how skilled he is, he can't finish something that was made by all 3. That makes Yanwu's chains tremble with Bronte's bitter grief for his dead brother. But he sees an opening in all this and asks for confirmation. If the Cyclopes were reunited, could they reforge Canine and turn the battle around? Hades says yes. He doesn't like relying on something like that, but he sees no other choice. So Yanwu asks that if he solves this and ends the war, Canine will be his reward. Hades bristles at the nerve of that demand, but the protagonist doesn't back down, forcing the god in anger to swear in his own name that he'll give him the relic without making him an apostle, as long as he's ready to face the consequences if he fails. Completely calm, Yanwu only asks him to call Arges and bring the relic of the dead brother. Now calmer, Hades can clearly tell MC plans to use the Black King's power for something, though he can't guess what. Even so, he decides to play along and see what happens, calling a servant to fetch the Cyclops, who returns at once with his brother's relic. It's placed before Yanwu, and he gives the Cyclops a chance to reunite with his brothers by releasing Brontes, who, the moment he sees his brother's condition, breaks down crying and runs to hug him. He still can't believe they've met again after 200 years, but Yanwu still isn't done. Ignoring the emotional moment, he activates soul summoning to draw Steropes up from the underworld, and the second Cyclops appears before them. Completely confused, he is embraced by both brothers, finally reunited in a scene full of longing and pain. Meanwhile, Hades is nearly beside himself, seeing a mortal with enough authority to control souls at will, flat out ignoring the laws of nature, something even he can't do. That huge reaction draws the attention of the gods who support Yanwu, though their uncle tells them to stay calm. He makes it clear he doesn't plan to hurt him, though he admits he's not sure whether what he did to the one who must not be named was right or wrong. His issues were always with that being, not with the one who inherited his power, so he hopes they won't lump him in with Poseidon's traumatized mess. That settles things down. Even so, Hades keeps staring at someone who can handle a primordial god's power so smoothly, surpassing other deities with what looks like ease. Steropes is grateful for the help, but he knows nothing comes free. Yanwu tells him his time is limited, and he needs all 3 Cyclopes to reforge Kine, so he asks him to join him. Steropes refuses right away. First, because a mere mortal is asking him for something like that, and second, because that same mortal is a direct descendant of his sworn enemy. But Bronte stops him, reminding him that the boy is not their enemy, just an heir. He doesn't want the brothers separated again, and when he sees his younger brother also burst into tears, Steropes has no choice but to agree. Even so, he sets one clear condition. The deal is only for forging Kine and restoring order. If Yanwu ever tries to use him as one of his spirits, he'll destroy his soul on the spot. He accepts without hesitation, and that seals the deal, though the other spirits know it's a lie. They watch another fool get pulled in with them while the system grants Yanwu a huge amount of merit points, which would be great if it weren't followed by a new submission. the Helm of Darkness. It explains how Typhon, king of the giants, refined divinity from Kronos' corpse to strengthen titans and giants, creating massive warriors and an army preparing to leave Tartarus and conquer the world, with Pluto as the last brave defense. Now that he's surrounded, it's only a matter of time before he falls, so the protagonist's task with the Cyclops is to forge the Helm of Darkness. In return, he'll earn Hades' respect, the title of Master Craftsman, and the relic. That shocks Yanwu, not just because of how huge the rewards are. What shocks him even more is the Master Craftsman title, one of the rarest in the tower, given to only a handful. With that, he figures he won't need help solving the clock. But there's a new problem now, getting the materials. Hades' mocking laugh makes it clear he already knows that. After such a long war, there's no stockpile left. And even if there were, he couldn't hand it over. Yanwu gets it right away. He'll have to gather everything himself. Hades confirms it, then warns him the final battle could start at any moment. So if he wants to run, now's the time. But there's no hatred in his voice. What MC hears is someone who's lost hope. The same kind of desperate resignation he saw in so many people during the war. Hades expects him to give up. Instead, he accepts the challenge, leaving him stunned. Even so, Hades smiles at that courage and wishes him luck, lifting the restrictions and giving him his blessing, hoping he keeps his promise. Meanwhile, back in the village, Brahm talks to his daughter, saying they've already spent a year there, and when Shaxi appeared, she quickly became popular with the boys, so much that some of them even fought over her. In the end, she turned into a real heartbreaker, though the only truly broken heart is his, and Antak can't even hold a fork, and Brahm swallows his pain, forcing a smile as he keeps talking to her. Noticing how much she looks like Cha. Holding her hand, he admits he may have been a god, but he was a terrible father, wishing he could see those teenage tantrums again. There's not much else he can do, so he goes to get the sweets Yanwu sent, planning to eat them with coffee. But outside, he runs into Cha, who's sad because her mother still acts cold toward her. Brahm gently explains it isn't coldness after such a long sleep, she still can't recognize her. But once she wakes, he's sure she'll love her more and more. Even so, while playing with her ball, the little girl gets annoyed at being treated like a child. She understands her mother is sick, so she wants to make lots of friends, sure they'll help her find a cure. Then the thing she's playing with flies straight into Brahm's garden. She knows she'll get scolded if she goes in there, but she has no choice. She carefully moves through the plants until she reaches her mother's room, confused to find herself there. Before she can step inside, her grandfather spots her, making her fall, but she jumps back up fast to avoid getting yelled at. As the day goes on, Ananta stays trapped in that hazy world, though something inside her seems to be waking up. Back with Yanwu, he reaches floor 34 and is just taking on the mirror test. Mirrors have long been used to dress up appearances, but many see them as a twisted, reflected world, maybe even another reality. This floor is packed with thousands of them, making him question what in those images is real. It's almost a poetic trial. Find his true self among all the fakes. Realizing brute force alone won't solve it, he stops to think and calls Tron, who seems pretty happy to hear from his best customer again. Yanwu asks how the search for the materials is going, and the update shocks the Cyclops. They found almost everything in barely any time. The protagonist isn't surprised though, he knows how effective the table gets when the payment is good. Still, he notices a few things are missing, especially some tricky materials. Atron explains those aren't easy to find in the underworld, so Yanwu realizes he'll have to do part of the work himself. Even so, Atron says he's already tracked down some owners and is negotiating, especially for the Nova Adamantite. MC and the Cyclops can't believe someone in the underworld has something that rare, a material that shines like a star crushed into solid form, used only in the strongest divine artifacts. That's why its owner is such a mystery, a reclusive, difficult hermit. Still, the table will handle it. Yanwu is fine with that. What bothers him more is the missing magic conversion core, the most important part of the whole process. It shouldn't be hard to get unless someone's testing him. Atron, sounding nervous, insists they can get it and would never refuse on purpose. He knows full well that's exactly the kind of thing the table would do without guilt. Still, the merchant changes the subject and says a letter arrived while Yanwu was away. That throws him off, since nothing should be able to pass through them like that. Atron is confused too, but the sender is the son of a major business partner, apparently the famous, half-forgotten Bloody Sword. The protagonist quickly realizes that basically means Khan, but Atron can't deliver the letter until the test is over, mostly because he has no clue which reflection to hand it to. That's when Yanwu starts to grasp the real problem of this floor. Every reflection seems to be showing a different part of his thoughts, and it starts messing with his head. He remembers his brother warning him that this floor is deeply reflective, a literal search for the real self among many identical selves, each convinced it's the original. Still, he knows the tricks for clearing it. One way is for every copy to fight until only one remains. Simple, except if the real him dies, he's dead. The second is the method his brother used. Talk naturally and carefully with each double. It works, but it takes forever. Those are the usual methods, but Yanwu makes his own. He activates temper discrepancy again and again under the watch of those supporting him. He asks himself just one thing: if he's the real one, then he should still have his connection to the transcendent beings. With that in mind, he activates his blessings and starts killing himself over and over, cutting down every version that lacks divine power. His spirits watch in confusion, unable to understand how he can destroy his own copies so calmly. Then he activates his other abilities to see whether any of them can copy those too, ruling out several more. When their bodies can't handle that power, he moves to the next filter. Who has the anti-poison trait? One by one, he keeps eliminating them until the next round begins, and he's left facing only physically identical forms. At that point, he stops focusing on the body and turns to the mind instead, something most people would never do. He wonders whether cognition works, and with that he removes mask. Then he starts asking questions where any sign of emotion becomes the signal to stab them, basically carving away his own humanity. Nemesis hates that cruel method so much that Chepri can't even watch, and his dragon mourns that the small bit of humanity it thought he still had keeps fading. But Yanwu puts the goal first. Eventually, only two remain. Standing face to face with his last identical self, he remembers floor 21 and knows questions won't help. Both of them share the exact same memory and feelings about reuniting with his beloved brother. But what they feel now is completely different. Pure irritation. Both rush in, each claiming to be the one true hoarder. After a blood-soaked clash, the winner is Yanwu, setting a new record. But what matters to him are the shattered remains of his copies scattered around. The system says they're just mana residue, but MC knows they're packed with information about him, the same data the imitators use to make perfect copies. If he gathers all of it, it will form the magic conversion core, which gains stronger resonance when collected by the copied player himself. He knows that's why it's easy to obtain but hard to buy. Selling it would mean handing over part of yourself, including your weaknesses. Still, now he finally has it, and he gives it to Atron, who arrives just in time to see the wreckage physically and mentally. Atron starts thinking Yanwu may be nothing but a monster that believes it's human. In the end, they get every material except the Nova Adamantite, and he waits in a town for the table to secure that last piece. Meanwhile, he goes after Hamashade's liquor. The legendary Emperor Hoarder aged it for over 1,000 years and sells it for absurd prices. The first problem is that the Emperor is on floor 70, which Yanwu could reach if he rushed, but that would mean giving up the hidden pieces. He refuses, looking for another way when Atron finally arrives with the letter that should have been delivered already. That delay gives the protagonist an idea, and he decides to visit the only one greedy enough to keep Hamashade's liquor, the gluttonous Emperor. So he decides to send a message to the Bloodland, finally accepting that invitation. Later, Kreitz watches him from above. While following him, he saw nothing special on floor 33. But floor 34 was another story. What he saw there was horrifying, and now he's starting to fear Yanwu and doubt whether he can really carry out his commander's mission. As MC reads Khan's letter, it starts with a very casual greeting, like he hadn't vanished at all. At least Khan apologizes for leaving without warning. He explains that after they split up, he got mixed up with the demon army. That confuses him because the last thing he knew was that while Khan and Victoria were escaping the castle, they were intercepted, and Khan stayed behind so she could get away. Apparently he managed to reach some kind of deal with the army. Woody hopes the letter will explain more, but Khan only says that after settling that mess, he went to see his damned father. There he learned his father had been searching for him for a very long time, and once he found out the protagonist had a connection with the table, he decided to send a message to say he was fine and hoped Victoria wouldn't worry. That frustrates MC because he still learns nothing else. No location, no details, and nothing about what happened to Doyle. For now, the only clear thing is that Khan is the son of the Iron Lion, leader of the huge mercenary group with the same name. That surprises Yanwu, but he figures he can reach Khan through them if he ever needs to. For now, bigger matters come first. In another place, a savage flood of blood and desperate cries of pain becomes the perfect meal for the gluttonous Emperor, who enjoys a feast made from his white dragon enemies, prepared by the monster dupe Tuan Tian. The Emperor thanks him for the feast and says he hopes a real dragon arrives soon. He even starts imagining new ways to enjoy it, like turning dragon blood into wine, while the bodies of his victims melt into mana and feed his strength. In his mind, he savors his greatest wish of all, eating the Queen of Spring. His assistant says that chance may come soon since the black and green dragon factions are moving against the white dragon and want his help in the war. The gluttonous Emperor clearly plans to use that to avenge his duke and devour his target. His mouth is already watering when another piece of good news arrives. The Hoarder has finally cleared his schedule to visit the Blood Nation. That makes the Emperor leap with joy as he gets ready to welcome him as an honored guest with a grand banquet. Meanwhile, Yanwu returns to the village to ask Brahm for more dragon blood. Brahm says there is barely any left because they traded so much of it already. He needs every last drop, even the leftovers, and the former god can tell he has a goal. He just wants to hear it. The protagonist admits he plans to give it to the gluttonous Emperor, which annoys Brahm, who still remembers how that monster attacked his granddaughter. But Yanwu explains he only wants it for a trade, and the Emperor won't really gain anything. He plans to offer watered-down dragon blood in exchange for Hamashet's liquor. Brahm thinks that sounds foolish, since both items are worth about the same on the market. He also knows how risky it is to show up with a trick like that. Even so, MC says he has it all planned out, and Brahm thinks it over. He decides that if he cooks the meat well with the blood, the taste might be close enough to fool someone obsessed with dragons. Yanwu thanks him, but before leaving he asks if Ananta is still the same. Brahm doesn't have good news and assumes he wants to see her, so he goes to her and removes his mask, hoping she will recognize his face. But her eyes stay empty, and that brings a flashback of Ananta arguing with a carefree Yanwu, which seemed to make the dragon girl blush in irritation. Back in the present, the protagonist sees no reaction at all. Even after showing her that face, Brahm still hopes these kinds of triggers will work, and Yanwu can only hope she improves next time. Before he can leave though, he gets stopped by the cute little dragon, who asks why he is here, if he is not going to play with her. He tries to explain that he is short on time, but she makes an adorable pout, and MC realizes she gets her way with the same charm as her brother. She wins him over while his spirits watch the loving uncle their master turns into, and the little one drags him away. That moment stays reflected in Ananta's lifeless eyes. Time passes, and then he reaches the Blood Nation, ruled by one of the 9 kings, the gluttonous emperor, the only voice with power there. By his command, everything is prepared with great fanfare to welcome the hoarder, who is still being followed by Kreutz, watching Yenwu's web of influence keep growing. Together they enter the Crimson Land of Sunset, where Kreutz guesses that if his commander is investing so much in him, then he must plan to give him a high rank in the fantasy regiment. Seeing all the connections Yenwu could gain, Kreutz thinks he should be pleased, if not for how moody the emperor is. Even the protagonist did not expect to be welcomed by the Crimson Guard, the escort used for clan leaders and marked by the red banner of highest status. It amuses him, because the more trust they show, the more it will hurt when he stabs them in the back. Still, the only thing he feels then is intense hunger in front of what the gluttonous emperor calls a light meal. Yenwu can't tell if the man is really that greedy or just pretending to be humble, but since he is invited, he digs in. The first bite shocks him. The taste in his mouth is soul shark. It was prepared by Duke Tuan, the emperor's trusted chef, and MC knows it is one of the hardest species to harvest. Yet it is served here as a simple soup appetizer. It is also packed with an absurd amount of elixirs, so many that Yenwu feels that one bowl cost a whole year's budget for a mid-sized clan. He starts wondering if every dish on the table is like this, so he activates his dragon eyes to inspect all the luxuries being passed off as food. Meanwhile, Kreutz enjoys the incredible feast too, grateful just to be there with him. He is stunned by how well the protagonist gets treated everywhere, and starts wondering what to even call someone like him, deciding he must be some kind of infiltrator. After the food gives them huge buffs, and before they even finish, the emperor keeps offering more. This time he brings out the finest liquor Yenwu has ever seen. The golden color catches his eye at once, and the emperor immediately notices because that bottle is exactly what MC came for. It is Hamashed's wine, made by the great tyrant of the upper floors, a figure who rivals even the vampire lords. He can hardly believe he found it so easily, and even thinks how easy it would be to kill the emperor before he finishes digesting. But even though his blood boils when he remembers what happened to Henova and the danger around him, he knows there are too many dukes here to make a move and get out alive. So he forces himself to stay calm, planning to kill him later. For now he drinks, or rather stores the liquor in his inventory, adding it to his growing pile of rare items. Then he plays his part, thanking them for the feast, and offering a bit of meat and blood from the Queen of Summer. That sends the gluttonous emperor into a frenzy, and he instantly calls for his chef. Yenwu is surprised that something so small could excite him this much, but his thoughts get cut off when his watch suddenly starts shaking, reacting to the energy around the emperor's neck. Then the Cyclops brothers recognize it as another soul stone, though they complain that this pig cannot even draw out a fifth of its power. Yenwu is shocked, remembering that even his brother once found that strange power hard to understand, but now he sees how the most useless man in the nation rose to the throne. It was all thanks to Luciel's stone. Now everything makes sense, including the emperor's obsession with dragon meat, which he devours with wild joy. He gets so thankful that he calls the protagonist his best friend, and says he will give him whatever he wants. So the protagonist takes the chance and asks for more Hamachet wine. The emperor agrees and wants to give him plenty, but Yenwu knows he only needs 2 more cups. Even so, he nervously asks for 2 full jars. Apparently it works, because the next thing we see is the gluttonous emperor, trying to make MC stay a little longer. MC says he does not have that much free time, and the emperor understands, knowing the great deeds of the hoarder he admires. He says he will keep supporting him, and sends him off warmly. Before he leaves, Tuan gives him one last gift, the Moon Reveler dagger, which raises his luck, something that could help in his search. Yenwu thanks him, then departs, while the emperor asks him to send his regards to his other friend, the Martial King. As they leave, his spirit tells him to explain his plan to his companion, but he stays quiet. Then, out in the forest, Kreutz waits for an explanation about what just happened there. Going back a bit, when Yenwu asked for 2 jars of Hamachet, it was basically the same as asking for the whole stock, which left the emperor shaken. But after giving his word, he had no clean way to refuse. Luckily, Tuan leaned in and whispered something in his ear, and that completely changed his attitude. He became much more confident and told Yenwu that the liquor was too valuable to hand over without the council's approval. The protagonist thought the deal had failed, but the emperor made it clear that there was still one way, as long as they struck a bargain. Then he explained that the Queen of Spring had caused them a great loss by killing Duke Arva, though Yenwu remembers that he was really the one who caused it. In the end, that seems to have pushed the emperor into joining forces with the Blue Dragon and the Black Dragon to bring the queen down, so he asks MC to join them. MC understands the offer, but says that alone he would not be strong enough. The gluttonous emperor does not buy that fake humility. He reminds him that he took down Triton alone and also killed Benteke. He adds that he has some mysterious friends who always seem to appear when it matters. Then the protagonist realizes they already know about his vassals, even though he only showed them in one battle. It proves that nothing he does now goes unnoticed inside the tower, while the gluttonous emperor is clearly thrilled by the thought of another bloody slaughter. He is even more excited because the fantasy regiment seems to be on his side too, and he may even gain the Horn's forces, especially their master. With every word, his bloodlust rises so sharply that Kreutz recognizes it as the hunger of someone craving a massive war, one his faction will not be able to avoid. Worst of all, Yenwu shows no sign of turning the offer down. That is why, in the present, Kreutz begs him to think carefully about what he is about to do, because it could change everything. But MC's silence leaves him completely shaken. He feels like he said something he should not have, so he decides to step away for the moment, leaving Yenwu alone. He takes off his mask and sees that he now has almost everything he needs for Kennek, while also enjoying how the world seems to be falling right into his hands. He knows his master will do as he pleases while sworn enemies are about to fight to the death, and now that one whole faction trusts him, he lets himself enjoy it because by then he will have Kennick in control of the Soul Stones. He plans to use the war to seize the Soul Stones, and then go after Gluttonous' head. Still, he doesn't want to rush. His focus stays on Kine, especially after what Brahm told him in the village left him shaken. When Brahm brought up Hades, he couldn't understand why, after such a long war, he never asked the Olympians for help. That is why Yan Wu gets it now. Something bigger is hiding behind all this. Something huge, and clearly the true core of the Underworld War. Even so, none of that really matters to him. His goal is simple: win the war, claim Kine, and complete the Black King set. Then finally bring his brother back. Season finale, bring his brother back.